Got a little taste yesterday of some playoff, if you consider play-in, the playoffs. Well, you got a little bit of it. Golden State holds on against Memphis to advance as the 7 seed in the Western Conference. And on the Eastern side, Orlando crushes Atlanta. So they move to the 7 seed. Very interesting here because we're going to have Jared Bednar coming up today at 8 o'clock. And I'm sure there is many things that we will discuss with Jared Bednar. Obviously, the playoffs, the return of Landeskog. And I'll say this. Surrounding the Avs and their push here to the postseason, how do I want to put this? Difficult the beginning of it's going to be. It is an amazing story. There's really 2 of them that are baked into the cake of that series, that because it's hockey, it's not like the individual is never going to dominate the overall, because hockey, and I've heard themselves talk about this, blue collar, just want to show up and go to work, don't want to make it about themselves. It's always about the team. It's always about the sport. It's why something like the Four Nations works. Could there have been concerns of guys that didn't want to get hurt heading into the second part of the season or the post-All-Star break? You know, with the playoffs right around the corner? Yeah, there very well could have been. But they're hockey players. And hockey players do their jobs. The 2 stories that could be dominating this, think about if this was the NBA for a second. Major piece to championship formula from 3 years ago, traded midseason shockingly, and then has first playoff series with new team against old team. It would be a dominating storyline. The Mikko thing, if this were the NBA, would be massive. And it feels like it's a footnote. Landeskog, not playing for 3 years, coming back to play his first professional, well, I guess, NHL hockey game, is in the postseason. Massive storyline. That would be dominating headlines. And it isn't. It's, again, a footnote. I just, it's the beauty of what hockey is that doesn't take over in a way that other sports would let it. I imagine, I know that Mikko's not exactly Luka, but he was pretty damn good. It would be, if the Lakers played the Mavs in the first round this year, the playoffs. I mean, that is the story. The story is Luka facing off against his former team. And Texture says it's because the NBA thrives on drama. Yeah, kind of. I mean, how often do... This is actually pretty crazy to think about. All these shows that you watch that discuss the NBA, all these shows that you watch that they really put the spotlight, whether it's First Take or any one of the FS1 shows, when they discuss the NBA, what are they talking about really? How much of it's about the actual game? Think about it. Like, we can do a test run today. I'll throw the TVs on ESPN, and we'll see how much of the actual game is discussed as opposed to, like, there seems to be a few different things. Number one, is somebody upset with somebody else? So it's that Real Housewives feel in the NBA. Another one is, where does this stack up against all-time thing that was in the past? The other one is, well, it's going to be over now, but it would have been, how does this affect the MVP race? And then when they do talk basketball, it's all in the context of who can win a championship. That's all they do.
My girlfriend is a very fringe NBA fan, and that's exaggerating a bit.
Yes.
She follows the Nuggets loosely because of me, but in terms of the whole league, she doesn't really know much. And anytime I mention someone, the first thing she knows about that player is what's happened off the court.
Right.
Like if I say something about Ja Morant, she goes, "Oh, isn't that the guy that pulled out the gun at the strip club?"
The gun guy, yeah.
Yeah,
the gun guy at the strip club.
Doesn't know what team he plays for, doesn't know anything about his stats, just knows that one time he was at Shotgun Willie's and got a little ahead of his skis.
Right. It's always about that. And hockey's just not. And I kind of appreciate it. And at the same time, I wish there was a little bit more of the Mikko story that was tacked onto this. Like, I kind of want the feel, and maybe this is wrong on my part. And you guys tell me. I've been asking for a while here, how much of the Mikko story is going to be creeping in on you when this series starts? How much of Mikko, like, when his name gets announced, are you booing like crazy, or are you just shrugging your shoulders like, whatever, let's go Avs? You know, what is it? Because I know, just for an NBA example, when the Nuggets have somebody in a playoff series that you really dislike, and maybe that was Carmelo a few years back, maybe that's LeBron over the last couple of years, maybe that's whoever you deem that to be, they let them know it. They are very aware in the middle of that series that they are not welcomed. And part of me wants a little bit extra flair for Mikko. Not that I dislike him. I don't dislike Mikko. I think we all can agree that he really overplayed his hand. And I think regretfully. I've said this over and over again. If Mikko had a time machine, I bet you he goes back and he signs the contract that was offered by the Avs. Because the Carolina thing was a disaster. And he's with Dallas now, got a brand new contract. Sure. But I don't think he wanted to go anywhere. I think he thought he was untouchable and they'd eventually get the deal done at the number he wanted, and it didn't. But part of that is like, I would like to just have a little extra juice on it somewhere.
Well, I think there's going to be plenty of juice. Just call us Josh Kroenke because we're going to be talking about squeezing the juice out of that Mikko situation. Yeah. But here's a perfect example. So there's a guy on Twitter who I follow. He follows me, shares a lot of Avs and punk rock content, which is why I like both those things. Last night, he tagged Moser and he said, "Hey, at Radio Moser, are Avs fans allowed to wear Mikko jerseys to Ball Arena this first round?"
No, you can't.
I dare you to go look at any of the replies. It is not going well.
What sucks is, like, if you're going to the game and that's like your only jersey, you got to wear something else, man. I don't know what to tell you. You can't wear the sweater. You cannot show up wearing a Mikko jersey. You can't. It's like if you're, I don't know why after all this time this would be the only thing that you had, but during that playoff series when Melo was he with Portland at that time, I think? If you showed up, you're like, oh, the only jersey I got is this Melo jersey from 2008. You're like, I don't care. You can't wear that, dude. Not now. Not now you can't. Just make it a cool little throwback that starts collecting, dust in your closet. Because you cannot wear that man's name in your arena, especially not now. So a couple of textures. These are back-to-back. One says, boo Mikko. The other said, no, I wouldn't boo. He didn't leave the way Carmelo did. I think both of those are fair. But he's the enemy now. He's the enemy for a team that, I mean, we kind of went through this. Most Avs fans despise the most. I mean, again, the point to me is not, it's not how you left. I just went through it. I said if Mikko had a time machine, he'd go back, he'd sign the contract with the Avs. So, yes, they are not the same. He did not want out necessarily. But he's out. I think if you want to go ahead and let him reign for a second, by all means, do your worst. Whoever said, and this is the other thing with sports, I don't need to be rational in sports. Sports ultimately don't matter. I don't need to think rationally as a sports fan. Why should I? If my team wins a championship, then yes, I am really happy for, a couple weeks. If they don't, then my life continues. Let me be irrational about things occasionally.
I think the Mikko situation also might depend, or you can tell me if this is going to change how Avs fans feel. It might also depend on how he acts. Like if Mikko comes out in Game 3, the first game back at Ball Arena, and he scores the first goal or something, and then he skates around the ice doing the gladiator, are you not entertained? He's like mellow, hitting the side of his head.
Yeah.
And then the crowd starts booing him, then maybe that's going to add some venom. If he scores in your house and showboats, but if he's just skating around doing his thing, maybe he gets an apple. Are you really going to hate him? I think how he carries himself might also it'll test the waters of how Avs fans are going to react.
I think for a lot of guys it won't matter. Now, if he scores, he's getting booed. I know that. If he scores, because you're going to boo, it's Dallas scoring anyway. It's going to come with the territory. I won't ask Bednar about Mikko, but we'll talk to Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. So stay tuned for that. The last conversation we have before the postseason starts for the Avs, which sounds like it's going to be Saturday. Sounds like it. But broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studio, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. So a couple of different things. Devon Taves was on the PhD yesterday, but also Christian Brown was on with Kreckman and Lindahl. And I want to give you a couple of these clips in case you guys missed it. Christian Brown was talking about the differences under Coach Malone to Coach Adelman, his thoughts on the firing, and where the Nuggets are at heading into the postseason. I want to get to those with Christian Brown on Kreckman and Lindahl in just a couple of minutes. Can always get in touch with us on the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Again, Christian Brown, if you missed this conversation with Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday, a couple pieces of audio, really interesting. Get to it next. Really good point about some of the CU jersey retirement stuff from yesterday. We'll talk to Chad Brown today at 8:45. Get to that later. I want to stick on this Christian Brown thing for a second because he was on with Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday. They asked him a few different questions. Christian Brown on first the firing of Malone in booth. Here's what he said.
I mean, it's different. It's my first, obviously, coaching change I've had to navigate. We've had to navigate since I've been in the league. It's not something that you want to go through, but it is something that does happen. I think we've done a good job of, refocusing, making sure that we're locked in on, the right things we need to be locked into. Right now it's obviously a key moment in the year. It was time for us. We needed 3 wins in a row, and we got them. So now we're refocused, and we're making sure we're focused on the Clippers. But it was a different change. It's not something you want to go through, but I think we did a really good job up to this point of navigating it.
That is the truth. So there's a couple of things that could have happened. And I don't think I have spent enough time really sort of honing in and focusing on this. You make a change at that point. So the Nuggets were floundering. Their post-All-Star break record was awful. They were essentially win-lose, win-lose, win-lose the entire way up until the very end in which they lost 4 in a row. And they lost 4 in a row by a number of different ways. It was giving up a whole bunch of points in one game. It's crumbling at the end of a fourth quarter in another. It's all of this sort of back and forth. You fire your head coach with 3 games left, and you're at a critical point in the season. You do well in the final 3 games, you win them all, you keep the 4 seed. You don't play well, you could have been playing yesterday. And to their credit, they came out and won 3 games against, I think all of them were difficult opponents. The Rockets were the 2 seed, and I know there was a little bit of rest stuff going on in the middle of that, but still. 3 difficult opponents, and you win all 3 that you needed if you wanted to keep a home playoff series. I think that's big time, and it shows huge resolve and response, which was the entire point of why they made the move. They were going to do it in the offseason, and they said, why wait? Maybe this will create a spark. Boom. I was not worried, but aware that that could backfire, that the thing that you were trying to create, which is a spark, could lead to the team just totally being like, I give up. But I told you, I don't think that there's personal pride within this team that I don't think that was ever going to be a concern. Like, give me the example of Jokic shutting it down because they fired Malone. He would never. Like, him in particular would never, which means you have a shot to win every night. And to everybody else's credit, they all seemed to elevate their game afterwards too, because there's no other way to take this, okay? Your coach gets fired. He gets fired for what? Poor play, which stems from who? Players. Firing the head coach is as much an indictment on the players in the roster as it is anything with the coaching staff. And so then he goes on to talk about the differences between Malone and Adelman.
I think we've been focused. I think we've been locked in. I think defensively, our communication has been really, really good. And a lot of those things are just on the players, hasn't been much of a change coaching staff-wise. Just the guys have really locked in on what we needed to do. And I think that those last 3 games were really important, regardless who was at the head coach position for us. And we knew we needed 3 wins. We did a really good job of going out there and communicating and coming together, playing together, just playing, Nuggets basketball that we're used to playing.
When he talks about communication on the defensive side, and he goes on to say, we really haven't changed all that much. Translation there is, it was on the players. I mean, communicating is a huge part of defense. Like, people bring up, like, the laziness and things like that. Communicating is even more. You have to be able to tell your guys what moves you're going to make, where they should be. I mean, they talk about this all the time with Joker, who is seen as, from a casual basketball fan, as not a good defender. The amount of times that Christian Brown himself has pointed out, Jokic will literally move me before an inbounds pass because he knows what play they're going to run. And all I think about during that is, if you know what play they're going to run, then how are teams putting up 120 points a game on you? How is that even possible? If there's one guy on the team telling you, here's the play they're going to run, they run it, and you still can't stop it, that's not great. But what he's talking about here, and this is big, I mean, Christian Brown has very obviously taken on a more vocal leadership role within that team. And the one thing that David Adelman has said repeatedly since becoming the interim head coach is that this is their team, and I want them to start acting like it. Take charge in the huddle. I don't need to talk the entire time. And I think they've taken that to heart, and it's helped. You know, that's where, can a voice get stale? That's what we kept talking about with Malone. Can a voice get stale? Like, maybe after a decade, maybe it just doesn't hit the same. Especially when you got a team who's been together for as long as they have. This core has been together for years. I mean, Jokic and Murray, it's going on 8. With Porter, it's now been, 5 or 6? With Gordon, 3? They've been together for a long time. Maybe a voice can get stale, but it can't if it's your teammate. It can't. You're on the floor with them. It's different. So it's good to hear. Something else, audio-wise, that caught my ear yesterday. We are officially 8 days from round 1 of the NFL draft. And it feels like this is the time frame where things just start to get stagnant. Nothing's new. And you're just kind of waiting for the lottery balls to drop next Thursday. But I did hear something new. I said from the beginning in this Broncos offseason, I think the most important thing that they can get is a running back. People were enamored with tight end, and I get it. I wanted one of those too. Thankfully, Evan Ingram was on the free agency market, and you picked him up. I would have liked another receiver. Maybe they'll still do that. Who knows?
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
Running back's my number one. I think if you pair a running game and give Bo Nix the actual ability on 3rd and 3 to maybe run the ball for a first down as opposed to him, trying to make a play every single time, it can help with your 3-and-out problem. I think getting, a 5-6 yard gain on first down by running the football and turning 2nd and 9 into 2nd and 4 can help with your 3-and-out problem. I just think it buoys everything that you can do. Most teams in the league that you consider successful football teams can do it. And just look at the standings last year, where teams finished. Buffalo with James Cook could run the football. They're a 13-win team. 12-win team, Baltimore. Yeah, I think Derrick Henry made a little bit of a difference there, along with Lamar Jackson. The Chiefs were like the only one that really didn't, but they couldn't do anything on offense. Their defense was awesome. Philadelphia. How did they get to 14 wins? Let me think. Was Jalen Hurts amazing? No. Saquon ran for 2,000 yards. The Detroit Lions, 15 wins. They had 2 guys who got 1,000 yards on the season or were on pace for it. Minnesota, they ran the football. Pretty damn good running back there. You go through the list, all of the good teams that you feared had the capability of running the football. The ones that were had running games that were I think it's incredibly important. I've wanted Ashton Genty from the start. I just gave up on it because it became very clear and obvious that he's not dropping to 20. So I go, why would I keep wasting my breath and little brains that I have upstairs in thinking and dreaming about Ashton Genty being in this backfield when he's not going to be? And then I heard this. This is Ashton Genty himself on the Overtime podcast.
Who have you been talking to the most?
So now I have just like separate meetings, like the Browns running back coach wants to talk to me. Like it's all like separate, like who wants to, Seahawks. But at the actual draft, I talked to 20 different teams at the combine. Really, the Denver Broncos, they was heavy on me, and the Raiders, they was heavy. Like we was talking the most. Like even while all the running backs was doing drills, because I wasn't competing. Like they was talking to me the whole time.
The Broncos were heavy on me. Now, why? At the combine, it was very clear and obvious. He's not going to be available at 20. So let me get my Brian Windhorst fingers up for a second. What's going on at the combine? Why would the Broncos be talking to him that heavily when they are not in a position in the first round to draft Ashton Genty? And then the question becomes, are you willing to trade up to make it happen? Some people think he's going to be like the 6th overall pick. That's a giant leap from 20. That's something even I wouldn't do. Because I think that the draft is heavy, use the word heavy again, heavy enough with running back talent that you don't need to make that giant leap up to get him. But I will say this. If you think Ashton Genty is Derrick Henry, then you absolutely make the move. See, this is where boldness for a GM and conviction comes into play. You have to be willing to look like a moron. If you're convicted on something and you know it, then go and do it and risk looking stupid. Now, the Broncos finally got draft capital in full back. Are you willing to give that up again to take another risk? That seems like a tough sell. At the same time, if I told you guys the reincarnated, cloned version of Derrick Henry was in this draft and the Broncos needed to trade another first-round pick to go get him, would you do it? You absolutely would. You have to stick to your guns on something. Now, I'm not taking this Ashton Genty quote and making more out of it than what it is. He just said the Broncos were the team that talked him the most during the combine process. But what I am saying is, if you feel like somebody's that, you damn positional value, you damn anything else, you go and make something happen. Texter says, it's the season of lies, which is true. Didn't the Broncos barely meet with Knicks? I think it's smoke and mirrors. It could be, but what smoke and mirrors are you getting from a team that's not going to have that guy fall to him anyway? What do they stand to gain from it? It would be like, hey, the Broncos are talking to, you know what, Nelly, I just found this out. A big source just texted me. The Broncos have been talking to Cam Ward once a day for the past 2 months. What do they stand to gain? They know they aren't taking Cam Ward, and even if they could, if they didn't have a quarterback, well, they're at 20. I don't understand what they would stand to gain by talking this much to Ashton Genty unless they were really, really into the idea of having him on the roster. That doesn't feel like smoke and mirrors to me. Just the thought process of you trade up as high as you're going to need to get him seems crazy. Especially in what Jeff Legwold has said multiple times is the best running back class that he's seen. Did he say ever or just in years?
No, at least in his time covering the league, I believe he said it's the deepest running back class he's ever seen. And you remember yesterday, you asked him, or Vic asked him, what a running back needs to do to fit into Sean Payton's offense. And Leggy rattled off 3 guys in the draft that fit exactly what Sean Payton is looking for, and neither of them were Genty. 0 for 3.
Well, Genty, he didn't catch the ball at the backfield all that much. And I'm like, you know what? You can find guys who can do that on third down for you. I want a guy in first and second down that's going to average 5 yards a carry. That's what I want. Harvman on the Safeway Twitch feed says, Genty is not Henry. Are you kidding? I need you to listen closely, okay? I can only control what comes out of my mouth. I can't control how you interpret things. I said, if you believe, and that's the only reason they would move from 20 to like 6 to trade up for Genty, is they think he is. And I'm not saying they're going to, and I'm not even saying that they think he's that. But I brought this up a couple weeks ago. You remember this, Nelly, when I said, if I told you a cloned version of Barry Sanders was in the draft, would you take him number 1 overall? Take Barry Sanders, take Walter Payton, take Terrell Davis, take whatever guy you think is the all-time greatest running back to ever live. I clone him, and I put him in the draft. Is he worth the first overall pick? I think if you say no, you're nuts.
Give me Jim Brown. Let's go.
Sure. Totally fair. Like, all I'm saying is you have to be, if you believe somebody is going to be that player, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you make a move for him? Like, I know what this guy's going to be. Well, you'd be an idiot not to. And that's where GMs, they have to play this risk in value game. Like, I don't buy the positional value thing in the draft because I'm like, oh, a linebacker's not valuable? Okay, well, what if he's Fred Warner? And he's your middle linebacker for 12 years who's an all-pro. That seems valuable enough. Oh, running backs aren't valuable? What if he's Derrick Henry? That seems pretty valuable to me. What if he's Saquon? That seems valuable enough for, I don't know, a Super Bowl. So I don't buy the value game. If you think somebody is that level good, there should be no discussion about, well, what is it going to cost? Damn the cost. Look at what the reward is. So 303-504-0925, Sean Mazda text line. Interesting discussion yesterday on, I believe this was PhD, about jersey retirements. And it is weird what's going on in CU because a lot of places don't have jersey retirements for a specific reason. We'll get to it next. Reminder, Jared Bednar is going to join us in an hour and 15 minutes as the Avs get ready for their postseason this weekend as well, which looks like the game is coming up on Saturday. Still not quite sure on that, but looks like Saturday. In the meantime, at 8:45 this morning, we'll have Chad Brown on the show because this news from CU about retiring jersey numbers, the jersey numbers of Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders has, I think, mostly been received poorly. Mostly. And there was a good point that was made from PhD yesterday. And it's about retiring jersey numbers in college. Some schools just don't do it. And there's a good reason why. You know, they'll have like the Ring of Honor, Ring of Fame, or whatever you want to call it. Like you get your name hung up on the stadium somewhere. A whole bunch of places have that. But as far as retiring the actual jersey number, you can run into a problem. And here's what the problem is. Some of these colleges have been around for like 100 years or more. They've been playing football for 100 years or more. And there's like 100 guys on every college football team. And if you start retiring jersey numbers of guys who are really good, there won't be enough numbers for anybody. You're going to have to start having guys wear like jerseys into the hundreds, which I don't think is allowed. I mean, think about it. If Ohio State or Alabama or Florida or just go through blue chip school retired the numbers of every great that they had, you're going to have quarterbacks wear number 58. Right?
Dude, you're telling me you don't want to see a linebacker in the backfield there with number 420? Let's go.
Well, I'm just saying you're going to have to get the triple digits. Like the Yankees are running into this problem. They're like, we don't have any single digit numbers anymore. And there's only so many, because what's Judge? Isn't he 99? Judge is like, try that. Here, wear this one. It's the largest jersey we have, and hopefully if it's retired, nobody will take it anyway. But go ahead. Let's hear some of this from yesterday.
And there are ways to honor numbers without retiring numbers. Okay? The best player gets number 2, gets number 12, whatever. You know, the quarterback gets number 2, the best player gets number 12. There's a million things you can do. But when you start retiring numbers like that, I think it's tough because there's so many greats that have arguably got a better resume than this guy.
Yeah, at Syracuse, they don't retire their best number. They honor it by giving it to the next guy, 44.
And if they don't think it's a guy, they don't give him that number.
Correct. When you get 44 at Syracuse, it's like...
You just been crowned.
You have been crowned. There's high expectations on you.
I think that's pretty cool. I'd love to have that. Well, Texture says, bro, the Gators haven't even retired Tebow's number. I think that's the point, though. I don't think they do that. I don't think that they retire numbers. Nelly, can you check on this? Is there any retired numbers for Florida? This is my point. If they started retiring numbers for players, they would run out of numbers. They've been around a long time.
They do not formally retire any jersey numbers, but there are some that are considered special, like what they were just talking about. So, for example, their, quote, special numbers are number 7, number 11 for Spurrier, number 15 for Tebow, and 22 for Emmitt Smith. So
it's just kind of understood to not do that?
Yeah, or if you wear that number, you better be All-American.
Yeah, you better be amazing.
First overall pick.
Right. I mean, it's some of that's understood, but if you get into the business of retiring jersey numbers, you're just going to run out. Especially, like, who gets her jersey retired? Let's be honest. It's mostly like your flashy skill position guys, right? The guys you just named there, Nelly, for Florida, that's a quarterback, a running back. Spurrier was a QB, and who was the other name? That you said Spurrier, Tebow, Emmitt Smith, and who?
Danny Werfel.
Quarterback. There you go. All right, start doing that for quarterbacks and see how long it takes before you start having quarterbacks wearing number 22. Pretty difficult. So again, I think just retiring numbers in college is a weird thing to do, first of all. Second of all, there's a lot of different ways you can go about it. And it felt like they didn't calculate how the response would be. And maybe they don't care. They haven't cared about a lot of things that the public reaction and that sort of thing. They haven't cared about that for a while. All that's understood. But it does feel a little bit favoritism and an unwillingness to look into the history of the program. And I think we can all agree that, CU needed a facelift when they got there. Needed it. They were a school that was no longer respected, no longer thought about, no longer talked about, no longer in the minds of anybody in college football. And to Deion's credit, and Shedor's and Travis Hunter's, they changed that. They put them very much back into the spotlight where every day I'm looking at my TV and I see Travis Hunter, Shedeur Sanders' name with a big CU logo next to it and a whole bunch of CU highlights being played on ESPN. But it does kind of have this feel as if they've invented the program. They've reinvented it. But there seems to be an ignorance maybe of the history of what that place was. Texas says, I think the jersey retirements was a term of Prime's contract extension. I highly doubt that. That would be a ridiculous thing to try and throw in there. What, that I'm not signing this until I get approval that I can retire the jerseys of Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders? That seems insane. And by the way, I don't even think he has to do that. Like, we all kind of understand one thing here. Prime's got CU over a barrel. What he wants to do, he's going to do, or he's going to get approval for. Because the thought of Deion leaving is not just, it's not purely football. The thought of Deion leaving is the thought of millions of dollars exiting your program. No matter who they hire after Prime, whenever he leaves, whether that's a year from now or 15 or 20 years from now, whenever that is, the exit date of Prime, whoever comes in after him is not going to sniff the level of money pouring into that program than it is right now.
I think if nothing else, it's creating a discussion among CU fans and CU greats about why there haven't been more jersey retirements. And as we said before, unfortunately, the late great Rashawn Salam didn't have his number retired until he tragically passed.
But I almost think, Nelly, the reason it is retired is because he passed, because that they were showing an extra amount of, hey, this is how much this guy meant to us. We don't do this, but here this tribute
right,
is.
But he won a Heisman in 94. His jersey should have been retired in 95. He should have had his jersey retired at CU when he was still a Chicago Bear. And so I think that now everybody's having this discussion of, okay, so if everybody's mad that Shedeur and Travis cut to the front of the line and bypassed a bunch of greats, well, why didn't those greats get their due? So at least I think now people are at least talking about, okay,
sure,
how can CU honor the greats going forward? Because a lot of people feel like they haven't gotten their flowers.
That is very true. The one name that's always brought up is Cordell. Like, you want to talk about somebody that is an absolute lightning rod. I mean, Cordell did some of the Travis Hunter stuff. He played multiple positions. His nickname was Slash. He's an icon. Anyway, can jump back to this later. Chad Brown will talk about that with us at 8:45 this morning. Jared Bednar, 8. Can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's Deals in Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway Fresh Foods, local flavors. You can also watch on that YouTube simulcast every weekday from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. We're on there. So jump on YouTube, search Altitude Sports Radio, and subscribe to the channel. Bunch to get to. Midweek, we're inching our way to the postseason weekend, the playoff weekend. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. feel like I'm on my hands and knees right now. I'm dehydrated. I'm in the desert. I'm crawling. I'm just trying to find water. Just clawing my way through, like, get me to Saturday, please.
I like your hat.
Please. Thank you. This is from, I don't know if you guys know this place. It's Clubhouse Work and Golf. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you. You've heard of that place, have you?
By the way, guess what?
Did you get a
haircut? I left my
Moser?
8-iron there last week. Got to go get it today.
Oh, you left your 8-iron at the club? Wow. I like your haircut. You look good. You look smooth. You look playoff ready. You look like you're ready to go.
I just want to get there. They had a little bit last night. You had the playing games yesterday. The Warriors win, so they will be the 7th seed. Close game, though, against Memphis.
You know what I found out, though, today? The Warriors have a better odds. The odds are out for the NBA Finals, and the Warriors have better odds than the Nuggets, which I laugh at, because if you watch that Warriors game, they barely eked it out against Memphis, which was playing with half a Morant. Morant was, like, on one leg.
Yeah.
I don't know who these people are.
He was limping around the entire night.
Who are these people that think that Golden State is going to emerge from the West? Who are you? How drunk are you? How much have you had to drink? How much alcohol have you consumed in the last week? Who the hell are you thinking that Golden State is going to emerge in the West? I want you to record this. Record this and have it. If Golden State wins the Western Conference, I will eat my cell phone.
Okay.
You can write this down. Hell, record this.
What's really funny about you mentioning this, Vic, is that I just kind of stumbled into it earlier this morning because I was thinking about the Avs and the series they got coming up. And I go, you know what's weird about the NHL? Is that the Avs have two massive headlines heading into this playoff series. Massive. One is former key piece to your team, one of the best players in the world, was traded midseason, and you are now facing that player in the first round of the postseason, right? That's a pretty crazy story. The other is team captain, who was major piece to winning championship, has not played since championship was won for 3 years, is going to reemerge first game of the postseason. I think. Whatever. In the postseason.
We'll see.
Now, those are footnotes in hockey because hockey's about the hockey. And those are footnotes to this series. If that were the NBA, Vic, that is the story.
Yeah.
That is all anybody's talking about. If the Lakers were playing the Mavs in round one, it's all about Luka playing against the former team.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a more individualized sport. They really hammer the individual storylines. Hockey's different. Hockey's a team sport. Now, they're essential to the story, but they're not the story. But that's what hockey is.
When you said that about Golden State, it's another example, Vic. Why are people picking Golden State?
Oh, they got Jimmy now.
Because they get Jimmy, and they remember. You guys remember when Golden State was winning all the championships? You guys remember when Steph Curry? You remember that and how fun that was? And Steph Curry's really fun. He's really fun. I think they're going to win it all. That's how they do it in the NBA.
I really do believe NBA media is broken.
Totally.
It's broken.
Totally.
I'm glad you brought that up. The people who cover the NBA, and I mean all of us, present company included, we're stupid.
Hey, whoa. Hey, whoa. Let me give you an imitation of NBA media. Can I do it?
Yeah, please do. Yeah. I agree. I agree.
To who?
To be fair.
To everybody.
Yeah.
You like to be fair. Nailed by the king.
To be fair, NHL media needs a little more of that and less.
I actually kind of agree.
You know,
I kind of agree that
NHL media is like, can't talk about that. No, can't go there. LBI, no. Well, I don't know. You never know. It's the room. You know, it's the room.
Hang on. Can I take a huge hockey storyline this year, Moj? And I'm going to bring it into a discussion as if I were an NBA commenter talking about the NHL. You ready? Amazing feat last night. Alexander Ovechkin passes Wayne Gretzky as the all-time leading scorer of goals in NHL history. Is he better than Wayne Gretzky? Stephen A.? That's exactly how they would play that game, by the way. Exactly how they would do it. Sure. It would turn into, is Ovechkin better than Gretzky? And then they would do that for a little bit, and then it'd be, give me your top 5 scores of all time. And then that's how they would do it. And the NHL was like, amazing. Go tip your cap to Ovechkin. Now, the playoffs are in 2 weeks, so everybody shut up about this. You know what I mean? That's
pretty
how they
much.
do it.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I think Vic's right. They might need a little bit more of that in the league, actually. Like, prop up a couple of guys.
I think you get a little bit more of that in Canada. I think you do.
You're probably right, yeah.
But, well, I mean, I know you do because I watch the shows when I'm in Canada. I watch their television programs and I watch their discussions, but they're not sycophant lap dogs. I'll tell you that much. And you may say, well, maybe they need to be a little bit more, sycophantish.
No, sycophant isn't the word. It's like, I'll give you an example. Nathan MacKinnon resides in Denver, Colorado. What do we really know about Nathan MacKinnon off the ice? What?
As much as he wants you to know, and that's it.
That's the point.
Well, that's the hockey culture, Vic.
That's my point.
You're not going on every podcast and calling people out and saying, "Crown me, I'm the king,"
and that's
all
my
this
point.
crap.
Hockey culture.
I am the sun and all this crap.
Hockey culture is very introverted.
I'm Pluto. I'm Saturn. I'm the entire solar system. Look at me, touch me, love me, stroke me.
You're exaggerating my point. I agree with you. I love the affection for the team. I love it. I love the fact that it's team first. At the same time, you can also trumpet your stars a little bit.
The only counter to this, you're right, Vic, but it's just weird. You said the best player on the Avs, Nathan MacKinnon. We don't know anything about him. I don't really know much
about Cale Makar.
I don't know much about Joker either. I know he likes horses.
We know a hell of a lot more about Joker than we do Cale Makar and Nathan MacKinnon.
He loves his family, horses, and beer.
I'm going to ask you,
order.
Who do we know more about? Who do we know about? Nathan MacKinnon, Cale Makar, and Nikola Jokic.
But Jokic,
and it's not even close.
But Jokic isn't close to how much we know about 150 different players in the league.
All I'm saying is hockey can do a better job marketing its product.
But it's been that way for years.
It doesn't mean it's the right way.
Vic,
it doesn't.
I agree.
Most.
No. I think you're correct. What I'm saying is that we've been saying that about hockey for years, but it doesn't seem to really get any better.
I agree. It doesn't mean it's the right way. At the same time, the NBA's jumped the shark. You got to reel it in. Yeah. I mean, that fish is gone. Reel that sucker in because it's ridiculous what's going on in that league right now. Oh, my God. Jimmy and Steph combined for over 30. They're going to win the NBA championship. They beat Memphis at home. Did everybody see that?
I just saw this. One of the headlines was playoff Jimmy and something Steph. They're already doing the headlines for. Why are you making noises? What are you doing?
I'm just confirming what Vic said.
And then Jimmy goes on postgame and says, when you have Steph, you have a chance. When you have me and Steph, look out. Oh,
look out, baby. Oh, yeah.
Look out,
it's
everybody. Here comes Golden State. Get the hell out of here.
I actually kind of love this. Dude, you guys have seen those memes before on like Twitter or something like that where it's, you are here, right? So it's this point, then it points the arrow to the other thing. Like in the Jimmy Butler story arc, it's new team. Jimmy Butler's amazing. We love him. They're here right now.
Yeah.
And then it gets to Jimmy's getting a little annoying. Jimmy wants out. And then its new team starts a cycle again. They still got the fresh, like, newlywed Jimmy right now.
Of course they do. What's lost in the whole thing, what's so convenient about the NBA, too? This is a guy that broke out of Miami and forced a trade on his own accord for whatever reasons he came up with, whatever crap. He basically left ruins behind him. He left it ruined.
Yeah.
To go seek his own better pastures. And it's taken as, it's okay. It's part of business. No big deal. Live and learn.
But he's done it.
Yeah.
He's done it multiple times. So I think people just say, "Oh, that's Jimmy."
That one was crazy, though.
Not that it should be accepted. Not that it shouldn't be berated. But people say, "Oh, it's just Jimmy." Yeah, wears out his welcome, wants out, forces his way, and then goes. I mean that's been his pattern in his entire career.
Hey, Moj, I'm looking at the odds.
Hey,
again,
what?
The odds, I can't believe I'm even focusing on odds because odds don't mean jack. The games matter, not the odds. Did you see that Dallas has the best odds to win the Stanley Cup?
It doesn't surprise me. It really doesn't surprise me.
That's crazy.
But that's just because that's just people betting on Dallas.
I know, but it's crazy to me. Well, first of all, it's not just people betting. Vegas has to lay the odds first and determine where they go from there. So Vegas has a hand in where those odds end up. I mean, come on.
That's true. That's true. I mean, they do, but the line will move from that point, right? What is so, Brett? Again, go back to your little. What do you do?
Circa Sports.
So go back to your little series win odds. Aren't they remarkably similar between the Avs and the Stars?
Yes.
Are the Avs even a slight favorite, maybe?
They don't have the series odds yet,
Okay.
but I can tell you the odds to win the West.
All right.
The Avs are at plus 400. The Stars are at plus 490. They have the Avs as the favorites in the West.
Wow.
Golden Knights are plus 415. Jets plus 440.
So the Avs are the favorite.
They're the favorite.
Ooh.
The Avs are the favorite according to which book?
Circa. To come out of the West. I didn't check the Stanley Cup.
Just to come out of the West.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, but Vic, I think this will change on a daily basis.
Of course.
So,
Yeah.
if you saw something last night at midnight, it could very well be different by this morning. Absolutely. I mean, it's just because you have so many damn good teams out west. You have so many good hockey clubs.
Yeah.
So they have the Avs look like they're fourth for Stanley Cup.
Okay, who do they have as the top three?
Top three
Carolina, Dallas.
No.
It's Carolina and Florida are tied at plus 725.
Did you just say no to me and I just said Carolina? Yeah, you did.
How could it be Dallas when the Avs are favored to come out of the West ahead of Dallas?
No, I mean, you asked others in the top three.
Carolina, Florida, and Tampa Bay.
So three East teams are there ahead of the Avs.
Yes.
I think the Avs would beat any one of those teams.
Yeah, but I think the road in the East is easier, perhaps.
It is.
I don't know. The road. Say that,
the road. Listen, Florida is a behemoth. Don't get me wrong. When they're really in tune and on it, but whoever comes through the West, especially if they come through unscathed, relatively, that's going to be the favorite team once we get right down to it.
What's with the non-belief in the Caps?
I
think 111.
I know,
Maybe
but
they were playing really hard to
Yeah.
get Ovechkin to the finish line, and they've run out of gas.
And they really had nowhere to go. I mean, they were the number one team, but they really hit the skids coming down the stretch.
But just wait till they sign Jimmy.
Exactly.
Not 2, not 3, not 4.
I don't know what it is.
Not 6, not 7.
I don't know what it is about Jimmy Butler, and I respect his game. He plays hard. What a fake. What a complete fake. He puts on this show that I'm blue-collar Jimmy. I mean, he forces his way out of every situation he's in, forces trades, only wants to go to certain teams, forces his way to the teams because the NBA's handcuffed. I blame the league for that. They allow it. They allow these entitled brats to move from team to team. And then claims, look at me, everybody. I'm a hero.
What do you? I guess what would you do if you're the NBA?
There's nothing you can do.
Well, yeah, you said they allow it. I don't know what.
Well, it's the way the league is set up. It's a players' league. The players run the NBA.
Yeah.
In case you haven't noticed.
I've noticed.
And it sets you up for entitlement. And this is why you have stories like this.
Well, we are entitled to talk to the head coach of the Avs every Wednesday at 8 o'clock, so that will happen again today. So in 45 minutes, we'll talk to the head coach, get his final thoughts before the postseason hits on Saturday, I think. Saturday?
It's got to be Saturday. It has to. The only question is what time.
So we'll talk to Bednar in 45 minutes. Chad Brown, by the way, at 8:45 this morning. We'll get back into the CU retirement of numbers stuff. But when we come back, I heard something on a podcast that I thought was interesting from Ashton Genty. As we are 8 days away from the first round of the draft, said something about the Broncos in that podcast. Get to it next.
Man, I hate to sweat, especially when you're sitting down doing a radio show. Those droplets of sweat that collect themselves right on the small of your back, waiting to make their way downhill. It's the worst, sitting in a house full of sweat. Better make sure the AC is working this summer because heat is right around the corner. You don't want to go into the summer months in Denver, Colorado with no AC or broken AC. That's why you need to call AAA Home Services. They've got a $49 AC tune-up going right now. It's a tune-up special only at AAA Home Services. Get on their schedule. Do it before it becomes too late. Schedule it today at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
Jared Bednar is going to join us in 40 minutes, and stay tuned for that as we inch and crawl our way to the postseason. I'm sure he has some thoughts on what feels like it's going to be a pretty damn healthy hockey team.
You like people who sing like this?
What?
Hi, I got to sing like this.
It does feel soft. It feels like they're whispering.
I just.
Anyway, let it roll for a second. Let me hear this.
What is that?
This is Lazy Eye by the Silver Sun Pickups.
Silver Sun Pickups.
Who's that?
It's a beer.
Hey, shh. Oh, starting to get angry.
Oh, she's getting a little Alanis Morissette going on there. Now she's getting pissed.
All right, anyway. All right, you can turn this off.
Anyway, Nelly, I don't know where you came up with that, but thanks.
Hey, let me tell you something, Vic. It's been like this all week. Every morning, Moser's walking in here with an attitude.
I feel like I'm behind. I'm behind. I can't catch up. I just can't catch up. I'm sorry.
So no, Vic. He was just saying, I don't even want to talk to you. And I'm just sitting here, by the way. I didn't say a word. I was just sitting here. Well, and I go, what's the problem? And he goes, the stupid Zoom pictures are too big and I can't make them smaller. And I was like, dude, real first world issues you're dealing with, all right? Let's calm down.
I've been up since 3:57 a.m.
How come?
This is one of those weeks where just randomly wake up. Hey, listen, you're too young, Nelly, Brett. You guys are too. It doesn't happen to you. It doesn't happen. But when you get to our age, this happens. It happens all the time, and it happens unknowingly, like no reason, none. Just go ahead and get up. 3:57. Why?
I woke up before my alarm today. I woke up at 4:30 and just got up. I mean, it's not. We weren't that far off, Vic.
But see, here's
the difference is I do that almost every day.
Difference is I went to bed at 1.
Yeah.
Well, why did you do that? What did you have to do yesterday?
That's problems too.
That's problems too. You big oaf.
I always know it's about to get real when we're coming back from commercial and I'm playing a song that's kind of poppy, and then Moj will just get in my ear and he'll go, Nelly, who is this? And that's when I go, uh-oh.
All right, hang on. Can I get to this audio, please?
No, real quick, before you get to the audio. Can I just, for those of you who missed it, the rest of the Nuggets schedule has been released. Let me just go through it real quick.
Sure.
They open up this Sunday, 1:30 at home.
Saturday.
I'm sorry, this Saturday. Apologies. Wow, I apologize.
Back check right out of the gate.
Yeah. This Saturday, 1:30 at home. The game's on. Every game I'm about to announce will be on Altitude TV, as well as what other national network. ESPN is going to carry that game. Game 2, Monday night in Denver, 8 p.m. on Altitude and TNT. Games 3 and 4 in L.A. next Thursday. That is NFL Round 1 draft night. TBD, we don't know the time yet. And then Saturday, 6 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Denver time next Saturday. Games 5, returning to Denver, will be Tuesday the 29th. Games 6 and 7, May 1st and 3rd. So that's the schedule for the Nuggets and Clippers.
It's really hard to keep track of.
It feels like we're going to go on the Avs side Saturday, Monday, too. Are we going head-to-head Monday night?
I bet you every game in every damn game between the Nuggets and Avs is going to go head-to-head same night.
I think we'll go every 2 days, though. We'll go Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, blah, 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 blah.
Dude, I'm going to tell you right now, you know how we look at schedules. We look at sports fans. Next Thursday night, April 24th, we could have, on that Thursday night, NFL Draft Round 1, Nuggets, Clippers, and Avs Stars.
No.
All the same night.
No.
If that happens,
no,
we quit this radio show.
But do the Rapids play a game? Rocky's probably playing that night too. I mean, I can't. It can't happen. Can't. Nope. Not allowed.
Rocks are 3-14, bro.
Rocks only 10.5 out of first.
They're
it's
right
April 16th.
on the cusp of the turnaround, though. I can feel it.
See, I love
it's April.
I love
16th.
your optimism, Brett. I mean, I love
no,
the fact
I'm not optimistic anymore.
Well,
Screw that.
A month ago, you were happy-go-lucky.
I'll tell you why. I thought
It's
they were
the
going to be able to
middle of
hit.
April.
They can't hit.
It is the middle of April, and they're 10.5 games.
I don't want to talk about this right now. I want to get to the audio. I don't
you're
want to
the
talk
one
about
who
the
said
Rockies.
you
No,
said
you
Rockies,
need to
though.
eat this. No, you're
How
eating
many
it.
times?
Moj, make him eat it.
How many times have I come on the show and just said, hey, guys, dead wrong, make fun of me? I've said that over and over again.
Watch
what do you
this.
want?
Watch, Vic, watch.
Double-digit deficit mid-April.
Your face.
I'm going to touch your face. Why? Double digit, mid-April.
Okay. They're bad. Really, really bad.
No. This isn't bad. This is historic.
Well, I think it's bad enough to where I don't know if Buddy Black's making it past the series. Honestly, I don't. There's really no way.
I'll tell you what, though.
This is a bigger conversation. Yeah. Let's save it for later. I want to get to the other thing first.
You find me whoever you think the best manager in baseball is, and you stick him in that dugout.
They need to hit, Moj. They aren't this bad of hitting. They shouldn't be anyway. They are.
Is Buddy
going to
be? So, okay. Just go on.
We'll get to it later. Here's the audio I want to play. We are 8 days away from what you were just talking about, Vic, the first round of the NFL draft, which could feature a Nuggets and Avs game on the same night. Who knows? But I had this dream because I'm not. I don't know what happened to people in town. Maybe the Heisman race has just soured them on Ashton Genty. I love the guy. I really wish he could be on the Broncos. I gave up because they're picking 20th, and there's no way he's dropping the 20. So I go, all right, well, that dream's dead. What else is going to be available to him? But then I heard this yesterday. Let me before I even comment, I'm going to play the audio, and you guys just tell me the first thing that pops in your head. This is Ashton Genty on the Overtime podcast.
Who have you been talking to the most?
So now I have just like separate meetings, like the Browns running back coach wants to talk to me. Like it's all like separate, like who wants to, Seahawks. But at the actual draft, I talked to 20 different teams at the combine. Excuse me. Really, the Denver Broncos, they was heavy on me, and the Raiders, they was heavy. Like we was talking the most. Like even while all the running backs was doing drills, because I wasn't competing. Like they was talking to me the whole time.
Again, before I say it, what's the first thing that hits you when he says the Broncos talk to me the most?
Mm-hmm. Well, the Broncos obviously they very much like him. Of course, they're going to talk to him. Is he worth? If he drops a little bit, is it worth swinging a deal to go and get him? Let's really find out about this kid.
I put my money where my mouth is. Dated February 26th, I tweeted, "Wouldn't surprise me one bit if the Broncos traded up to go get Genty."
It's the first thing I thought. They're picking 20th.
Okay.
What? No, hang on, Moshe. They're picking 20th. Genty is not dropping to 20.
He is not.
Mm-mm.
The only way you get Genty is by trading up.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you even waste your breath talking to him unless you're really considering it?
That's the point. But that's the point. But where is he going to go, and where do you need to get? Because once you leap into the top 10, that's a pretty big leap.
I think that's going to get to 10.
Okay, that's going to cost you plenty of capital just to go from 20 to 10.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, every spot you want to move up even more, it starts to compound, right?
Yeah,
and
exponentially.
Like if you want to get to 7, good luck, Holmes.
Well, and this is all I'm getting at is he didn't say the Broncos talked to me. He said the Broncos talked to me the most. He said it's them and the Raiders. And I go, well, that's not just casually, hey, we're at the combine, might as well talk to the guy that most people feel is the best running back in the draft. Sounds like you're pretty serious about it.
Maybe it's a just in case. I mean, teams do their due diligence. You just never know.
I would say this, though. On the subject of trading up, I'm kind of with you, Vic. I could not imagine for what you'd have to give up to get past 10 would feel nuts. But let me say this.
You have to get in front of Dallas.
Just for argument's sake.
A good point, Vic. Good point.
What if I make you George Payton and you believe this guy is Saquon? You think this guy's Derrick Henry? You would absolutely trade up to get him, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, if I told you,
if you felt he was that player,
no doubt about it,
you would you'd be stupid not to.
But if I assured you, if I said to you, this is the next Saquon, and he's going to perform like Saquon, you would be stupid not to trade up to get him.
Exactly
Agreed,
right.
but I don't think he's that guy.
Well,
you don't know.
Whatever.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think he is. I think he's awesome. I don't think he's that.
If you're talking to somebody that much, though, you think he's special.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So what level of special? And this is, again, the positional value thing is always funny to me because it's like, oh, you can't do that for a running back. And this is the greatest running back class that blah, blah, blah. And I go, well, but if you think he's that guy, then you absolutely do it.
But one thing that gives me pause as I think about it is what Jeff Legwold tells us consistently on this show. What have the Broncos done? What has Sean Payton's offense done to tell you that they're going to rely on a running back 15 to 16 carries a game? That's not what they do. It's not the style they play.
They have, though. His running backs did in New Orleans. Mark Ingram did.
Or maybe he wants to get back to that.
I hope so. I think that's the right way to go about it.
Because if you're not going to invest that many carries, what's the point, right? If you're going to invest 7 to 8 carries in a running back, do you really want to trade up and waste it?
Then, yeah, that's not worth a first rounder. You know what I mean? Like, if you're drafting a running back or considering drafting a running back in the first round, you're like, this guy is going to get the ball at least 15 times a game. Minimum. Right? Whether that's out of the backfield, whether it's catching the ball, whatever. He's going to do it. It was just interesting. I don't know. I just wanted to see how you guys felt because I heard that and I was like, that is a little bit odd that you would. They've talked to him the most for a team that's not even near the stratosphere of where he projects to be drafted.
But if you're, so that tells me that you really like him. Good.
Yeah.
But the capital you have to expend to get to where perhaps you need to get to is a lot. That's why you talk to him so much and say, is it going to be worth it to get to where we know we have to get?
Yeah.
Vic's right. Don't let him get to Dallas or you're dust. You are dust.
Why is it that I feel like people say that about a player in Dallas every single year? It's like if this guy gets to Dallas, Dallas is going to take that guy. It's always the Cowboys that are like the flashy thing will never sneak by them. And then I don't know if he just doesn't end up getting to Dallas or what, but they never end up taking that guy.
That's always been Dallas's song and dance, right? Just throw some flash out there, get on ESPN's First Take every morning, and you're set.
I did love, the old Al Davis Raiders draft strategy where you knew exactly what they were going to do every year. I'm going to find the guy with the biggest arm. That's going to be one draft. I'm going to find the fastest guy in the draft, and that's going to be our pick in the other draft. And then we're just going to repeat that cycle every 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Except the time that they had Rich Gannon, and he played pretty well for them late in his career.
Won an MVP.
Went to a Super Bowl, yeah. So anyway, a reminder, Chad
Played
Brown.
golf with Rich Gannon, Moj. He's a nice guy. Hits it far.
Seems like a nice guy.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
You guys, like Moj just said the other day, who'd you see at Disneyland?
Art Alexakis.
Who?
The lead singer and guitar player from Everclear.
Do you guys just say,
I am still living with your
I would never know
ghost.
who the hell that is. I could.
He's
sit
a pretty
there.
recognizable.
I could sit
he's
in
a pretty
bed.
recognizable
I
dude.
could
Is he
lay
not?
in bed with Art Galifakis or whatever his name is, and I wouldn't know who he is.
Andy Milonakis? Is that what you said?
I could literally lay next to him for hours and not know who this man is.
I would just love that story. What'd you do today? I don't know, laid next to this dude. What was his name? No idea. 20 hours next to this man. Had no idea what his name was.
I mean, yeah, lead guitarist Everclear, lead Art Galifianakis.
So I don't get it. Is his name?
What are you getting at?
Oh, just that you guys think that's a story. Your story was I stood next to him in line at Disneyland, and then you just looked at me like I was supposed to say something after that. Vic just goes, I played golf with Rich Gannon. And then he looked at me.
All right,
and then I was like, what is my follow-up to that?
Here's the difference. No, here's the difference. This is a sports show. Rich Gannon is a former NFL MVP. It's a sports. Moser comes up with these random lead guitarists of, I don't know, Boston, Art Galifianakis. Again, nobody cares.
See if there's an Art. Maybe that's short for Arthur Galifianakis. Man, I'm just trying to see if there's something. There is an Arthur in Art. Wait a minute. Oh, that's creepy. This is creepy. Arthur Galifianakis is likely referring to Art Alexakis. How do you say it?
Art Alexakis.
Like, how would you know him? I'm just curious.
How did AI guess that that's what I was looking for when I typed in
Maybe
Arthur Galifianakis?
Maybe
is it listening to us right now?
It might be.
How would
Art
you know
Alexakis.
this guy? How would you, what's the name of the band again?
Everclear. They had some big hits. They had some big hits, bro.
They did have some big hits.
I can't name one, but whatever. How would you know? Like, how would you be able to identify?
He's a very recognizable dude.
I swear to God, put him on. I won't recognize him. Put him on. I could lay next to him for years and not recognize him.
It's like, let me show you how much I wouldn't recognize him. I don't care.
Yeah, show me the picture so I can say I've never seen that man. Show me that.
But your assumption, the problem is, Moj, you make these assumptions that the rest of us like live in a world that, like, how would you not know this guy? No idea.
That's an old school Everclear photo.
No idea who any of those people are. Is that Eminem?
I am still living with your ghost, lonely and dreaming of the West
I like
Coast.
this game, actually. Show me the picture, and I'll prove to you how much I do not know who this man is. If you show me the picture.
This was a total waste of time.
The only thing I'm going to say is I have no idea who that man is.
Brett, you dabble with the guitar, right?
Yeah, who's that?
Brett, you dabble with the guitar.
Jimmy.
I dabble.
Have you ever seen that man?
Yes, I know who Everclear is.
No, but that man.
I didn't know that was his name. I know who that is. Yes. The band wasn't like some small indie band. They were a big band.
Why don't we focus on sports ever on the show?
You're the one who brought up golfing with Rich Gannon and said
he's a sports man. He's a man of sports.
Oh, God.
So wait a minute. If I golfed with Justin Timberlake, am I not allowed to bring that up? He's not a sports guy.
Got him. You just got him.
Now, if I laid next to Justin Timberlake for a long time, I would know who he is.
Show me a picture of Timberlake. I'm going to show you how much I do know that man.
What was that show where the guy? This is the guy who shook the hand of Andy. The guy who shook. He was brothers with the man who shook the hand of Andy Griffith. It was like a big deal. What was that from?
I don't know, Grandpa.
I think.
I don't know, Grandpa.
I think his name was Arthur Galifianakis. Yeah. All right. Jared Bednar.
Hey, Granddad.
Bednar in 20 minutes. Stick around.
Have I told you how awesome my testosterone treatment has been? I had low testosterone. It was not cool. I didn't feel like I used to feel. And that's what happens. Guys start to lose 2%, 3% of their testosterone every single year in the early to mid-30s. And then before you know it, you're like, man, I'm just not the same guy. Well, you can do something about it like I did. Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. In fact, they've got 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs, and it's easy. Go to their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. You may have low T and not even know it. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. Look, schedule an appointment. They're going to draw your blood. They're going to have your results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical providers are there reviewing everything. You got the T and the PSA test. It's only $99. And if you do sign up for testosterone treatment that day of your appointment, your visit is absolutely free. So you should do that. Do yourself a favor. Call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Jesus Everclear, Vic. This is good. You've had to have heard this song. You've heard this song, haven't you? Cool. Very, very neat. Very neat. Just trying to talk to my friend in the morning, and my friend is typing away, typing his life away.
I'm typing. I'm tweeting back and forth with a bunch of CU honks, and we're going to hear from them today because I know they listen. They claim they don't. And when I classify a CU honk, I mean it's those people who believe that CU football was never on the map until Prime arrived, that somehow CU football never existed until he showed up. He saved the world. And as much as I value what Prime and his regime has done, I totally acknowledge the success he has had, and I love it. I value it. I want it. But there did exist a history before he was here. And that history yesterday with the announcement that they're retiring 2 jerseys fresh off a freaking season, hell, they're still in school, that history has been betrayed. A complete disrespect for the history of football. I love it when these CU honks, these goldfish who have the memories of a goldfish, when they say, well, Prime put football on the map at CU. What map are you reading? The one Kyrie Irving has in his pocket?
What?
He's a flat earther, so Vic's trying to make a point.
What map do you have access to? Do you recall that there was a CU team that won a freaking national championship? A national title? The height of college football? Do you just somehow forget about that team that existed?
This is where
Does it just go away?
This is where you get caught in the middle here. Dion and Shador and Travis Hunter certainly reinvented CU. They didn't invent them. They reinvented them.
And more power to them. It needed a reinvention.
Yes.
But you don't reinvent you don't invent the internet and forget the person who invented the telephone.
I'm pulling for you, Vic. I need those to just step it up a little bit. Just a couple of those analogies, just bring them up.
I'm just saying, dude. You don't live in a vacuum. The last 2 years it's not CU football. The last 2 years, it's not. It's just a chapter in CU football.
It's a very important chapter.
Okay,
very important.
It's not more important than national championship.
No,
it's not.
No.
Let me tell you. Moser, I'll ask you, not him. I don't, because you weren't even here. You weren't alive. Moser, what is the most important era of CU football ever? What is it?
The Bill McCartney era.
Is that the best era in the history of CU football?
Yeah, it is.
Here's
by a
the
long
problem.
Shot. But hold on, Vic.
We're living with goldfish who think this is the best era.
Well, this isn't a very exciting era.
But it's not the best era.
But it could end up being the best.
But it's not the best era yet.
Not yet.
It's not even close.
When you look at the number, it wasn't just that they won a national title. When you look at the number of NFL players that program produced over that span and even into the new Heisel span and then beyond that,
it was
Gary,
a football factory of NFL talent.
There were multiple players drafted high every single year. At every position. Mason Crosby is one of the best kickers of all time, is he not? Didn't he become one of the best kickers?
So I don't need to go back in the history because we know history.
Right.
These goldfish don't. These goldfish think history started 2 years ago.
Well, here's beyond that. What got this back up and discussed again is the retirement thing of their jerseys. And can I say this? Because it's something I didn't consider, and I heard PhD talking about it yesterday. Do you want to know why college football teams typically don't retire jersey numbers? Like
because
Florida doesn't.
Because there's too many players.
Well, when you've been around for 100+ years, a lot of these teams, and you've had a whole bunch of very worthy names that go through your school and your football team to have their numbers retired, you're going to have quarterbacks wearing 58 at one point. You know what I mean? Like, you can't retire everybody's number. You want to have there's 100 people on a roster. You won't have enough numbers.
If they retired jerseys at Bama, Notre Dame, and the like, they wouldn't have jersey numbers. They have alphabets.
Well, that's what they do. Like the Ring of Honors and stuff like that across stadiums. Like that's what they do, and that's smart. The jersey number thing just on its surface feels weird. Think about Ohio State. How many numbers would they have? What would they have left if they were retiring numbers?
Or Michigan or Notre Dame or,
Listen,
not very many.
I didn't care about this whole story. In fact, I didn't even bring it up. It wasn't a story. I didn't bring it up until it got to this. We're going to have Chad Brown, CU legend, national champion, legend. He's going to join us at 8:45. I didn't care about the story until I went to the social media and read CU fans ripping on these CU players who are not happy with the move, just tearing them apart. Like, what? Who cares what you are? Who are you to the program? Who are you? You are the building block. That's who you are. You don't have CU football where it is without these guys. That's what they are. Put some respect on their name. I didn't get in. This was not a story for me until CU faithful started ripping their own. You should be ashamed of yourself.
It's also kind of a bummer too that you have this division right now. It seems like a needless situation to have CU people who should be pulling the rope all at the same time as much as you possibly can, and people are sniping at each other and getting mad at each other. You both like the same thing. It's just that this move has been seen upon by those that laid the foundation.
There's one problem.
Kind of a kick in the teeth. What?
There's one problem. Let me ask you this. Is this even a topic of discussion? If the announcement said this, we're going to retire number 12. Period.
It's still a topic, yes, because it's too early.
I don't think it's anything like this. I think most players would be like, I'm telling you, Vic, from the couple that I've talked to, they said if it was just 12, I'm cool with it. He won a Heisman. He's a great player, both sides of the football. I think we all get it.
But
it's the addition.
Even then, what's the hurry?
I understand that, but I'm just saying I don't even think the timing of it. Here's David Bakhtiari on Twitter yesterday. Trying to be slick, thinking you can just sneak that one in there. Who's he talking about?
Talking about Coach Prime and Shador.
Shador is the whole reason this is even a beef from people.
It doesn't even bother me that much. What bothers me is what is the protocol for this? What is the game? Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
What is it? So on Saturday, you're going to unveil these numbers. What does this from a school standpoint and a program standpoint? What do you gain from that? What?
I don't know. I don't know, Vic.
That's the thing. That's the other thing. It's not for the school.
What's it for then?
It's for the individuals.
It's for the egos of the individuals,
yes.
Correct?
Yes.
All right. So their egos are more important than the guys who won a national championship? Is that what you're telling me?
Who are you you talking to me?
I'm talking, because you're the one who says you're fine with this.
Hang on. Hold on. Don't confuse me with one of the people you're tweeting at right now.
We're not your Twitter.
Yeah. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not.
Sorry, I just saw your face.
I'm not at Buff Boy 1997.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not me. I said I'm not cool with this. If they just did Travis Hunter, I wouldn't care. I'd be like, okay.
But even Travis Hunter, why now? What is wrong with waiting until an appropriate time?
You're probably right.
I'm just saying. Someone tried to make the argument to me. Well, you got to do it now. You got to strike because recruiting.
No, this is all about the individual and the ego stuff. Like, this is why I asked you, Vic.
It's all ego. It's all, give me another ribbon, please. Give me more love. But we save the program.
This is what I'm talking about here. When I asked the question yesterday and you looked at me like I was stupid, I said, why is there a hurry? Mm-hmm. And just logically, think about it, Vic. What's the answer? What would be the best answer you have for why they do it now? Why?
Because Prime wants to be there while his son and his other son get feeded in front of the crowd.
In case he's not there soon.
Well, no. I mean, it's obviously, Prime originated this, and nobody had the stones up there to take him on. Nobody in the CU program, and this is where I'm most offended, no adult in the room could say to Prime, can we just, hey, we got a long line of guys who are very rightful. They're waiting in line for a long. Can we just wait on this one? No, got to happen Saturday. Nope. Nobody with the stones up there to take them on. Nobody.
Moj, yesterday when I brought that up, You knew where I was going with it. I don't know if you agreed with it or not, but it's the only thing that logically makes sense to me is if Prime is not in charge, whenever if it's a year from now or 20 years from now, if Prime didn't do this, Shedor's not getting his number retired.
That is correct. Shedeur Sanders will never have his number unless, look, he may become. I was listening to Coach Sanford in Raj yesterday on the Sprint, and Coach seems to think that Shedeur is going to have a very good National Football League career. And you know what? I do too. He will. And he thinks he's the best quarterback in this draft, and maybe he is.
That doesn't matter to CU, though.
I know, but if he ends up having a Hall of Fame NFL career, well, yeah, he can get his jersey retired, okay? But it wouldn't happen any time before that if it wasn't for Coach Prime.
But what does CU have to gain? See, listen, I've already established this, and people are trying to say I have nothing good.
What did Notre Dame have to gain when they retired Tony Rice or whatever?
They haven't.
Well, they've retired somebody.
Please, share the history for me.
What did they gain from making a statue of Jesus making a touchdown motion?
Come on, you're being stupid, and you know it. What do you have to gain?
No kidding. I was just talking about a statue.
What do you have to gain
Actually, it's a painting.
From doing this now, besides start a controversy about it?
I'll tell you what. We can get back into this at 8:45 with Chad
Brown.
That's
a great question. How often do they touch up touchdown Jesus with paint? How often do they do that?
Dude, I am not doing this.
Okay.
This sacrilege crap.
It was an honest question.
How often do they touch up the paint on touchdown?
He meant
Jesus?
touch up like a.
What do you think? I know the artists that climb up there and do this work.
You know everything there is to know about Notre Dame. Whenever we ask you something else about it,
I do know this. I do know this. I do know this. I do know this. They're going to retire Jesus' number before they retire some random player from this season.
You're right. I shouldn't ask you about anything regarding Notre Dame. I'm the a-hole. I am. I take full responsibility.
Let's talk to the head coach of the Avs, who will embark on their playoff run this weekend. Jared Bednar joins us next. Playoffs this weekend, NBA and NHL, and why not download that Circa Sportsbook and make it a little bit more interesting? The odds to win the Western Conference in the NHL, according to Circa Sports, the favorites, the Colorado Avalanche at plus 400. Whether it's futures, whether it's that day, live odds, game props, they have it all with the best odds in the game. So get with the Circa Sportsbook right now and download the app or go to circasports.com. You will not regret it. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. As we embark on a playoff run this weekend, we're always happy to be joined by the head coach of the Avalanche, Jared Bednar, joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Coach, thank you as always for the time. How do you balance with this long of a break between the end of the regular season, start of the postseason, hey, I'm going to take some time to just relax and go do a couple of things, and I need to get in playoff mode. What's that balance right now?
Yeah, well, it's pretty easy because even there's some stretches during the season that you get in these breaks and you got to find a way to manage your time. So for us, it's mostly coaches, especially mostly prep here to get ready. And, we'll get on the ice. We had an optional practice yesterday. We gave the guys a little bit of a break the day before. And then today we're going to hit the ice as a group, have a really good practice and start our meetings. So coaches have been grinding, getting the pertinent information ready that we can share with the team, and we'll start that process today and still give them another day of rest here before we get going, which looks like Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday is the day. So how do you ramp up exercise? How do you ramp up practice? Because the last week has been tough. You've been in this idle position just waiting. Does it start now? Have you been going at the Dallas Stars for a couple weeks now? Have you been scouting them?
Yeah, we've been watching their stuff for a little bit and really dug into a lot of the numbers and figuring out they do well and what some of their weaknesses are the last couple days, and we'll present some of that to our team today. And then there's lots of meetings to do when it comes to power play, penalty kill, empty net situation, 6-on-5 and 5-on-6, and then all the 5-on-5 stuff as well. So there's a bunch of meetings. We're just going to spread them out over the week, give them the information, and then do a quick refresher on Saturday so they're ready to go. But we've looked at it, so now we can make sure we're practicing some of the right things going into today's practice and Friday's practice. We'll probably focus more on special teams and still give them a rest here on Thursday. But, yeah, our guys are super disciplined with their off-ice training, and guys have been in on their off days and working out, making sure that they're going to be ready as an individual. And the whole team was in yesterday, and like I said, today will be a really good skate and a good practice start gearing up for Saturday.
Coach, as a Saski guy, I know you like the rodeo and the cowboy stuff a little bit there. I can imagine that a lot of your guys, maybe all your guys, especially 29, they're like the bull in the in the chute, right? When the rider's getting on them, they're banging their head against the gate, right? And they're like, "Let me out! I want to go! I want to go!" I can't even imagine what these guys are going to be like when they hit the ice for real. I'm probably going to be shot out of a cannon.
I would think so. I think we'll be fired up for this. I think it's just managing that emotions and making sure you're getting your rest and still putting the work in that you need to feel at your absolute best come Saturday. And, we're all the individuals and strength coaches are talking, and, we'll take care of what we need to do on the ice and give them that information so that everything gets clear in their head. They still have a few days to come to us with questions, and if they want more detail on things and if they have any questions, we'll be able to answer them for them. And, yeah, it's really just kind of a slow burn getting ready for Saturday. And as the week goes on, the players will be ramping up emotionally to get ready for the puck drop. And today will really help with that. I think getting out and having a really good practice today. Our guys are rested and eager to get on the ice. Yesterday was optional, and almost the whole team went out there and did some work and making sure they're sharp for today. So I like the way the week's going so far, and we got a lot of information to give them, and they'll have time to digest it and think on it. And with the energy side of it, it's you don't want to peak too early here. It's a little bit of a slow burn getting ready for Saturday.
Coach, I apologize. I've asked you a question for about 2.5 years now, and I want to ask it in a different way. It's not how is Landy feeling. It's what's going to be the plan with Landy this postseason.
Yeah, I haven't decided yet. We're hoping here everything goes good this week. He was on the ice again yesterday after playing 2 games on the weekend, so that's a really good sign. And, we've had this week will be good for us, too, because of all the injuries that we've had and guys trying to get over things and get feeling at their best. But we are hoping, and it's looking like we could have everybody available to us
for Game 1 in Dallas. That's the hope, that we have options in all positions here, and that we're able to choose a lineup that gets it done, and we'll just kind of go from there after Game 1, see how everyone's feeling.
So what was your reaction after watching, or clearly you weren't there, but you may have seen tape, both games by Landy for the Eagles? Were you surprised he was able to play in both games? Were you impressed with the way he played? What was your evaluation of his game there?
Yeah, I was. I think we watched the first game in its entirety, and it looked like just an unbelievable evening. I know he was really excited. I talked to the coaching staff down there. As you would expect, he was incredible with the players down there, sharing his knowledge, and them getting to see his preparation for his first game back was a pretty special moment for the organization, and the fans came out to support him incredibly well. Our players were there, management, the whole deal. Of course, we were out in L.A. and Anaheim, so we had to watch it from afar, but it seemed like it was a great night, a great event, and more importantly for us and for Landy is things went well in Game 1. He played more than he was planning on playing and played pretty well. And then I think he probably played better in Game 2. It looked like he was a little bit more involved, a little bit more comfortable, and that's the thing. He's been out for a long time, but the pace of his game seemed to pick up a little bit in Game 2, and he made an impact on the score sheet, and as well as in a bunch of other areas of the game and in the room. And so I think just total success from the weekend. And then, like I said, equally as important is he came out of a back-to-back, which I was a little surprised that he was able to do and wanted to do that, but felt really good after Game 1 and went in Game 2 and then was still on the ice yesterday. So things seem to be moving forward here.
How cool was it for that kid, for I guess Henderson, to get put in a headlock by Landeskog and then have his face washed, right? And he won't let him go, and he's giving him the business a little bit. And the ref goes, "Hey, man, leave him alone," or put him down, or whatever it is. The kid looks up like, I would get on the phone, coach, and call, "Hey, Gabe Landeskog put me in a headlock tonight, man. It was awesome."
Yeah, I think that he was, as you'd expect in this game, he was getting a lot of back slaps from the guys on the other side too. I think it's a well-known story now, and everyone's happy that he's back. You see a guy go through what he's gone through, and to get to this point where he's nearing a return, I think it's pretty exciting and inspiring for everyone that's watching it, especially the guys closest to him, and the guys on our team, I think, are really looking forward to getting him back in the lineup here.
Yeah, and Coach, if you could expand on that, I always tell the guys it's more than just what he can bring on the ice as a power forward. It's everything off the ice, too, that he brings that makes his value so huge. Could you just touch on that a little bit, what Gabe Landeskog means to the room and really kind of to the organization in that role?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard even to describe. He's like a father figure, but also one of the guys, and he's just got a wealth of knowledge. It's just the way he carries himself and the aura around him as a leader, and he's an extension of the coaching staff while still being one of the hardest competitors with the jersey on, right? So he's earned a tremendous amount of respect, and so like his voice in the room and the calming presence of everything that he brings to the locker room on a nightly basis is unmeasurable. So I think making some of these lineup decisions and talking with Landy like that, you have to take that into consideration as a coach. I think the most important thing is what's he going to be able to do on the ice at game speed at NHL at the toughest time of the year, and then what he provides to the room, and just how does it all shake out, because it looks like we got, hopefully we'll have 15 healthy bodies up front here, and we'll have to choose a lineup of 12 on a nightly basis, but it's certainly good to have him back in the mix here.
I want to ask you about that, Coach. If you're going in, hopefully, fingers crossed, fully healthy to Game 1, I know that there was sort of a rotation on the back end with, EJ would get a game here and there, and then Miles would rotate in with some guys in the forward group. Are you going to have what you feel like is kind of a set number of guys that are playing, or will there be still a rotation in the postseason?
No, we're going to play what we feel like is our best lineup to beat Dallas on a nightly basis. So there won't be a rotation. It'll be based on guys' play and and how their health is. That's usually the two things that you consider. And what does everyone bring to the table? How do we deploy them? How are they playing against the matchups that we want to look for in Dallas and that they want to look for on the road, because they control it, and see how it goes, and we make our adjustments from there.
Considering your goalies don't have the playoff pedigree, have you thought about that rotation? How are you going to use them? Is it going to be just a hot hand? What have you thought about with the goalies?
Yeah, for sure. You Blackwood is our starter, and he's the guy that we brought in to lean on, and Wedge has played incredible, so we certainly feel comfortable with both guys. And so, we pick our starter for game one and go from there. It's the same as the rest of the lineup. This is the time of year where, regardless of what you did in the regular season, like that is to sort of establish your role on the team, and the lines will be set up accordingly, and how we want to deploy our guys, and then you got to go and perform. This is about performing our best for 2 weeks to beat Dallas, and then we'll reset and go again, or you're going home. So there's really no time to sort of play around, right? We need our guys at their best and playing their best, and against the matchups that either Dallas wants in their building, and we can move them around a little bit, or what we want at home, and you got to go get the job done.
Hey, we're dying to find out, Coach. Have you gotten any hints what time you're going to play on Saturday?
No idea.
No.
Yeah.
Why don't you get on his butt, Vic. You're the coach of the team. How would you not know?
Well, you should know, Coach.
Yeah, you'd think we'd know soon here, but it's all based on TV, so they'll get a schedule here and sort it out as everything kind of moves forward this week and the regular season finishes up.
Oh my God, he yelled at me on Monday so bad. Coach.
Well, because Coach, Moser represents TV, right? He's TV. So you just said it's all on TV, so I blame the guy that represents TV, and that's Moser.
I reckon.
Yeah,
hey, go ahead, Coach.
He'll know before me.
Yeah, hopefully. Hey, we went through the lineup that you had in Game 6 last year against Dallas the other day. And then I look at your team now, and I'm like, whoa, this team is do you ever, when you're, making out, mock lineups, do you ever look at your team right now, especially if you have, knock on your wood, all healthy guys available and that sort of thing, and go, damn, it's pretty good lineup. And I know Dallas has an awesome lineup too, but you're going in as one of the heavyweights, Coach. I mean, it's a pretty darn good team.
Yeah, we're excited. There's no question. I mean, you look at our lineup even just from game one this year, and in the first 10 games with all the guys that we had out with injury, and then you look at the additions we have. We got 8-9 new guys through the course of the year, and all in key positions. And we like the structure of our team right now, and we like the way we played down the stretch. So we feel good about our team. You're always a little bit worried, kind of like a parent. You're going into it, and because you're playing another team that's a 100-plus point team that's one of the tops in the league, and also been playing really good, since the trade deadline and some of the additions that they have. But it's, this is the new NHL, right? You're going to play a really good opponent in your division right away, especially in our division. I think the league likes it that way. They're looking at long series, great TV ratings, and you got sort of two heavyweights going at it in the first round. It's not ideal for us, but the road is kind of set for us, and who will have to play, and it's up to us to just focus on what we control, and that's playing our best hockey at the right time.
As much as you're going up against a heavyweight just right out of the gates, is it motivating that you're playing against the team that knocked you guys out last year?
Yeah, I think it should be in the back of your mind, right? It should help build the rivalry, and it's something you think about. We know even at the start of the year that you're going to have to, go through Dallas and Winnipeg. They're both top teams in the league right now, and they're in our division, so you're going to face them lots in the regular season, and you're going to have to be able to, beat the best to be the best. And, so you regardless of who you draw, first round is always tough, so going after a big opponent right away in their building is something that should excite our team. We've been playing all year to get our game in order to the point where we feel really good about it. And regardless of who we play, the focus has to somewhat still be on our team and what we need to do to have success and what has given us success all year. And it changes a little bit with the nuances of the way Dallas plays, but like I said, it's still about being highly competitive and getting the pace of our game going and giving them all they can handle at the other end.
Really important question here before I'm done. Every time the Avs have a postseason opponent, Vic picks out a face on the other team and says, I don't like that guy's face. Mm-hmm. And then that guy becomes the face that nobody likes on this show. And not to name names, Coach, but do you ever look around the league and go, man, I can't stand that guy's face? Do you ever do that as a player, as a coach?
There's lots of guys, as a player all the time. As a coach, there's a lot of guys I think that you respect what they do, how difficult they are to either defend or play against on a nightly basis. Just guys that are really involved physically, and you kind of watch it and you hate to play against them because they're going to make an impact in the game. But then you look at it from the other side and you're like, geez, I'd like to have that guy on our team. He always plays really good against us, and so there's a lot of those guys in Dallas. Like we've had our battles against Dallas, over the last few years, and they're a good team. And there's no question one of the best in the league, and they find a way to win all the time. And so it's going to be a real good challenge for us. But, again, we're excited about it. We like where our team is at and looking forward to this one.
I'm super happy that you as well judge people and players by their faces. We all do it. I do have to ask you, Coach, was it not Dallas last year where you showed up and right behind you on the glass sat that fan dressed up as Jared Bednar? Exact same outfit you had. Was it not Dallas?
Yeah, it was Dallas.
So do you think that guy's going to – do you expect to see him again? Your twin – I mean, he
find
shows
a crazy
up dressed as Bednar.
Something he can't have in the closet. You got to find something he doesn't have.
Yeah, I'll have to bring a couple change of suits so he can't hit the matchup quite good.
Well, consider that flattering, man. If that guy's going to go to those lengths to dress as Jared Bednar, that is a flattering depiction of the coach right there.
I'll take it. He's a good-looking gentleman.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us every single Wednesday. Coach, good luck this weekend, and we'll talk next week.
All right, appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Jared Bednar, head coach of the Avs, as they start their playoffs from what he thinks this Saturday. Don't know the time, but all conversations with the coach. Brought to you by Quantum Fiber. Internet that's everything you imagine and then some. Visit quantumfiber.com.
Hey, Vic, can you tell that he's getting that playoff mode? Can you tell?
It's clicking, right?
Yeah, it is.
It's firing.
Yes.
The synapses are firing.
Absolutely.
But Moshe, one more question about that fan. So he had the same exact tie,
I know.
jacket.
I know.
How do you do that?
It had to
knowing
be
what
an
the
inside
coach is going
job.
to wear.
It had to be an inside job somehow.
Like somebody on the Avs staff informing this fan what coach is wearing?
Somebody saw him in the arena, maybe on the way in, but he gets there early. I don't know, but it had to be an inside job. That wasn't a coincidence. It couldn't have been.
Well, no, it was everything matched. There's no way.
So it had to be somebody
in the arena. Saw him earlier, maybe took a picture or something,
and then says, "Okay, this is what he's wearing."
Yeah, here you go. Go find the brown tie, and
you don't have much time. You got to go buy that. The wardrobe.
You probably just have a variety of different color ties, and
you take them out the trunk. It's like next year wig collection.
Maybe that guy was a plant. Like maybe the Stars put that guy behind the Avs bench.
I do know there's teams that have done that. There is one. I got this. I was talking to a former NFL player.
Do you remember that lady that was planted behind Bednar at one game? Was it? Oh man,
nope, don't remember that at all. Nope.
The lady?
I do. I remember that.
Oh, you do? Okay.
I remember.
I remember both of them.
I remember. I think it was in Dallas, too. I think it was Dallas. It's always Dallas.
Both of them.
Rich, you got huge tracts of land.
Was it not Dallas? Help me out. Texters,
yeah,
Twitchers.
I'm sure it was Dallas.
Dallas too.
They're notorious, yes.
It's something about Dallas, and they just plant people.
It's got to be they got to be plants. Have to be, and that's valuable. That's valuable real estate there behind the bench. I mean, that's That costs a little bread. So if you're going to plant somebody, you're sacrificing that bread. Hope it's worth it.
You're saying that Dallas implants specific people behind Jared
Certain
Bednar?
implants. Yeah. I watched the hell out of that game.
I mean, giant.
What were you going to say?
I don't know.
No, Brett was going to say something.
He doesn't know either.
He's completely off track now.
Hang on a second, Moj. I'm just a red-blooded American man. I have a thought, but when you say something like that, it erases my mind immediately.
Because you know why? He remembers it now.
Yeah. Hey, you know what?
Look at this clown. He's wearing the exact same thing.
For all of the women listening, if your husband's upset, lift up your shirt and it will wipe his hard drive immediately. Nothing will happen, okay? I'm telling you. What are you looking at me for, Vic? Why are you looking at me like that?
I dare you to say that to my wife.
If your husband's upset about something,
hold on a second,
and that happens, you're not mad anymore, Vic.
Not only did the dude dress like Bednar.
What are you going to say, Vic? All right, back to what I was talking about. Yeah, you weren't pulling that.
Don't call me that.
Brett, not only did the guy dress like Bednar, but the person next to him was his buddy with like blonde hair. Did you see that?
Yes.
Remember that dude who wore the dress with the blonde hair? Yeah.
Do you have it? Put it on the back screen.
Anyway.
I don't know how to do that.
Which one? The dude or the other one?
This segment.
Both. Let the viewers decide.
How about this? How about you do the same thing? You just put that woman behind me for the rest of the show and see if it can focus.
Let's see if we get through a segment.
All right. Back after this. All right. Chad Brown's going to join us at 8:45. But yesterday, Christian Brown was on Kreckman and Lindahl. Couple things he had to say. He was asked about the firing of Malone in Booth and the timing of when it took place. Here's Christian Brown.
I mean, it's different. It's my first, obviously, coaching change I've had to navigate. We've had to navigate since I've been in the league. It's not something that you want to go through, but it is something that does happen. I think we've done a good job of, refocusing, making sure that we're locked in on, the right things we need to be locked into. Right now it's obviously a key moment in the year. It was time for us. We needed 3 wins in a row, and we got them. So now we're refocused, and we're making sure we're focused on the Clippers. But it was a different change. It's not something you want to go through, but I think we did a really good job up to this point of navigating it.
Says Christian, and I know that's something you wanted to touch on yesterday, Vic, was when he was talking to Kreckman and Lindahl about this exact thing. We'll get to the other piece here where he talks about what's different under Coach Adelman, but go ahead.
Are you asking me to go ahead?
Yeah.
I love Christian's tone because I think he is in a span of 2 weeks. Can you guys get the feeling he's taken on a leadership role?
Totally.
He went from I'm a follower, hey, I'll do whatever. He's now no, I got this. I'm in charge of breaking the huddle after the games. I'm going to be a leader.
Yeah.
If no one else wants to do it, if no one else wants to step into that void, I'll do it. And I love it.
I do too. I think that is pretty clear. He's been, I know this was a big story for some people around here. I was not as bothered when Russell Westbrook was kind of avoiding post-game media obligations, especially after the Minnesota one where his direct influence in the final couple possessions led to a loss, right? Do I think you should answer for it? Yeah, you should. But the thing that Christian was the guy who goes up to the podium now and just kind of spills it, right?
He will have the challenge of a lifetime in this series guarding James Harden, because I suspect that will be his assignment. If I'm thinking about it now, you're going to put AG on Kawhi, and you're going to put, who else would you put on James Harden? It's got to be. It's got to be Christian Brown.
Yeah, it has to be. He's quick enough to do it. He's physical enough to do it. And he was asked yesterday how you prepare for James Harden and not get frustrated by the whistle.
I think that, when talking about James, I think he's kind of mastered the game on the offensive side. He's really good, obviously. Like you said, getting fouled, that's something he works on. That's part of his game. Even his step backs, he kind of baits you into running under him. And he's just a really good player on that end. So you have to be ready for everything. You got to be ready for his step backs. You got to be ready for when you get to the lane to take his bumps. He's seeking your arms out. And like I said, he's just mastered the offensive side of the game. I think that a big part of that is you got to involve him on defense. You got to make him work. You got to make things tough on him the whole game. It's not going to be perfect. You're not going to hold him scoreless, but as long as you can make each look really tough on him, then that'll really help us out.
He's so right, though. James Harden goes arm hunting, if there is such a practice.
Yes, he does. He does.
If your appendages are like loose, if you're like Gary,
he will seek your appendages out to run into them.
He will find your arm, pin it under his, carry it with him to the rim, and you will get whistled for a foul. So you almost have to play limbless in this series.
I think there's a lot of things that disgust me. The lengths that people will go to try and draw a foul, whether it looks like you took a shotgun blast to the chest,
sure.
Whether you flop and you fall down. My least favorite, Moshe, come here. Can you stand up for a second? Illustrate here for the people watching on Altitude Television, Twitch, and YouTube. So if you're defending me and you got your hand, this move, like the rake underneath to hit your arm on the way up is the worst thing that this league has.
They were supposed to have eliminated a lot of those.
They were supposed to call technicals for flops too. That's gone real well.
Vic, I've seen him literally jump on top of people and into people. I mean, listen, he's a very good player to begin with. Then when he's mastered the art of the whistle and the jumping into you to make it look like you're doing it, like you just stand there, he'll jump into you and then fall down and go, you know what I mean? He's very, very good at it.
Yeah.
It's not an easy task to be able to guard that guy for an entire series. It's going to be frustrating, that's for sure.
By the way, you mentioned something yesterday that was said to him. Can we go to cut 4, please, from Christian Brown-Nelly? You said something, Vic, that I think would be smart. And it's odd because it doesn't feel this way. When you've had a team and especially a core. So Jokic has been here for 10 years, right? 10?
Pretty much. Decade.
Jokic and Murray about 8. Jokic, Murray, and Porter about 5 or 6. Jokic, Murray, Porter, and Gordon like 4.
Uh-huh.
It feels like this team is like old, and they aren't. They are not an old team. The Clippers are an old team. So you suggested, how about you just try and outrun them? Well, they asked that to Christian Brown yesterday.
Well, I got to make it hard for him. Like I said, I think that just going out there and making sure that I'm making him work on both ends will be really good for us. Obviously, he's so talented on offense. His hands are actually really good on defense. He's good in the post, too. So it's not that he's a bad defender. I think sometimes just guys are so good on offense, making him work on both ends, especially maybe in the altitude, too, will help us out. So he's a really good player. We got to involve him on defense, and we got to be ready for everything that he brings on offense. And a big key, like you said, is not letting him get to the free line and get easy ones, not letting him throw easy lobs to Zubac. So there's a lot of things you got to prepare for with him. But I think involving him on offense is a good way to get him involved and make him work.
You know, it would not surprise me, and I really do. I'll make one prediction about the series. I believe that the winner of Game 1 will win the series. And I hate to simplify it, but I think coming out of the gate, winning Game 1 is going to be very important. I think it's vital.
Sure.
I think setting the tone in Game 1.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Hitting first. Landing that first punch. And I think every game's going to be tight. And I think it's going to be like, I got a dentist appointment today. It's going to be like that. It's going to be like going to the dentist. You're always weary, anxious, like what's coming? What's the next move? What nerve is going to be hit next? Where will it hurt? When will it hurt again? That's what this series is going to feel like. You're never easy in that chair.
I'm begging you, as a co-host.
How long do you want me to keep my mouth wide open? How
Stop
long?
Making analogies today. Please stop.
I am pleading with LeBron James as a father. Stop this.
I have to say
this.
You've thrown out about 8. I think that one's probably the best.
I have to say this. Did you guys catch yesterday? Did you guys catch Chris Broussard and Kendrick Perkins dramatically stating their MVP votes? Like drum roll, please. Everybody, you've been waiting for this moment. Broussard especially. Everybody's been wondering what I'm going to do with my MVP pick. It is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander because MVP votes were required.
Wait. All right. Moj, did Vic just tell me that the two guys who have never voted for Jokic as their MVP didn't vote for Jokic as their MVP?
And that was my point. My point was, all right, so you're Kendrick Perkins. At no point have you ever, I mean, this is a 3-time MVP, and he's never once voted for him.
Never.
All right, so think about that for a second. Think about that. Not one time has he voted him MVP, and he's won it 3 times. So you want me to sit here on the edge of my seat going, oh, I wonder who Kendrick's voting for. Oh, my God.
Vic, here's something that I got more enjoyment out of than that insight you just gave us.
Yep. She's
What?
back. Look at my screen, Vic.
Oh, you found it?
Found it.
That's a plant.
I'm telling you, the fact that those guys, it's like the least shocking news ever. Ever. It's, you know when Desmond Howard, every year before the college football season starts, they're like, give us the predictions for your college football playoff teams. And it's like, and I have Michigan. You're like, you don't say.
Oh, really?
You don't say.
Listen, I've been thinking about this long and hard. I think Ohio State's going to be there. I think Alabama and Georgia have a really good shot. I've been really, really pondering this really hard.
Mm-hmm.
But the way Broussard announced his on Twitter,
it's
it was like,
ridiculous.
Hey, I've been thinking about this one, guys.
It's so stupid. It's just dumb. I mean, we've already made the case for our guy. You don't need to make the case anymore. But it's silly.
And I say that with all honesty. I know Shea's going to win, and it's not like I'm resigned to it. He deserves some love. It's just remarkable to me that the year that the 3-time MVP has his best numbers ever, historic numbers, that he's denied. It's just crazy to me, the irony of that.
Yeah. Well, especially I just saw something from Kirk Goldsberry. So he's the big analytics nerd. He has that. What book did he have that came out recently about the advent of the three-pointer, how it's changed the NBA, blah, blah, blah. He was talking about Jokic. And he said, Nikola Jokic is literally the most efficient jump shooter in the NBA among all people who took 400 jump shots. He's the most efficient. So he's not, I think people get confused with Joker, just thinking like, oh, he's a guy who just hits like 2-foot turnaround layups and baby floaters and all this. No. He's the most efficient jump shooter that the league has this year. Most out of anybody. Just insane. So look, we'll get back to this in a bit. Chad Brown is going to join us in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. Let us go back out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com, as we are joined by Buffs legend, Chad Brown. Chad, how are you, buddy? Thanks for joining the show.
Good morning, fellas. I'm doing fantastic. And yes, it seems to be quite the hot topic we are about to discuss.
How do you still look so young? What are you doing?
Because
you're an old guy like me, man. What are you doing?
It's all filters. Don't believe what you see. No, I try to take care of myself. When you've put as many miles on your tires as I have, the ability to maintain the old car. I think of myself as an old car. Yeah. Can't drive too fast. Can't do anything too crazy. Got to get it regular maintenance. That's how I keep this thing going.
Chadwick, one of the reasons why we wanted to have you on the show is I was saddened by the reaction that a lot of Buffs fans have had toward players of your ilk, players who have sweat. You put in the work, the blood to build that program, and you come out publicly and you say, hey, a little disappointed with the decision that was made. There's others that came before these guys that should have been honored and wait in line. That's all you said. You didn't diminish what Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders did. None of us have, because they're great players in their own right. You just said they sort of butted in line. And the reaction from CU fans is what has me in a tizzy. And my question is, are you as disappointed as I am with the people who follow the Buffs not understanding that there is history before Prime arrived?
It's obviously our society is in a bit of an odd place where the very vocal yet small minority seem to drive the conversation. And this is where we are with this. If you were to look at the social media metrics of the amount of retweets and likes and all that stuff that my comments got versus the negative comments, I'd say it's probably 20 or 30 to 1. Yeah. But that one is very loud and vocal, and they've got a really strong opinion. Either I'm old and I'm bitter, or I've never paid attention to the program since I left, so why are you paying attention now? Or what do you mean? What's a waiting period? What's that for? That's ridiculous. Give these guys their flowers. I'm not denying that they deserve some type of flowers. Hell, Travis won the Heisman Trophy. Yeah. His number certainly deserves to be retired. But to your point, Vic, there are all types of amazing players who have come before these guys. CU football was not invented just 3 years ago. Nope. We've got a tremendous history. We've got a national championship in our history. So to deny that and give these guys their flowers before other guys, and Eric Bieniemy, a Darian Hagan, many other guys, that would be impossible to list all of them out here, they also deserve their flowers. So I'm not sure if this is a Coach Prime thing, if this is a Rick George thing. It's certainly not a Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders thing. Yeah. They're the quote-unquote innocents in this, but the conversation seems to be, at least from the folks who are pushing back on my point, that somehow I either don't view them as great players, or I'm old and bitter and get off your lawn, old man, and shut up.
Yeah, that's what's sad about this. Guys like Travis Hunter's caught in the undercurrent. He's simply the greatest CU football player I've ever witnessed. I've never seen anything like him. So I understand. I'd like to know, have you talked to your fellow alum? Who makes the decision? Who was it that decided this Saturday, hey, man, it's a good time to do this? I mean, these guys are still in school for all I know. Why now?
I have yet to hear from anybody from the CU administration as to how this decision was made, who made it, why they made it, why it's right now. I've certainly heard all kinds of speculation. I don't want to dive into that, but I can say I've spoken to a number of my fellow alumni, and the feeling seems to be quite mutual that nothing to take away from what these guys have accomplished on the field. They are great Buffs based on what they've done on the field. Just the timing feels a bit off. It feels premature to celebrate this right now. And again, there are others who are very well deserving who should be in line before Shedeur or Travis get theirs.
The one thing I thought about, Chad, and I've been talking to a couple former Buffs the last couple days. If they just stopped at 12, do you think this is an issue? Because Travis Hunter did win a Heisman. He was one of the craziest dual threat players in college football history. If they stopped there, is this as big a topic? Is this mostly about Shedeur, I guess, is what I'm asking.
I think so. I think so. Obviously, you win a Heisman Trophy, you deserve it. But even the previous Heisman Trophy winner at CU, Rashawn Salam, had to wait a long time before his number was retired. CU's only retired 4 numbers in the great, tremendous history of CU football, only 4. So suddenly 2 guys get in while, to Vic's point, they're still on campus. It just seems to be so far removed from any previous procedure that it can't help but be questioned. And again, we're not questioning whether they are great football players. It's just there's a timing issue. And again, there's other previous players who have won those numbers that I can say, wow, well, if we're going to get this guy in, well, what about this guy? To go specifically to number 2, what about Deion Figures? My CU teammate, won a Thorpe Award, had the game-sealing interception in the Orange Bowl against Vic's Fighting Irish, was a huge part of our national championship. College Football Hall of Fame, CU Athletic Hall of Fame. How is he not deserving? And this other guy who was, again, yet to leave campus somehow gets to leapfrog in front of him.
Yeah, and you know what's so, I guess what's so tough for me to reconcile, Chad, is that, you know, we've been waiting for the program to kind of get back for some time, right? There's been a lot of different connotations and so on. And right now, there's a lot of attention. Things are pretty damn good. And then you have something like this that has to drive a wedge, you know, between new and old and whatever, or even people who are seemingly on the same page, but now they have a wedge driven between them and there's sniping and bickering. And it seems so unnecessary to me.
Yeah, and I've been accused of being on the unnecessary side of this, that I should just let this go. The Buffs are winning, therefore all is okay in Buff land. I'm stoked the Buffs are winning. Absolutely stoked. I'm stoked that the program is back. Yeah. But again, the past matters. Legacy matters. Whose shoulders do we stand upon? You guys, as awesome radio hosts here in the Denver market, we all stand upon Irv and Joe.
Exactly.
We stand upon their shoulders. And to somehow, for one of you to get an award and not acknowledge the greatness of Irv and Joe would be unfortunate, would be an oversight on your part. So for us who are stoked the Buffs are winning and happy these guys have played the way they played and certainly deserve their flowers, it also does not recognize the greatness of the past. And for some of these more recent CU fans, I think a bit of an education would be worth it for them to understand CU football wasn't invented a couple of years ago. The last 10 years, the 2 of some success and the 8 before that where things weren't so good, CU football has a history before that. And there's a lot of greatness in there. And if we ignore the past, we're ignoring this legacy that we all stand upon.
Well, you're not alone in your disappointment, Chad Brown. I know plenty of CU alum, including Joel Klatt. I know a lot of guys that have gone public on this. J.J. Flanagan, yourself.
I've had some guys behind the scenes reach out to me, Chad, and just text me, and I'm like, oh, wow.
So this isn't just a few people bitter about it. This is not a bitterness among a few. This is it seems like the bulk of the CU alum group that looks at this as a smack in the face. I'm most disappointed, Chad, and tell me if you follow me on this one. Where's the adult in the room? Rick George was on your coaching staff when you win a freaking national title. He runs the operation up there. Why isn't he facing Prime head on and saying, no, man, there's too many guys that we have to honor before these two. Where's that leadership? Why are they acquiescing to Prime right now on this question? I assume it's Prime's decision. I don't even know for sure.
That's an interesting one because while Rick George would certainly seem to be the highest decision maker in this whole process, and I certainly think of Rick as a personal friend, and to your point, I've known Rick since 1988, and there's a relationship that's separate from him being the athletic director and me being a former alum there. So I'm, like you, a bit disappointed that Rick would not see the blowback and how the feelings of folks of my era or any other great CU era would be a bit hurt and upset. So there's that. But I don't know who's making this decision there. But Rick has also done a tremendous job of expanding the CU Athletic Hall of Fame
100%.
and really keeping that forward and having more guys go into that. Heck, Don Hasselback, who just died a couple of days ago, he was admitted into the CU Athletic Hall of Fame just in 2024. So there's always been an effort from Rick to acknowledge guys of the past. That's why this one seems to be so disconnected from what seemed to be a strong inside the university drive to give guys their recognition for the greatness they achieved on the field in the greatest era of CU football.
It was such a great era. Damn, it was so good.
It was the greatest
era.
era.
Yeah, by a mile. Chad, last thing for me, how are you received up there? How are those guys? Let's say from late '80s to today. How are they received by Coach Prime, the staff, and so on and so forth? And is there recognition of the greatness of this program gone past?
I'd say there's a bit of a disconnect. There is a bit of a disconnect. And we've seen this with other CU coaches before. I've always said a football facility should have images of greatness on the wall. So Dan Hawkins came in and pulled all the things off the wall because he wanted to establish a new era of CU football. Well, if you're not walking past images of greatness all the time, how are you inspiring to be great?
Yeah, where are you, Alfred Cordell, Canavis? I mean, let's just go through the whole list, right?
Yeah, so all that stuff was pulled down. And so I saw that as a bit of a mistake. And now there's certainly images. There's a giant, massive poster of me in the field house, which I certainly appreciate. And I was talking to Robert Livingston, the defensive coordinator. He was like, "Oh, I pass a giant image of you every day before I walk into my office." So I know where that's at inside the Champion Center. So there's certainly images of greatness, but the personal connection from players of, again, the time frame that you listed to the current program doesn't seem to be something that's strongly pushed by the current staff. Football coaches do all kind of things for all kind of different reasons. I have yet to hear a reason, but certainly I think there is something currently that I could assist this program with.
Chad Brown, Buffs legend, and good to always hear from you, Chad. Glad you jumped on today and appreciate your time. Vic, you got something else?
Yeah, it wasn't a clip. It was never a clip.
It was absolutely a clip. And to the guy I gave some flowers to earlier, Dion Figure, his quote on 30 for 30, the gospel according to Mac, the ESPN awesome history of what we accomplished back then. It was a hell of a clip. Yes, it was a clip, Vic.
Chad, nobody cares about your opinion.
We do. We got you, CB. Thanks. And by the way, just text me your skincare products because I obviously need some of that, man. I need something. Yeah.
Thanks, Chad.
Thanks, guys. See you guys. Take it easy.
Chad Brown joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline.
Brett, those Buffs teams. They were so good. The teams were so good. They won
a national title.
I know, but there were so many studs.
Pretty self-explanatory how good you are.
No, but for so many years.
The best in the country. Yeah.
Not only that team, though, the Cordell Stewart teams, the Rashawn Salam teams. I mean, those. Do you understand the amount of NFL talent on those squads? Do you know how many players were drafted from those squads?
The Westbrooks.
Do you understand?
You don't know.
Okay, well, there's a couple things I want to get to.
$1 billion offensive linemen can kick ass in the league.
Something you mentioned about Rick George I want to get to in a second, Vic, so we'll get to that on the other side. Along with, you guys want to hear what the NHL PA Player Poll looked like this year?
Yeah.
See where some of your Avs stack up?
Well, yeah.
Well, we'll get to that next.
Okay.
All right, I want to get to this player poll in a second, but we need to spend a couple minutes on something here. Moser's going to yell at me. He's going to yell at me, but he has become what he has despised. He just spent the entire Masters week yelling about a single player on the golf course, not realizing that he's him. Moser's Patrick Reed.
Patrick Reed?
Moser's Patrick Reed.
They have the same body makeup.
What Moser told me the other day, and I knew that he did this. I know it. Moser goes out, he plays a great round, I guess, yesterday. He told me earlier today. 74.
I saw your swing.
Puts together a 2-over. No.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
I believe him. Shot a 74 yesterday. But what does he tell me? And he's going to stay away from the microphone in shame because the worst thing you can call somebody in golf is dishonest. I'll believe that he shot the 74. Know what he told me?
I won't.
I'm not posting it. Because he doesn't want his handicap to drop. Because he wants to, when he plays for money, he wants to get the extra pops.
You know
right?
what that's called? You know what that's called the Kyle Keefe strategy.
Yeah, it's a sandbagger. And it's just as dishonest as if you shot an 81 and you said you shot a 75.
Here's the difference.
It's just as bad.
So Vic on the front, of course, where I play, it's 35-37, right? 3 par fives in the back. For the first time in my entire life, on the front nine, I had all 4s on my scorecard.
Were you just feeling it?
I was just feeling it. I was knocking it to the middle of the green and 2-putting. Yeah. My short game was really good. I've got a new mental workup to my short game. I tested it out. It worked well. I'm going to go try again today. I'll keep you informed. But all 4s. So it means I bogeyed both par 3s. I got lucky to bogey them. And then I birdied the 1 par 5 on the front, and then I made a 6 on the first.
That doesn't matter. Okay, that's not the point. The point is you're sandbagging, dishonest golf player.
No, the point is this. Is that so far removed from how I've been for the last 9 months or what? I mean, dude,
it doesn't matter.
You've seen me.
It doesn't matter. You shot it.
Like
Post the score.
I'm taking must doubles because I can't keep the ball in the fairway. It's not a true indication of where I am as a golfer right now.
Moser, I posted all 3 of my rounds at Augusta.
Dude, you could have shot 160. You would have posted all 3 rounds because you say, I played Augusta.
Actually, I didn't because it's not even postable.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Why not?
Wait, are you telling me Augusta isn't on 18 birdies that I can't just log it? I can't just log
I
it on
tried
my
to
18
post
birdies
it. I can't
app?
post it.
Wow. Anyway, Brett, it's not, look.
It's a big deal. No, it's a big deal. And you're a liar, and you're Patrick Reed.
But it's not who, no, I don't bump, I don't rake sand upon.
Okay, hang on.
No.
So you're calling him a cheater?
I play the ball where it lies. You know that. I've played with you a billion times.
Where?
Yeah, you do take a few mulligans when we're
Take
betting.
some mullies. Here's the thing. What is it about Patrick Reed that you hate? That he is a cheater, right? What would be the purpose in not posting your score from yesterday?
Because it's not real.
What do you... So what?
So wait, it was make-believe?
Yeah, it was make-believe. It was in your mind. You dreamt it?
But it's too... in fact, I bogeyed 18 to shoot 1 over in the back. Hey, hang on a second. Hey, that's tooth fairy stuff. That's like tooth fairy.
Why would you not post the score?
Because he feels it's going to make him seem better than he is.
I'm not that good, Brett, right now.
So
you know I'm not.
You
I used to could be a 3, but I'm not that anymore.
You don't want to do it because it would lower your handicap. So when you use that in games that you play for money, it would be harder and, dare I say, accurate. Which means you would like to cheat your score.
No.
To have a better chance.
No.
Just like Patrick Reed like to just brush the sand trap a little bit. Just brush it. Because to make it a little bit easier for him.
Dude, I'll tell you what. If you went out and shot a 69 today, because I know you're playing today.
I shot a 74 last year. I posted it.
Well, your handicap came down from like 20 to like 12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I didn't?
If you posted a 69 today, dude, you'd be a 4. And you'd say, I'm not a 4.
Yeah, but I would post it.
I'll tell you what'll settle this. Let's go play a money game, boys.
Sounds good. I've been trying to get you guys on the course for weeks. But I got to go to Dallas on Friday. I don't have time to talk to you.
NHL Player Poll results.
Yeah, let's go with this.
Best overall goalie is 31%.
Well, it's Hellebuck.
No, it's not. Not according to the players.
Then it's Ottinger. Shesterkin.
Ottinger's not even in the top 5.
Vasilevsky.
Vasilevsky's number 1. Shesterkin number 2. Hellebuck number 3.
By the way,
who's 4?
These guys are huge, by the way. Bobby's 4? Bobrovsky? Officer Bobrovsky. These guys are huge.
Saros is 5.
UC Saros had a crap season, though. He was bad this year.
So that was close, though. 31% to 24% for Shesterkin. Vasilevsky takes it. Okay.
All right.
Best overall forward.
I would say Nate, but I'm guessing they're still saying McDavid.
They are saying McDavid.
God, McDavid's going to get that vote forever.
What do you think the percentage is? So, again, this poll was 663 NHL players on 12 hockey-related questions.
I would say 42%.
74.
Wow.
3 out of every 4 players think it's him.
That's crazy. Okay.
Nate got 9.5. Kucherov got 6.5.
Okay.
And then it goes to Crosby at 1.5.
Kale, 100%.
Best overall defenseman, yes.
Kale, 100%.
Kale is the leader. He's at 72%.
That's oh, my God.
Quinn Hughes got 7.5. Hedman got 5. Yossi got 3. 72 is a huge number, though. Dominated. Most complete player, as voted on by the NHL players.
Most complete player?
Most complete
Wouldn't
player.
that be McDavid again?
No.
Or would that be Cale Makar?
Not Kale.
Is it a forward or a defenseman?
Kale is not in the top 6.
Is it a forward or a defenseman?
It is a forward.
Has to be. But most complete player. Boy, that's a good one. It's not Kopitar.
It's not Connor McDavid either. He is 4th.
Is it Matthew Tkachuk?
Nope.
Is it? Hold on.
Kopitar was 6th.
Kopitar. It's funny because he's 30. What's he now? 37 years old.
Here, let's see if I can inch you over here.
Dude, he's the same guy that he's been. I mean, he's been. Okay, go ahead.
Kopitar 6th.
Okay.
Matthews 5th.
Matthews is really damn good. Yeah.
McDavid 4th.
Okay. Who does he play for? The third guy.
The third guy plays for the Avs.
Nate.
It's Nate.
Okay.
The second guy plays for Florida.
Oh, it's Barkov.
Barkov.
Yeah.
Got 31%. With 33, almost 34% is.
That's because these guys defend really, really well. What team does he play for? Or do you know?
No, I know. It's just going to give it away. It's still, how about if I say it that way? Still.
Draisaitl.
At his age.
Oh, it's Sidney.
Sidney Crosby.
Yeah.
Still voted the best overall player. Or, I guess, complete player.
That takes into account everything, Vic. That takes into account back checking and working your own zone and so on.
In the words
of so
Patrick
forth.
Beverley, does it take into account fashion?
By the way, Sidney Crosby also wins. If you need to win a faceoff, who would you pick? 20% would still say Crosby.
You know, Crosby in his early stages.
Who is the smartest overall player? It is still Sidney Crosby.
Probably is.
A lot of respect for Crosby still. A lot. Best playmaker?
Wow.
Kucherov.
Yeah, he's really
48%.
good. He's really good. Kuch is really, really, really good.
Where you get to this topic, by the way, the Avs have 2 of the top 3. You can guess who they are. What's the order? Best overall skater.
Wow.
Well, Makar's got to be up there.
That's Kale and Nate, but what order?
So McDavid's winning this with 66%.
McDavid is a great skater.
But who would you put in front of the other? Would you say McCarr or McKinnon?
Well, their styles are totally different.
What do you think the order is?
I would say with the edge work, it's probably Kale. With the power, it's Nate. I would say Kale and then Nate.
Kale's second with 11%. Nate is third with 9%. Vic? This is a question just for you. You mentioned it. Which player has the best fashion sense? It's an actual question that was asked to 663 NHL players.
Wow.
God. But you know what? Let me provide this platform to salute the NHL Players Association and all players. They know how to dress. Those dudes dress.
We got a tie for number 1. Pasta and Austin Matthews were voted as the best fashion sense.
These guys must have Italian tailors, like, just at the ready at any moment, Vic. Like, if one little string comes out of a seam or something, like, they must have, because these guys look good on game day. Like Arturi Lehkonen, with his pocket square, and he's got this kind of big butterfly collar thing going on at times. He looks good.
Dude, when the Avs come off the bus and they're all wearing those tailored suits that fit them to a T, and then you come off last,
then I
I
come stumbling off with my Dockers and Skechers.
a couple of dude, I got a pair of those like Skechers slip-on shoes. Oh my god, they're so comfortable. I love them.
You should see your boy. You should
I swear to God, if you ever wear those around me.
Vic, I don't know what to tell you. They're comfortable.
If you wear those in my presence.
You know the shoes I'm talking about, right? They just don't have laces on them.
You should have seen your boys. Like, I got these at the discount. Where'd you go?
DSW.
Yeah, DSW.
Another pair of shoes I showed Vic yesterday.
He goes,
he showed me a pair of shoes yesterday. He goes, hey, guess how much I paid for these?
$12.
Whatever you paid for them, it's too much.
Nope, it wasn't. $27. They're super comfortable.
Yeah, but he wore those white
and they're
ones.
Nikes.
The white ones you wore were $12, right?
Yeah.
$12, and dude, he couldn't have been happier. I love it.
Stoked.
I love it.
I mean, stoked about it. All right, couple other ones. These are fun. Who would be a good broadcaster once they retire? And Av does show up on this list.
Eric Johnson?
EJ.
Yeah.
Got 2.5% of the votes.
I can tell you right now, Eric Johnson would be brilliant in that line of work.
Leader, by the way, is Kevin Hayes, Moj. Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he's pretty good talkative guy. I think a lot of guys would be good given the opportunity and a little coaching. I think a lot of guys would be good.
Here's which PWHL rulebook change would you like to see in the NHL?
Huh? From the women's game.
30% say they want the jailbreak goal, which is a minor penalty will end if you score a shorthanded goal. That it ends if you get a shorty, which I think is actually pretty cool. A double reward, if you will.
Man, that would change the momentum.
If you guys were dumb enough to give up a shorty on a power play, then you lose. Sorry. You get nothing. What do you think?
Okay.
30% said they liked it.
How about you're just on a power play for 2 minutes, period? Like a major. Like if you score on the power play, you get to keep staying on the power play. Maybe you can bang out a couple.
That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about the other thing.
I'm just asking you.
25% want the 3-2-1 point system, which is 3 points for a regulation win, 2 for an OT win, 1 for an OT loss.
Correct.
Top seed picks opponent in the playoffs. 16% want that.
So now you're getting into dangerous territory.
That the number 1 seed chooses their opponent.
Can you imagine that? Yeah, we want these guys. I think
that'd be incredibly entertaining. I would want no part of it if I was the top seed.
That's agreed. Agreed.
I want nothing.
Because that 8 seed is going to go, oh, really? You want some of this? Right?
Exactly. Oh, really?
Oh,
you
really?
Choose us.
You choose to have some of this. Because if you want this, you can have this. I'm just asking, is that what you really want? Okay. We'll see you in your place. All right. Sounds good.
That's pretty much the end of the list. The NHL arena with the best ice, Montreal.
All right. But, for years back in the old barn, it was Edmonton.
Edmonton is second. Winnipeg is third. Minnesota's fourth. All something in common, Vic?
Cold weather cities.
They're cold. There is one warm weather city that made this list, Vic, that goes against your rule.
He's going to hate it. Look at him.
Vegas.
Really?
Vegas ended up as 5th with the best ice.
I've told you this before. I shouldn't have said. Oh, man.
What?
I was in the elevator, and in L.A., they play the music really loud. Okay? They play it really loud. Mm-hmm. And I was talking to this other guy, and the guy apparently who does all the music and all that stuff was in the elevator with me. I didn't realize it was him. I'm like, it's just so loud in here,
Uh-huh.
And this gal goes, well, I said, Vegas is more loud. And she goes, well, they're both AEG buildings, so maybe there's something da-da-da-da-da. I said, in Vegas, the speakers are right. It makes me have to pee because the vibrations go through your body, right? I mean, you got to go take a little break. Anyway, the guy goes to me, but he was listening to the conversation, says, well, I played as loud as Luke tells me to play it, talking about Robitaille. I'm like, oh, you're the guy. Okay, well, it's just loud in L.A. Loud.
You should have peed right there.
Well, let me show you what your music is doing to me, all right? Zzz.
Can I mention one thing? Because there's a lot to get to. If you guys missed Bednar from earlier, I want to play audio of potentially fully healthy roster heading into the postseason. So, but just quickly, the Nico Harrison thing from yesterday was insanity. They weren't allowed to have phones or recording devices when he spoke to the media, which is what does he think's going to happen?
Yeah, I don't know. That is weird.
What is he doing? Like, hey, pat you down. Let's see if he's wired. Like, what are we doing here? You're speaking to the media. So that's number one. Number two, the recap from what I understand was a mess. And the fact that he had the balls to say this. He goes, my obligation is to the Dallas Mavericks. It's what's the best interest of the Dallas Mavericks. And that's the most important thing. Some of those decisions are going to be unpopular, maybe to Dirk and maybe the fans, but my obligation is to the Mavs.
But what is the obligation to the I mean, he's talking about I need to save my owners some money. I need to trade away one of the best players on the planet to a hated rival and only talk to them. I mean, what does he mean by that?
He continues to make the point, and he's sitting on this, that defense wins championships, and it's why Anthony Davis was brought in. But what he doesn't understand, defense does win championships, but you don't give up a generational offensive player to get there. It's that simple.
And you
it's
don't,
that simple.
And you don't only talk to one team.
You can have defense. You can surround him with defense, but you don't give up a generational player to get there. It's silly. It's short-sighted, and he'll never understand the errors of his ways. He'll never understand them.
My favorite interaction, this from Tim McMahon, a question from Tim McMahon. In your own words, you created a 3 to 4 year time frame in building a finals team, a team that went to the finals last season. You gave up your first-round capital in 27, 28, 29, and 30 to do it. So 3 to 4 years ends. You're out of your first-round draft capital. How is that a logical decision? Explain the logic of that for the long-term best interest of the franchise. Mm-hmm. Nico Harrison said, can you repeat that?
Unbelievable.
I'm sorry. I did what again? What did you say?
Because what you just laid out doesn't sound so good, but
yeah, in my head that sounds bad. But
can you lay it out again, please?
He also said once we where's the line? Nico Harrison said in the general response. I think once we win, then that will change your mind about the Luka Doncic trade. Which, good luck with that, buddy. Good luck.
When are you going to win? And it'll never change my mind. The guy who wanted to jump off a bridge, it's not going to change his mind.
And now I have nothing. All right, so we get back.
And now I have nothing.
Jared Bednar.
Yeah, you're really going to change that guy's mind. Poor guy. I mean, his face looked so sad.
Used to be my safe place. Now I have nothing.
We should call that guy.
I know. I hope he's still with us. I don't. Yeah, he's just. I felt so bad for that guy.
Jared Bednar. If you missed it earlier, he had some very positive news heading into the postseason. Get to it next.
Hey, Vittorio, we're going back over some Mavs fans' reactions. And that one guy, the guy who was most vocal and angry and screaming and irate, has got a good point. I mean, they were in the NBA Finals last year. You went to the Finals. I mean, I don't care how you got there, and then you trade away your generational player. I mean, there's nothing, I don't care. Nico Harrison can talk till he's blue in the face. There's nothing that's ever going to make sense about trading Luka to the Lakers ever. Just, if I was one of the other teams in the league, I would just be screaming at Adam Silver from the treetops.
I mean, whoever traded Babe Ruth from Boston to New York is, hey, we're doing this for a reason. You have to understand. I'm beholden to the Red Sox.
I mean, come on, man. It's just, okay.
Can I ask you a dumb question? Sure. Was Babe Ruth in Boston, or did he become the Bambino in New York?
He became the Bambino.
Was he amazing in Boston,
he was very, very good, and he pitched as well. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know that.
He was very, very good, which is why he commanded such a high return for cash. I mean, they gave him.
He joined a super team in New York. That's what sort of led to his greatness. He played with Lou Gehrig in that squad.
But if he stayed a Red Sox, are we still talking about Babe Ruth as like, oh, he's the great Bambino?
That short right field
Colossus
fence, man. He probably would have banged even more homers, maybe. I don't know. He was very good when they traded him. Very good. And then obviously it's just folklore how good he was with the Yankees.
I'd love to see Babe Ruth today try and hit a 100-mile-an-hour slider.
I've wondered that. Like, somebody said something about if Babe Ruth matched up with Paul Skeens today, what does the at-bat look like? And it's like, it's a 3-pitch strikeout and he doesn't touch the ball. And I don't know if that's totally true, but it's probably true. Probably.
I'd love to see it.
These guys, this Nico, they finished with my dreams, okay? And this place, American Airlines, the Mavericks, this was my safe place. And now I have nothing.
Poor guy.
There's more to it, Nelly.
Well, and then he literally he was like, maybe I'll go jump in front of a bus.
And they're like, no, God, no, please don't.
And
He's
he
like,
goes, yes, maybe I will.
Oh my gosh. Anyway,
Jared Bednar. If you want good news, Jared Bednar gave us good news today. So we talked a lot about Landy return to the team. But the team's healthy overall.
Could you tell that Vic and I picked up on it right away.
He wasn't in jokey joke.
No, he is in full on. I guess I have to talk to you because he enjoys coming on this show.
He gave you a courtesy laugh.
Yeah, but he's fully. You can see he's ramping up. He's not there yet, but he's ramping up to that playoff mode.
Hey, Coach, is there a face that you pick out that check? Yeah. There's always face. Yep. Don't like some guys. Yeah.
Couldn't care less.
So good.
But you know that, I love the fact that hockey players and coaches think like we do. They sit on that bench, they look across and see another face, and they go, that face disgusts me.
He said when he was a player, oh, yeah. I mean, there are faces that you see, you're like, I can't stand that guy's face. Connor and I talk about it all the time. There's some very, very well, how do I put it? There's some faces out there you can't handle.
I was curious because it was the first time in almost 3 years that I've asked him a question about Landeskog that wasn't how is he in his rehab process. He's rehabbed. It's past tense. He has rehabbed. And now he is with the Avs. So my question was, okay, well, what's the plan?
Yeah, I haven't decided yet. Like, we're hoping here everything goes good this week. I mean, he was on the ice again yesterday after playing 2 games on the weekend, so that's a really good sign. And, like we've had this week will be good for us, too, because of all the injuries that we've had and guys trying to get over things and get feeling at their best. But we are hoping, and it's looking like we could have everybody available to us for Game 1 in Dallas. That's the hope that we have. We have options in all positions here, and we're able to choose a lineup that gets it done, and we'll just kind of go from there after game one, see how everyone's feeling.
So with that, they are fully healthy. They think, knock on wood, that they're going to be fully healthy heading into the postseason.
I'm sure there are going to be guys who have nicks, the little bang-ups, and things that aren't exactly fully healed, or they may pinch.
But healthy enough to play.
Correct.
I mean,
I don't think any team goes into the postseason where all the guys go, I feel awesome. Nope, not a care in the world. Everything feels perfect. No.
What do you think that this looks like, Moj? I know the answer is I don't know, but I want the educated guess of your forward group. Give me the lines as you see it heading into this weekend with a fully stocked refrigerator.
Yeah, who has to sit?
That, Vic, that's going to be a very hard question. I mean, I couldn't even begin to.
We do hard on this show.
I couldn't begin to even think.
Yes, we do hard.
It's hard hitting.
We no do soft. We do hard.
This isn't about soft here.
Well, he's had Val up with Nate. On the left side, I'm guessing it's got to be, if 27 can go, perhaps 27. Okay? Now, what do you do with 60?
So you got McKinnon, Druin, and Val on the top line. Okay?
I'd go 62, 11, and 88.
Okay. So Lecky, Nelson, and Marty Nachos.
Correct. I think 92, if he's able to, if everything goes well, I could see 92 with the minutes that line will play. Although it's a heavy, it's a checking line as well. 92, 10, 25.
Landy, Coyle, LOC.
And then 94, 18, and...
Always going numbers on me. Just say the names. Why? Just say the names.
Oh, okay. Kiviranta, Drury, and take your pick out of a bunch of other
I know.
wingers.
What's the pick?
I don't know what the pick is. My guess it's going to be... Parker Kelly's such a good penalty killer. How do you take him out?
I like Parker. Yeah,
but
Parker's got to be in there.
Then what do you have? Where do you have?
So you get Wood.
Room for Miles Wood.
Wood's left out. Like, here's the thing. I said this to you yesterday, Vic. You look at the second line from Game 6 of last year. Zach Parise was your starting right winger.
Yeah.
On the second line. Landy, Coyle, and LOC is potentially your third.
There's so much more depth.
Third.
There's so much more depth.
That's crazy.
I don't know what. I honestly don't know. Am I forgetting anybody? I can't believe I'd be forgetting anybody.
So I said, well, what a luxury, Moj. It was impossible to forget anybody last year. It's impossible.
Right.
You forgot Colton.
Oh, my God.
You forgot Colton.
Sorry, Ross has been out for a while. 92, 10, 20.
92, 10, 20, and then that bumps LOC to the fourth.
Because I have no problem. I mean, Colton, he can play in the middle should he need to. But he can also, I think right now he's a winger in this
that's
club.
Crazy. Like, you're stacked.
And then you've got what, then how do you take, do you take 90, do you sit 94 or do you sit 17?
You roll
because
them
25 has got to be on the right side of Drury. So 25 is there on that fourth line with 18, and then 94 or 17.
That's stacked.
You've got a guy in Yoel Kiviranta who's got a career high in goals this year, and he's going to be sitting perhaps because Kelly's such a good PKer, but Kivy can too. This is hard, man. It's hard. Yeah, how did I forget about 20? That's awful.
Because there's a lot of good players on the Avs right now. That's why. There's a lot of good ones.
Remember how he started the season? 20?
Oh, yeah. He was great.
Yeah.
He had 8 goals before you knew it.
Yep.
Then he broke his foot. Then it took him a while to get back, but he started to really pick it up. In his postseason experience, you realize the year before he came to the Avalanche, he scored, he lost to the Avs in the Stanley Cup final, but the year before that, he scored the game-winning goal.
From now on,
that won the cup.
We're going to refer to every player in every sport just by jersey numbers. No more names.
Well, that's how you do it in hockey. That's
I know. Hockey does that. Why does hockey do that? Just give me the names.
We're going to do that from now on.
Well, I don't know. Let's just tell you write down your lines. 27, 29,
I
and
think
13.
How the Nuggets
62, 11, and 88,
How the Nuggets guard 2 will be.
No, stop it.
I'm not kidding. You know what it is about basketball? I forget numbers in basketball immediately.
So I do too.
I mean, unless you are a prominent, I'm trying to think. The stars. I don't know what number Steph is. Top of my head. I can't think of it.
All right, let me think about this. I know Steph's not.
Wait, 30. It's 30.
It's 30.
Yes.
Who's on?
It took me a minute.
So, Vic, who's on Kawhi?
That's what I just said. Who
is?
AG.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
What number is Kawhi?
2.
So if you put
That's
you put Christian on
5-0 on 2, right?
On Harden.
No. 3-2? Wait, what's?
No. He's 32 now.
Yeah. Switched it to 32. My bad. 3 2s on 2. And then you put 0 on
1.
And then
this
15 will go toe-to-toe with.
You have no idea Zubats' number. Don't even pretend. You have no idea. I will give you. In fact, Vic, look at me in my eyes.
Yeah,
no,
look
my
at
eyes.
I'm not looking.
I'm going to give you 5 guesses for Zubats' numbers. 5.
1, 2,
37.
3,
Nope.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
17.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18,
22.
19,
Nope.
20, 21, 22, 23, 24,
Higher.
25, 26,
32.
27, 28,
Higher.
29,
No.
42.
31,
No.
32,
Lower.
33, 34, 35,
That's 5
38.
37, 38,
Higher.
40,
40.
42,
Yay!
44, 46, 48,
Nailed it.
52.
I mean, I would have.
54,
Vic,
56.
I would have dropped dead on the spot if you got his number right. On the spot. Face down into the keyboard.
Hey, this guy got a little bit. I'm assuming it's a guy. I want to punch Moser in the face. Say the friggin' names, dork. That seems pretty harsh.
Hey. Oh, you wouldn't even understand the reference I was about to make. Vic, you'll get it. Hey, Vic, hey. Say my name.
That's Walter White. I know it.
Oh, look at the big brain on Moj.
No, but in hockey, when we're doing the lines, like Pat Chavez, best stat guy in the league.
What's his number?
But he'll relay down to the truck.
Pi? What's his number, Pi?
The pride
Statner?
of Regis Jesuit.
Yeah, he watches all of the line rushes in the pregame skate. Then he relays them down to Hannah in the truck. And so then she puts it in proper order for the graphics, right? So he'll say, 27, 29, 13. That's what you do in hockey. So 2873, don't punch me. It's just the way hockey does it.
Shout out to all my Regis friends who resided there when Regis High School was on the north side before they sold out and moved down south like everybody else.
Oh, come on.
I mean, come on.
Who was the head football coach?
What number is Bogdan, Big Don? What's Big Don's name?
I mean, this is not nice. Bogdan, Big Don, Bagdon.
How funny would it be if Kyle Speller introduced him that way? I gotta do it again, Nelly.
Bogdan, Big Don, Bagdon.
I don't know why I think it's so funny. Like, I will die laughing anytime I hear that.
Johnny Cabbage Face says
Big Don followed by the way you said Bagdon. I don't know. Bagdon.
Bogdan, Big Don, Bagdon. Johnny Cabbage says, Mark, how many people hate your face? Straw poll, maybe. Probably a lot. I would bet a lot of people do hate my face. And that's fine. That's cool.
I like your face, Moj.
Thanks, buddy. Hey, real
Makes
quick.
me feel in shape.
Quick trivia, Brett.
Fast.
Who was the former head football coach at Regis? Bagdon. Chew on that during the break.
Okay, go.
Bogdan, Big Don, Bag Don. Ting, 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 ting. Tong, 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 tong. Bogdan, Big Don, Bag Don.
Bogdan, Big Don, Bag Don, Mom Mom.
Ting, 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 tong, tong, tong.
You know what? That actually sounds like how people rap now. Bogdan, Big Don, Bag Don, Bog Don. It does sound like a current rap
Bag
song.
Don.
Yeah, hit
Bag
that
Don.
beat. Yeah, hit that beat, Nelly.
Bogdan, Big Don, Bag Don.
It does. Sounds like some Migos style of rap, which is awful now. So, few things here. I want to just run these little stories by you before we get out of here today, because
I just can't. I can't get over how funny that is. Like, my only takeaway from the show is him saying his name.
Why is that so funny?
I don't know. We're gonna see this guy, and when I see him,
it's all I'm gonna think.
It's all I'm gonna think about. It's like when I was watching Houston the other night when they were trailing the Nuggets by a ton, and Lance Cocktail got in the game and started making shots, and all I kept saying is Lance Cocktail for 2.
All right, sorry. I'll say this.
I mean, the guy's real name is Jock Landale. I mean, that's just as dumb as Lance Cocktail.
See, when I'm trying to listen to Vic and talk to Nelly at the same time, I'm going to tell you exactly what I told Nelly in his ear. I said, Nelly, can you give me the spaghetti stuff? That's what I told him, because there's a video I want to play. Mm-hmm. This happened last night, the play-in game between the Warriors and the Grizzlies. And I need to know, Mose, you've been upset about this before. You got visibly angry at people sitting next to us at a Rockies game who was eating a salad. Because you have standards. There's an etiquette to your arena or ballpark food consumption.
I just had never seen it before. It was a shock to my system. The guy's literally eating like a cranberry and walnut salad.
Correct. I saw something on TV yesterday.
I'm all about health. Don't get me wrong. I never saw it.
I want you guys to look. Let me do my telestrator here. I want you to keep your eyes right here on the screen.
Well, what's this lady holding down here?
This man is eating a plate of spaghetti behind the coach.
First of all, eating spaghetti with a plastic fork is that's an adventure to begin with.
Who's ordering spaghetti at a basketball game? What's going on here?
It's Golden State, dude. It's San Francisco. They have all this exotic food over there.
Okay, number one, spaghetti's not exotic. Mothers make it for their 2-year-olds, okay? Let's relax on that. Oh my gosh, this amazingly exotic food that you can't get anywhere. Pizza. It's everywhere.
You don't even know how to properly eat spaghetti, so shut up.
You want me to take the spoon and then twirl it, and then so I do know the proper way to eat spaghetti, so but you shut up.
Steve, if you would, please roll it back to the beginning and pause. To the beginning.
Relax. We gotta wait. This guy eating spaghetti at a basketball game is bothersome.
Okay, what's that lady got down there? Now, what's that?
Oh, yeah.
That looks like a jar of...
Oh, you know what I bet it is? Margarita with a little spicy.
Oh, you think so?
Spicy salt on top.
Spicy marg.
Okay.
Yeah, spicy marg.
So it's in a mason jar.
In a mason jar.
Okay.
Yep, that's definitely what it is.
So I thought maybe she was doing a drug test on the sideline.
But honestly, if we went to another Rockies game, Moj, and I'm like, I'm going to go get something to eat, I'll be back. And I come down and I start eating spaghetti. Wouldn't you guys question some things? Like, where did you get that? Why is that being sold here? What are we doing?
This guy just sent in, who is this? The 9403, an image. There's a dog, jumbo hot dog, hash browns, taco meat, nacho cheese, and fried eggs.
Yeah, that's just.
Now, that's awesome.
Baseball,
that's a baseball thing, right?
Baseball does that. They're just like, let me take all the foods and put them all together.
If you saw a guy sitting behind the dugout eating a plate of spaghetti, you would be like, bro, what are you doing?
Yeah, we're at the game.
We're at the game, which is what my reaction was when I saw a guy next to us eating what looked like a very nutritious, low-calorie salad.
Here's the other story that I wanted to get to. Vic, it's going to bother you. And it should. It bothers me. We all know that anything Rich Paul says is the thoughts of LeBron, right?
Well, he works for LeBron.
He would not speak out of turn. is what I'm saying. So he was being interviewed by McAfee, and they were talking about the heat days between, big three. It's LeBron, Wade, and Bosh, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he said it wasn't really a big three. That Chris Bosh was not part of that.
Okay.
That's insane.
What was his
cool, Carl?
What was the point there? I mean, what is he trying to demean Chris Bosh? I mean, he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of sounds like it to me. It was referred to as the big three, and then he goes, it wasn't really Bosh. It was just LeBron and Wade, and Bosh was a professional. That's what he said.
Bosh was a pretty dang good player.
He's a 10-time All-Star.
I mean,
is that good?
I don't know why they feel the need to
he
do
averaged,
this stuff.
he averaged over 20 points a game for an awfully long time in Toronto. Then he didn't have to do that in Miami.
Right.
I mean,
it sounds incredibly insulting, actually.
I mean, he could have been that guy.
He was that guy.
Well, I mean, when he had to carry the load, he could have been that. He didn't have to carry the load in Miami. He could have been a mid-20s guy his entire career if he wanted to be.
Why
would you take a needless shot like that? Why would you do that?
That's what I'm saying. Like an unnecessary shot at somebody who really helped them. And was like the most normal of the bunch, actually.
Pump LeBron's tires?
Well, it's always about pumping LeBron's tires. Always.
I will ask you guys this. I'm going to ask you guys this question every day, and I'm going to ask it again until I get the right answer. Who do you want to win in that series, Minnesota or the Lakers?
Badly.
I'm waiting for.
I want Minnesota to win badly.
React.
Yeah, Minnesota.
Who do you want
badly.
to win in that series, Minnesota or the Lakers?
I flipped.
I want the Lakers to win because
end the show now.
This is simple. Okay. How about this, Vic? My hatred of the Lakers doesn't supersede my love for the Nuggets. My love for the Nuggets.
You're being irrational and stupid. Moj, can you do something?
Brett, let me put it this way.
Inflict harm.
Let me put it this way.
You tell
please.
me where I'm wrong at all on this.
Let me put it this way.
You want to go through? Hey, let's go through the docket for a second.
Do something.
The Nuggets have won how many out of how many games against the Lakers lately? What's it been? Is it 14 or 15?
Moj, please help
What's
me.
their record against the Minnesota Timberwolves? Somebody want to tell that to me?
They're not even going to run into either team.
That's
it's
fine.
Not
So,
about that.
Vic, you hate the Lakers more than you love the Nuggets.
Anybody who's
That's
a
what
Nuggets
this is
fan,
about.
listen. Anybody who's a Nuggets fan hates the Lakers. It's not just me. Anybody.
Never in the history of professional sports. I'm making this proclamation right now. Never in the history of professional sports has a guy had his tires more pumped up in the course of his career, and in many instances, rightfully so. But never has that guy felt like he's running on four flats. The amount of stroking that LeBron James needs on a daily basis blows my friggin' mind.
Yeah.
I hate that guy now. And you know what? I'm not a big fan of Luka's face either.
Luka, ever since he put that jersey on,
Yeah,
I feel
he
a little
looks
differently
awful.
about him.
That's the point.
He can get bent too. Everybody get bent.
Yeah, Vic,
Anybody who can wear that jersey, you all of a sudden turn into a punchable face.
Everybody
That's
get
the point.
bent. I agree
Tell
with
me you don't know Nuggets history without telling me you don't know Nuggets history. I pose the question: Team A versus the Lakers. If you don't, and if I say who you're rooting for, if you ever pick against Team A, you're clueless.
Hey, Vic. If the Nuggets were out of the postseason, if their season was done, then I choose Minnesota. I choose the Lakers because if you were to hypothetically meet in the postseason, the Lakers would lose to the Nuggets because they always have lost, at least recently. The Minnesota Timberwolves have kicked your ass repeatedly. I am so right on this.
LeBron, Brett, would you agree with
think
that?
You're right. I challenge you to put
entirely
it.
right.
I challenge you to start a poll or put it up to the texters and listeners. I challenge you.
Straw poll.
I challenge your very being. I challenge your very ability to.
Who do you want to
make
win the
a
series?
living.
Who do you want to win the series? Lakers or T-Wolves? Go ahead, texters.
Not only, I'm going to guarantee here that there's enough sophisticated listeners and watchers of the show that I'm going to guarantee that the Lakers or the T-Wolves win this poll by at least, I think the T-Wolves will get 90 to 95% of the votes.
Insane.
That's pretty crazy.
That is insane. It's insane. By the way, sophisticated. Mine is the sophisticated take. Yours is the caveman I don't like. I'm thinking of this purely from what would bring the most joy to the Nuggets?
Fandom doesn't think that way. Fandom has history. Fandom has touch points. Fandom has moments. And when you're dealing with fandom, in this case the Lakers, you root against them always. Always.
Moshe, tell them what's going on.
Brett,
What's going on there?
I hate the Lakers so bad.
I'm
sorry to flip flop. I apologize because I was with you 2 days ago. The more I hear this Rich Paul thing,
if you want the Nuggets to win a championship, then my take's the right take.
It's recency bias, but it gets me down. I mean, this guy needs to be constantly coddled and stroked and touched and blown up.
I'm in the business of winning championships.
But it's ridiculous.
I want them to lose so bad that I want the franchise. I want the franchise to fold. I want Jeannie Buss to sell the franchise and say we're moving out to Albuquerque.
Well, you know what, Vic?
Albuquerque.
I don't even know what on earth would ever.
We are closing down crypto. Yeah. We are going to Santa Fe.
What that would push to. By the way, I would love the pleasure to beat the Lakers. That would be even better than them losing to the Wolves.
Good.
Anyway, fact checker Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
All right, let's get a little clarity here. On the big board behind you, that is a picture of Zach Galifianakis, actor and comedian. This is a picture of Art Alexakis, the lead singer and songwriter from Everclear, who Moser one time saw at Disneyland. Thoughts?
I was in line next to him for about 45 minutes. I didn't say a word to him. He's with his daughter, going to the princess thing. I did not even bother him.
Hell of a story.
You should have brought out your air guitar.
You know what you should have said? Hey, are you the guy who's lead singer for Everclear? And he goes, yeah. He goes, what's the capital of Thailand? Now, that would have been a story.
Yeah, it would have been. About.
All right. iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Down in a cool way. Picture yourself on a beautiful day.
And that's our cue to leave.
Big
you guys have a wonderful Wednesday.
Long hair,
Talk to you
just
tomorrow.
Walk
Love
it
you.
in style with a poor.
Half of the play-in has come and gone. Golden State gets away with a win. Trae Young throws a hissy fit and launches a basketball at a referee and gets ejected from a game. So that was a start to the postseason, not technically the playoffs, which is, by the way, the NBA does this correctly. They don't call the play-in the playoffs. In the NHL, when they had the qualification round back during COVID, they say that the qualification round was actually the playoffs. So the Avalanche would have the longest consecutive streak of making the playoffs in the NHL right now if the Toronto Maple Leafs hadn't gotten to the qualification round during COVID and lost. So I think that's crap.
I have another question, Raj, that's been really bothering me. So I'm watching the play-in games last night in the NBA, and I go over to the NHL and I said, man, there's not a play-in in the NHL, but they're playing games? Feels like the Avs regular season's been over for like 10 days, and there's still Sunday. Regular season games Monday, Tuesday, tonight. There's regular season games tomorrow night? Am I right?
Tomorrow night. There are very meaningful games tonight and tomorrow. So there's one spot that
How does that make sense? How is that equitable? Canadians are so weird. Canadians make weird schedules. The league office being in Toronto, that doesn't make sense that the Avs, I'll take it. We love it. It's great. The Avs are able to get healthy. But why are they done playing 4 days before everybody else is, or a good chunk?
With it. I have no problem.
Make it make sense. Raj, you're the hockey guy. Explain the strange schedule to me.
I wasn't in the office when they made the schedule. The Avs played more games in October and November than like the Blue Jackets did.
But I thought the Canadians...
There's the answer.
I thought Canada as a country wanted everybody to get the same everything.
Oh my God.
Believes in universal anything and everything. Why do we not have universal scheduling? Explain it to me, Raj.
I don't think it's a problem. I think you want this. And it does feel like...
Yeah, you want it if you're the Avs, but what about the other poor jamokes that are...
Who cares about them?
That are going to be playing 2 days before they start a playoff
Good.
series.
Hell yeah.
I understand. It's great. I'll take the heck out of it, man. But why? What is going on?
I hope they have to run a marathon on Friday before the Stars show up at home to take on the Avs.
Like my mind...
Path of least resistance.
My mind immediately went to...
You have to get on board.
My mind went to youth. It went to youth sporting events. Where I'm like, oh, they're making up the snow games. And I'm like, oh, it's an arena sport. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
No, they're not making up canceled games. This is just how it shook out. And maybe it was just because like a weird Four Nations break. And they played some games overseas at the beginning of the year. They've done that a few times.
I love it, man. I love it for the Avs.
It's awesome.
It is the weirdest thing because my brain had shifted to maybe there was 1 day left after Sunday's final regular season game of the Avs in the National Hockey League. It wasn't one, but rather 4 days left of hockey.
The reason why you feel like that is because the actual Avs team hasn't played in, 10 days? 8 days, pretty much, and they won't play again until Saturday. That's why it feels like it's been forever.
What are the teams in the NHL are in that same space?
That haven't played since then?
That are like, have shut it down, say 5 days ago, and end up having a 10-day.
Edmonton played last night, or the night before, and they didn't really play any of their guys. So there's been teams that have been shutting down their regular season. But Chicago's done, Utah's done, St. Louis, Minnesota's done.
Is Leon back in skating?
He'll be back.
Yep.
He'll be back and playing. Is he at full health? No, but he'll be back and playing. McDavid's going to be, was back at the end of the season. I think he's closer to 100% than Draisaitl is. But the Avs are they're kind of in a unique position where they ended that early and paired it with not playing any of their guys, not only for those 2 final games in Southern California, but a lot of those dudes didn't play at home against Vancouver in that final game.
Yeah, there hadn't been a lot of extended minutes for much of the core, which is fine. I don't worry about the Avs and rust. I don't. I just watching the way they go about their business, and when your best player, Nathan McKinnon, is a guy that is a tireless worker and takes care of his body better than anybody maybe in sport, I don't worry too much about their approach going into it. Now, I was listening this morning to the morning show. Brett Kane talked about how the Avs are going into the postseason with 2 massive storylines. And those two storylines are facing a former superstar future Hall of Famer in your first round that played on your team 2 months ago in Mikko Rantanen. And then the other one, probably the bigger story, definitely the bigger story, the return of Gabe Landeskog.
It's funny. I don't know if it's the bigger story. From an on-ice perspective, I don't know it's the bigger story. Emotional, 100%. Storyline, headline, bigger. On ice, Rantanen being on the opposite side, that probably matters more than Gabe coming back. It depends what Gabe is, though, right? Like, if Gabe comes back and he just magically turns into top 6 talent, one of the better power forwards in the game, then the on-ice introduction of Gabe Landeskog is just as impactful of moving on from Mikko Rantanen. But if he comes back and he's just a depth forward, Rantanen being on Dallas is a more impactful on-ice scenario.
Raj, call me crazy, but those two storylines are massive. But are those two storylines distracting all of us Avs fans and the rest of the NHL from what I believe is going to be the most important storyline?
What's that?
And it's where your wounds from the last 2 postseasons really do come from in terms of your fear about the Avs and arguably the most important player for this team. Is that in back-to-back playoff series, Val Nichushkin, in back-to-back playoff postseasons, Val Nichushkin was not available to finish the remainder of it, and it had nothing to do with health, physical health. Is that the bigger story? I think it is. I think that Val Nichushkin playing the longevity of this entire postseason will be the difference between winning a Stanley Cup in your second in 3 years and not.
Eric Johnson went on Spittin' Chicklets yesterday with Keith Yandel and Bissonnette and Whitney and all those guys. And, you know, they talked about EJ's return back to the Avs and obviously Gabe Landeskog. The other thing that they pointed out was, well, how's Val doing? EJ would go on to say he's in an amazing spot. We're comfortable with him. He's comfortable with who he is. He did a lot of work on himself and, you know, put himself into a bad situation over the last 2 years. But the team, the guys around him, and I think coming from EJ, granted, EJ hasn't been here all of this year. He wasn't here all of last year, but he knows Nichushkin and he knows that locker room better than he knows that locker room better than Ross Colton.
Yesterday we talked about the importance of Gabe Landeskog is so widespread, coming back to being on the ice and being the captain and being the leader and the ultimate connective tissue for the Avs. But we also talked about the importance with his relationship with Val Nichushkin.
Yeah.
Because he's been there with him. He's got that type of personality, we think, that would be able to relate and get to the level of where you're talking to Val as a human being and you're a friend and you're a trusted confidant. Is EJ, and the reason he might be around this roster also, to have another guy that is boots on the ground in the foxhole with Val to see to it that the best Val goes forward throughout this postseason.
Having Eric Johnson back for me is, even if he's not an everyday player for them, I love that addition. That could be the sneaky addition from a locker room standpoint that gets you from true contender, which you are right now, to over the top and winning the thing. Is he going to score a big-time goal for you? Likely not. Is he going to make this a huge, huge defensive play, you know, game in and game out? Is he going to play 20 minutes? No, he's not going to do those things. But him having that staying force in the room, I think speaks volumes. I think it was a really good move for what's the conversation been around front offices here the last week? What's it been centered on? It's been centered on vibes.
Yeah.
Vibe check.
Vibes and energy. And I mean, Josh Kroenke said it after that Indiana game. He went in the locker room and he's just said, I didn't like that locker room. That locker room felt like a locker room that was going to be eliminated early in the postseason.
McFarland made a vibe check move. Mm-hmm. That's all he did. And I don't think the Avs were broken from an energy standpoint. I thought they were a little bit broken from a roster building standpoint, obviously in the goaltending room. And they addressed those issues to a point where you look at Jake Ottinger in the Star Series, and Jake Ottinger as compared to other Avs goalies of the past, huge step up on Colorado on paper. And I'm going to go through the paper with the Avs as compared to 22 to 25 today, and then we will compare on paper Stars and Avs Thursday and Friday before we get into the weekend. moving on from those two goalies, while Ottinger I still think has a little bit of a leg up on Mackenzie Blackwood, it's a little teeny tiny one. It's not this massive chasm that it was last year. It's a little teeny tiny step up.
We don't have sample size of Mackenzie Blackwood as a postseason goalie.
We don't.
Is he going to be $5 a or is he going to be where? I mean, he is a beast in the postseason. I'm going to say he's going to be a beast in the postseason.
I think he's somewhere right in the middle.
I think he's going to be a beast in the postseason.
I hope you're right,
because
but I think he is somewhere directly in the middle.
Because what I would say about Mackenzie Blackwood is first impression, and when this team needed to play its best hockey to confirm that they were going to be in the top 3 seeding and not have to deal with wild card scenarios and whatnot, this team had to win. Am I right in saying that, Raj? It was getting to a point where when Mackenzie Blackwood got here, this team was in desperate need of winning hockey games.
Yeah, you would have been so it's funny. Had that not happened, I think the Avs would have been in this situation where like Minnesota and St. Louis just locked up their playoff spots last night. So we have the full Western Conference matchups. The West is Winnipeg and St. Louis, Dallas and Colorado, Vegas and Minnesota, LA and Edmonton for the 4th time.
How about Minnesota?
Minnie coming back at the last second, tying that game, and then you see what they did in overtime?
I didn't see that, but I saw what happened. Getting to overtime was the ultimate. Go ahead.
Getting to overtime, getting the point locks them into
Correct.
the playoffs. So
Yes.
they all go nuts. They score super late. Eriksson Ek is the guy who scores it. They go into OT. And who do they put in? Because it might be his last.
Oh, I did see this.
His last appearance as an NHLer. They throw Marc-Andre Fleury into the game cold in overtime. They win it in OT.
That's so
And that's
cool.
probably the last time, barring injury to Gustafsson out there in Minnesota. It's probably the last time that we will see future Hall of Famer Marc-Andre Fleury on the ice.
They're not going to throw him out there just to mess with the Vegas Golden Knights and their
You
old
know
team.
what?
You never know, right?
It's funny. Like, if they go down 3-0 in this series, screw it. Throw him out there. He was great as a Vegas Golden Knight. He's one of the main reasons why in 2017 or 2019, whatever
2017 was the debut.
Okay.
And then it was also the Vegas strong year, 2017 and 18.
2017.
And I know that because I was in the box and was reminded by a lot of people about the golden era of the Golden Knights. I'm like, you guys just got here.
It's also like it's the 1 seed in the Pacific. It's not like it's gone away. Like, Vegas is a very scary hockey team. Yeah, if they're down 3-0, I would love to see Minnesota. Screw it. Flower, get out there. Go have a game. If you can win, awesome. If not, you get to play against Vegas for the last time, and then we'll send you off into the sunset. Still so much more to get into. I do want to go over the paper in terms of 2022 Avs and their checklist as compared to what they have this year. Are they better? Are they more equipped? Are they deeper? And does deeper make them better, even if they don't have the same top-end talent? But on the other side, Ashton Genty had something very interesting to say about the Broncos, and it coincides just a week before the draft with an Athletic article that talks about Sean Payton's trading history. We'll get into it next. The Morning Sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, live from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi. KJ Granderson's behind the glass. Join us today, 303-504-0925 on the Champ Mazda text line. Coach, did you hear your dude from Boise?
Oh, say it ain't so. Don't get my hopes up, man. Don't get my blue turf loving hopes up. If Ashton Genty's a Denver Bronco, I don't even know if I can continue.
This is Ashton Genty on the Pat McAfee Show.
On my 30-day visit with the Raiders, they had us playing golf at Top Golf, but I know they were scouting to see who had a good swing or not. I know they were.
How's your game?
It's all right. It needs a little bit of work.
So I think was there a group of you there at the top 30 visit for the Raiders?
Yeah, it was a group of us.
Okay, so I think they're trying to see how you interact with people probably, right? And everybody that has ever talked about you said, like, perfect teammate, great.
My apologies, guys. I hit the wrong button. Sometimes I do things wrong.
Was that your fat fingers?
That was my fat
Gosh.
finger. I know.
But you know what? Hey, you know what was cool? The Raiders, Top Golf, cool. All right.
Top Golf.
Big story.
That's why you want to go play for that
story
team.
here, man.
So without further ado.
You heard it here first. The Raiders took Ashton Genty to play Top Golf.
Raj hits the right button.
Who have you been talking to the most?
So now I have just like separate meetings, like the Browns running back coach wants to talk to me. Like it's all like separate, like who wants to Seahawks. But at the actual draft, I talked to 20 different teams at the combine, and really the Denver Broncos, they was heavy on me, and the Raiders, they was heavy. Like we was talking the most, like even while all the running backs was doing drills, because I wasn't competing. Like they was talking to me the whole time, like you know what I'm saying. So
if you look at the smile, the smirk that's on the face of Ashton Genty, it reminds me a bit of the smirk that was on the face of Bo Nix at last year's combine and some of the events that followed afterwards, where he talked about a very unique process that the Denver Broncos took him through at the combine. And I think that's what they're talking about. It's not just like showing me the love. It's not recruiting, right? This is evaluation. These are potentially billion-dollar decisions. Obviously, they're million-dollar decisions on the front end, but they have potential billion-dollar ramifications for a trajectory of a franchise. Sean Payton and his contingent is known to really, really put their favorite prospects through the ringer. And I'm talking good play, bad play, and the bad play reel. Usually that's at least 3 times as many reps that are on tape that you have to answer for in person.
That's kind of normal though, right?
But I think they do that more.
It's so
for the players they really like.
Okay. It's so much harder to go through film of a game where your team is good, where you play well, and actually get something out of it. It's way easier to do it in a loss or a game where you play poorly, because typically those mistakes jump off the screen, right? Like he can't be the only guy that really does that.
I think he just does that a little bit more for the particular players that are really being scrutinized by the entire franchise to say we might move mountains to get this player.
We're not going to waste our time on you.
Correct. And if you invested time like that, and I know that's a while back at the combine, but the closer we get to this draft, which now is 9 days away, 8 days away, 8 days away. We are 8 days away from the draft. I'm so excited.
It came up so quick.
Yeah, and it's weird. I'm not as excited. Like there was a lull in my excitement level for the draft this year because it's just different than a year ago. You're not taking a quarterback in Denver. The draft class itself is not quite as, I don't think it's as top heavy and newsy, but it's going to be wildly entertaining to see what the Denver Broncos do, man. And the closer we get to it, the more you're starting to see. It's like Shedeur Sanders for a while. Everybody's saying, oh, he's slipping, he's sliding, he's slipping and sliding. And then all of a sudden, boom. I think he's coming back to most likely New York Giants. Ashton Genty was sizzling hot. Like this guy could potentially go in the top 4 picks in the draft. You just never know. You never know because he still is a running back. And if he does get outside of Vegas, if he gets past pick 6, I think the Denver Broncos should be on trade alert to move up. And the fact that Ashton Genty was talking about this with the type of smile and affinity that he almost had for the Broncos lets you know that there is some serious investment on the evaluation side, on the front end, to know what they potentially would move mountains to get to.
So this coincides with, and I'm kind of glad that I fat-fingered the Raiders' top 30 visit, because they're very clearly showing heavy interest in the draft's best running back. It coincides with a really good article that goes through Sean Payton's history of trading up in the draft. And he has a history of trading up to go get a running back in the first round. They didn't have to jump up.
Was it Ingram?
All that high to go
Bush?
get. It was Ingram to go up and get it. Bush fell to them. Bush was supposed to go number 1 overall that year, and like a defensive tackle went, I believe, first overall, and then he tumbled a few picks, then found his way to New Orleans. I can't remember who the DT was. Was it Houston that picked number 1 overall that year?
That year, first pick Houston Texans. Very nice.
Defensive tackle?
Yeah, I just remember Mel Kiper. Mario Williams.
Mario. All right, I was close. Mario Williams.
Mel Kiper loves saying Mario, though.
Mario Lemieux.
Yeah, Reggie Bush went too.
Okay, so he has in the past moved up to go get a running back in 2012, where they moved back into the first round at 28 to get Ingram. They used their original pick to get Cam Jordan.
That worked out.
Worked out just fine. It's amazing that he's still playing.
It's so funny. Ingram's been playing, or he's been a commentator. He's been on the desk of Fox College Sports
for
now
a decade.
It's like Jordan's still playing ball.
They traded their first round pick and a 5th rounder, as well as a future first, to Green Bay to jump to number 14 from 27 to get defensive lineman Marcus Davenport back in 2018. The only other time that they moved up in the first round in recent memory was Brandon Cooks, where they moved from 27 to 20. So that jump for Davenport of 13 is the biggest one that Sean Payton has made in his career, obviously in lockstep with Mickey Loomis. And he is in lockstep with the front office right now. Can you make a 13-spot jump from 20 to 7 if he gets past number 6?
Probably not.
I think it's highly, highly unlikely. Now,
no likey.
He also does. He also doesn't. He also. I don't.
Is it highly unlikely?
It's highly unlikely. Jesus, you're killing me. I don't think that they can get into top 10 territory without giving up big time assets.
You're to move from 20 to 14.
You're not right. So his biggest move in history was 13 spots, 27 up to 14, and it cost you a pick swap, a 5th, and a future first to go from 27 to 14.
Would you do it for Ashton Genty? That same deal.
Yeah, but I don't. But
pick swap,
moving from 27 to 14 is drastically different from
20 to 7.
20 to getting into the top 10.
And yeah, not just like number 10 or number 9.
I think you're talking about
7 is heat. Like you're in it.
I think you're talking about first round pick swap, future first, future second. Probably gets it done.
What are the scenarios?
That's a lot.
What the scenario where the Denver Broncos could, and this is where I think everybody's got to be watching. I'm going to be watching very closely because I'm going to have in my NFL.com shop. I'm going to have in my cart Ashton Genty Broncos jerseys ready for my entire family, and just kind of sitting there with my trigger figure.
Why don't you
ready
just
to go.
get a Broncos number 2 jersey?
I have them. You know what's funny?
And don't put a nameplate on it, because then it could just be, your number in college.
Yeah, you want to know what's pretty ironic, man? Everybody has been talking about the history of the number 2 at the University of Colorado Buffaloes program. The history of number 2 with the Boise State Broncos, man. If Ashton Genty gets his jersey retired before mine,
I'd have so much fun
because I wore
with
number
this.
2. That would be a great question. Like, does Ashton Genty get his jersey retired? Like, he probably should. Boise State doesn't have a lot of top 10 draft picks in the history of their franchise or of their university. I don't have a player that was number 2 overall in the Heisman voting. Kellen Moore went to the Heisman. He still hasn't, believe it or not. Do you know Kellen Moore has not had his jersey retired yet? They've kept it on ice. Nobody's been allowed to wear 11. That's an internal decision.
I'm trying to find the Boise State list of retired numbers.
Not much, man. There's not much. This was a
Jim McMillan, number 12.
Good player, quarterback.
That's it.
That's it, number 12. Now, this is a program that was a junior college like 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Like actually a junior college. You talk to anybody that knows Boise State that doesn't like it, they'll call you BJC, Boise Junior College. It's my degree, man.
What a great chirp.
It's what it was. And then it became.
If I'm an opposing linebacker or D end, I'm using that all the time.
Oh yeah, bunch of JC guys, huh? You having fun playing JC football up here in Boise?
Just a JUCO quarterback back there, number 2.
That was me, man. The crazy thing is, when I played there, it was only about 27 years removed from being a juke. At least we're close to 50. So yeah, the way that this happens, the path forward for the Denver Broncos to be in position to maybe move lakes, mountains, and rivers to get Ashton Jeanty by way of a trade. Shedeur Sanders has to slip out of the top 3.
To entice Vegas to take Sanders at 6.
At 6. I think that Vegas is taking Ashton Jeanty, if not 4.
They're comfortable, dude. They're comfortable with going with Geno for this year or next year and drafting their quarterback next season.
And it's like, as it relates to Pete Carroll, so they have a new general manager. Spytak is a really, he's got roots to the Denver Broncos. He was a part of this. He's got roots to Matt Russell. He's a really good general manager. I think so his future, he's a young guy. His future is he's got to look down the road. Pete Carroll, on the other hand, he's probably just looking for these next 3 years.
3 years with a team option for the 4th. Now, if you
he's going to be 82. What is he, 78 right now? He'll be 81, 82?
He's a young 78, though.
Yeah,
he looks like he's 56.
He's going to Desert Mountain Men's Clinic, I'll tell you that. It's the Rocky Mountains, it's their brother.
Okay.
Their brother's situation over there.
Contract takes him through 2027. I think Pete Carroll probably looks at this situation and goes, I'm going to do the very best with what I have, which is the beginnings of a good young roster, right? They've drafted well over the past couple of years, obviously getting Brock Bowers in there. If you get a true number 1 running back in Jeanty, you've got good building blocks with a solid middle-of-the-road veteran quarterback under contract for 2 years. I think Carroll looks at the AFC West and goes, if I think I'm walking in here and being successful in year 1 and making the playoffs in year 1, I am out of my mind. I think Carroll is going to take Jeanty at 6, and then the Raiders will win 5 or 6 games this year because the AFC West is a gauntlet, and then they'll select their quarterback next season. That's what I think the Raiders' pathway is. I don't think there's a chance that Shedeur gets to him because I think he's going top 3, but even if he gets outside of the top 3, I could see a scenario where he tumbles into the teens more so than Carroll taking him at 6.
The latest CBS mock draft, Cam Ward 1, Shedeur Sanders 2. And I told you that's the new heat, is that everybody was wanting
Cleveland.
It's Cleveland at 2.
We're coming.
Travis Hunter 3 to the New York Football Giants.
You see Cam Ward. Cam Ward is just ruining all number 1 overall prop bets.
Was he playing COD or was that
He's
Fortnite?
playing Fortnite, and he's, people were asking him on the chat, like, hey, who are the best wide receivers in football? Who's the number 1 guy you think he threw out there? Calvin Ridley.
Yep, his future wide receiver. That's definitely not the number 1 receiver.
His best running backs in the league. Who do you think he threw out there first? Tony Pollard.
He's so good. I take
number 1 running
I take
back
Pollard
in the league.
Oh yes, Pollard smokes Saquon Barkley, man. Not even
close.
What?
If I'm part of the Titans brass, I'm going, I love that out of you, man.
Oh, it's stupid.
You're a rookie. Ingratiate yourself a little bit.
I think Tony Pollard's the best running back in the National Football League. And oh, by the way, Calvin he's way better than any receiver. I think Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and Justin Jefferson are average compared to Calvin Ridley. They've just been missing me. Come on, man. Get out of here with that. Pick 5.
Are you sure?
Pick 5 on the CBS mock. Abdul Carter to Carolina. Pick 6 to the Raiders.
Jeanty.
Ted McMillan.
No. All right. Now it's drunk. Now the CBS thing is drunk.
And then guess who's going? So this is where you got to be. So this is the other place where you could see Jeanty going. Chicago Bears. Pick 7.
Wait, aren't the Bears at 10? Aren't the Jets at 7?
This one must have been
this is
movement.
a trade?
Yep.
The Jets are at 7.
Yeah, this was a movement.
He's not going to the Jets. The Jets have Breece Hall. There's no reason to
And the Jets have our pick 10, Tyler Warren.
I think that CBS has a couple of trades in there. Because isn't Carolina 8?
And then pick 20, guess who? Really creative Denver Bronco mock draft.
Oh, Marion Hampton.
Oh, yeah, Marion Hampton going. North Carolina Tar Heels. Everybody who says that you do not want to give up future assets or current draft assets to move up for running back, I'm telling you, I've watched it with my own eyes for 2 years. You're drafting Saquon Barkley if you take Ashton Genty. You take Amarian Hampton or you move up to take Amarian Hampton, you're taking Tony Pollard. Good back.
He'll be
solid
fine
back.
for a couple of years.
Not going to be in the top 2. And that's really what you're looking for now in the NFL. If you're a top 2 NFL running back, the value is tremendous. The value can yield championships. And I think that's where you find Saquon Barkley. I would put Derrick Henry in that camp, but I put Saquon Barkley in another camp right now. And it yielded a championship for the Eagles franchise.
George Payton would go on to say in that Athletic article, I don't hit Sean for the trade back option until like the very day of the draft. He says with a laugh at the NFL meetings last month, it's just no use. If Genty's gone and an elite wide receiver or your true number 2 running back option is gone at 20, I hope George Payton is knocking down Sean's door going, get the hell out of the first.
Let's move.
Let's move.
Because you know what?
It ain't here anymore.
You know what might happen if all of these pieces are gone? So this is Dalton Wasserman, Pro Football Focus. Mock draft came out piping hot this morning. Shedeur Sanders is going in the top 3. Ashton Genty 4 to the New England Patriots. Emeka Egbuka going top 10. Tyler Warren 11 to the Niners. 15 Colston Loveland to the Falcons. 17 Omarion Hampton to the Bengals. And guess who your Denver Broncos take?
Travion Henderson.
Cornerback.
Nah.
Out of Mississippi.
Run
Trey
away.
Amos.
No,
you
run
better
away.
move.
Stop it. Run away.
Get in the second round and get some draft capital.
We're either trading every piece of draft capital to get into the top 10 to get Genty on this show, or we're getting the hell out of the first round. Are we cool with that? Is that our stance? 8 days? 8 days from the draft. We're either giving up a pick swap, a future first, and a future second to get into the top 10 to get Genty, or we're getting the hell out of the first.
I agree, but I have one more caveat to add, and it was coming from NFL Draft Scout, ESPN's Matt Miller, and I think it is a wild take. I'd love to talk about that on the other end. Oh, boy, you thought the snow season was over here in Denver, Colorado, and up in the mountains. It's not, and that's good news, believe it or not, because this weekend, over the course of Friday to Saturday morning, Loveland Ski Area is forecast to add 15 inches of snow. Yep, you're going to get out your snorkel and get ready to go shred some gnar up in those mountains. So make sure you go out and get your season pass for next winter, and they're on sale now at last year's low rates, but only for a limited time. And if you go and get that now, you get the next 28 days of free skiing for this year if you did not buy your Loveland Ski Pass for 24-25. So make sure you get your 25-26 pass, once again, at the lowest price, and it will include 30 partner mountains across the country, 20 plus across the Rocky Mountain, Western United States. Closing day is coming up May 11th, so the sooner you buy, the more free skiing you'll enjoy. Get up there and get that fresh powder. Visit skiloveland.com to get yours today.
Nuggets and Clippers coming up on Saturday at 1:30. Still awaiting the final time for Avs and Stars, but we're expecting it to be the late window, the late TNT window on Saturday night. That's the hope.
So 1:30 Denver Nuggets Clippers.
Yes.
Mountain time.
Yes.
Possibly 8 o'clock.
Possibly.
Avs.
Yeah. Perfect Saturday coming up,
So
people.
it's really all about what you do with that time between the two matchups.
A little snooze, a little nap,
I like it.
A little power nap. That's my game. Coach,
a little workout. Get a little workout in.
I'm more of a morning workout guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good
So
for
it
you,
might be a wake up and get in the gym at
I might jump on the Pelly.
7 or 8 or something like that. Get a little Kendall Tool spin in there.
She's gone.
Why would you ever do Peloton ever again?
Well, still have.
There's other options.
Yeah, you still got Bradley Rose, man. Good Brit. Good Brit that likes pop punk music.
We love
Pretty
pop
good.
punk on this show. Coach, you mentioned, as I said, I tried to solidify our show stance, and I do want to make sure that we have a solid stance. And our first pillar of the morning sprint when it comes to the 2025 NFL draft is, if the player you want isn't there, trade the hell out of the first round.
Get as many picks as you want. I want all the picks. Give me picks.
Pillar number 2.
Give it to me.
If you're comfortable with giving up a couple of first round picks and then another early day 2 pick, get up into the top 10 and get Ashton Genty.
The other one that I've believed to be a pillar is even with Evan Ingram, where I think there is it got the tight end room to a place that's more competitive and more compelling. Is it the long-term solution?
Is it fixed?
Is it fixed? I don't know. I don't think so. Not fully. The guy that I've been talking about forever, especially after I went to the Fiesta Bowl and watched the Penn State Nittany Lions beat the brakes off of my Boise State Broncos. The most impressive player on the field was not Abdul Carter. He was banged up. It was Tyler Warren. And I teased it right before the break. Matt Miller, one of the most respected, at least from my perspective, voices on national narrative of draft talk at NFL Draft Scout, Matt Miller, said if the Bears, he's talking about the Bears, if they sit at 10 and Ashton Genty is not on the board, give me Colston Loveland to run 12 personnel with Cole Kmet, and I'd take him over Tyler Warren. Better mover, better blocker, better route runner. That's from a guy that spends his every waking moment studying NFL draft film.
How do you feel about the Broncos moving up to grab a position that they don't necessarily need when they've already opened up the window of contention? Right? They are, by making the playoffs last year with a rookie quarterback, you have very, very, maybe you haven't even opened the window, but you've unlocked the window to true Super Bowl contention. Now that you've gotten into that space, does drafting a position of non-need?
What you're saying? Tight end is a non-need right now.
I mean, what they did in the offseason, wouldn't that tell you that? A 2-year deal for Evan Ingram, your joker. Wouldn't that tell you that you fixed tight end?
I've heard a lot of takes recently, and I've scanned around and listened to like podcasts at different radio stations talking Denver Broncos draft strategy. And there is a bit of an oversell, in my opinion, all of a sudden that Evan Ingram has just solved your tight end woes from here until the end of Bo Nix's contract. It just feels that way. It's a bit of a lazy take.
Okay, so
let's not forget who Evan Ingram is. He is a 30-year-old tight end that has accumulated a history of injuries over the course of the last several years of his career. He is a very talented player. At his best, he is going to be a very good asset for the Denver Broncos. Is he going to be available for 17 games? I don't know. There's not a ton of data to say that he would so far in his later part of his career.
In this same vein, for a position that's not necessarily fully answered, but it isn't a position of need anymore.
Running back's a way more blatant need right now.
So
I agree with that.
I guess to play devil's advocate here, like, why not move up into the 12 to 15 range and get like Jalen Walker or Shamar Stewart? And because you already have a really good pass rush unit, but you can get better at pass rush. So why not move up to get Jalen Carter or Abdul Carter if he falls down into the 5, 6, 7 range, right? If you can always get better.
But did you not just sign Jonathan Cooper to a deal?
Did you not just sign Evan Ingram?
He's the only one that's worthy of even being considered a pass-catching tight end on the roster. Jonathan Cooper, Nick Bonito, Jonah Ellis. You have a trio of pass rushers.
All right, is there another position group? Now, that I could, you shot an arrow through it. I'll give you that. That hurt me a little bit. It was the only one off the top of my head that I was like, all right, I can get him on this one. Nope.
Sorry.
Offensive tackle is...
That tackle's the one.
That's one. Like,
Tackle
you don't need it, but there's something happening. It's like, hey, 2 years into the future, right? Much like with Ingram at the end of that contract, or God forbid he gets hurt. 2 years into the future, like, what do Mike McGlinchey and Garrett Bowles look like? What does Ben Powers look like?
Would you agree with this assessment that because offensive line they're slated starting positions for the entirety of a game, for the entirety of a season when you go into a year, a first-round offensive tackle screams starter?
Dude, it screams like if you get 12 years out of the guy, it screams Hall of Famer.
Correct. But are you really going to draft Ariante Ursary from the University of Minnesota and say, yeah, we're gonna probably let him just marinate for 2 years? That's not where the Denver Broncos find themselves as a franchise. They find themselves in a place where we got really good return on investment on our 12th overall pick at the quarterback position a year
Unlock
ago.
the window.
Defense is rolling. We added to the defense. We solidified the middle of the defense. Talanoa Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw. We re-signed DJ Jones. We're built strong down the middle. We've got 2 damn good corners. Let's go out and get this guy another piece, man. And I think the piece is, I still think it's running back or tight end, but I think that the right receiver could also move the needle. And I'm going to say this.
I feel like our pillars aren't pillars anymore. I feel like they're starting to spread out into more of a sprawling foundation. I don't know if I like this.
The wide receiver position is what should diminish a strong stance for the morning sprint, at least Coach Sanford's version. Because if Sean Payton drafts a wide receiver at pick 20 or moves 3 to 5 spots to get a Tet McMillan, I will trust Sean Payton and George Payton's evaluation, period, on whichever receiver, in the event that you take a receiver in the first round, that they've done their diligence and that they will be proven right on that wide receiver draft pick. And I think that wide receiver will end up being at least wide receiver 1B alongside Cortland Sutton.
Most of the times that he is moved up, he's gotten an impact player. And it's worked out. Brandon Cooks, good football player. Ingram, for the time that he was in the league, good football player. Certainly using that first-round draft pick on Cameron Jordan, still in the league after being drafted in 2011. Davenport, you can look at like jumping back into that first round. You could go, was it really worth it? Like, did you really get anything out of that guy? He played basically full seasons through his rookie contract in New Orleans, but nothing really special. So you could look at the Davenport move and go, you swung and missed on that one. But hitting on 3 or 4, I take that batting average any day of the week.
After listening to the back and forth that Matt Miller of ESPN has had on Colston Loveland, I'm back to a place where I'm good on Colston Loveland.
I can't get the picture of him at the combine out of my head.
Here's why.
I will never get it out of my head. That big dude in that huge sling. It'll never leave my head. Go to LA. Be my guest. Be a Charger.
The 2023 tape of Colston Loveland is every reminder that you need for why he was considered at least tight end 1B next to Tyler Warren before the injury and the postseason surgery. And it was, Raj, like, I don't love tight ends with injury history, especially here in the Denver Broncos organization. It hasn't gone well drafting a tight end.
Or from Michigan.
Yeah.
From the Big Ten in general.
But I will say football injury-wise, torn labrums that get surgically repaired it's essentially like, I mean, it's like just throwing a postseason Band-Aid on. It's the amount of labrum surgeries that happen postseason in football is astonishing. I've had years where we had over 20 guys on a roster that got their labrum surgeries. And they joke about it like, yeah, I'm just going in on the labrum. They have that same, they're squeezing a ball and they got their shoulders, it's resting on it's not a great look. But the 2023 film of Colston Loveland with a capable and competent quarterback makes you realize how good that player is. And so if all you're looking at 24, where the quarterback for Michigan's name was Orgy, it wasn't really great film for Colston Loveland. So there's not a lot of momentum going into the draft.
Tough to have a bad film on a last name like that. Join us wherever you guys go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com. KJ's NFL Notes coming up at 11:15. The Magic lock up a playoff spot with a 120-95 win over the Hawks last night. Trae Young, 28 points, but gets tossed from that game. Throwing a basketball at a referee in a professional basketball game.
Will he play the next game?
I haven't seen any suspension news. I think he'd play. I haven't seen his suspension news.
Yeah, I haven't seen any.
I didn't see the actual footage of him chucking a basketball at a referee. Did it hit him?
The quote was making a mockery of the game. No, I don't believe it hit him. I think it was just like threw it in his general direction.
So does the suspension depend on how accurate of an angry tosser of the basketball he is?
When I was in 8th grade, we had a huge blizzard. And we were walking from like one building to the gym, and there was a school administrator that started yelling at like me and my buddies, and we were just launching snowballs at each other. And she came over and she wagged her finger and got mad at us and said, "Hey, don't do that again." And me, being an idiot 8th grader at the time, I didn't take too kindly to that. So it does matter how accurate you are. She walked away, and it had to be from here to like the parking lot where your truck is parked right now. Did it actually hit him?
Well,
he just kind of throws it behind. Like it was a disrespectful move.
This right here, there's two different ones. So
that's the second one.
Yeah. So the one he scores a bucket, and I thought he just had a very fundamentally sound chest pass, and the accuracy of the chest pass was really good. This is not it. It's on down on the baseline.
You also can't cross up an NBA ref, which is what he did when he was walking off the court. When he got the final tech, he crossed him up and then threw the ball like, "Here, go get this. Go pick this thing up." So it does matter how accurate you are. And it matters the velocity at which you throw the basketball toward the referee. It does.
So Trae scores a bucket, takes it, chest passed, perfect location. Actually, in the shooting, it was in the shooting side of the ref.
Yeah, you threw a basketball at a ref.
So the ref conceivably could have gotten in triple threat position, and then there it is right here, Raj. What a great pass there by Trae Young.
Yeah, he launches a basketball at a ref.
But
you can't do it. Can't do it.
Don't you think the ref in the NBA should respect the fundamental nature?
Adam
it was like
Sandler
watching
in the longest yard. You can't do those. You can't hit the bailiff in the nuts.
It was Pistol Pete Maravich teach tape chest pass fundamentals. I think you respect that. General respect right there.
Accuracy matters. School administrator walked away.
Trae Young is absolutely playing in the next game.
I got pissed off. Launched a snowball from, it had to be 70 feet, coach. Just a seed. Maybe a little bit longer than that. An absolute seed. And hit the woman in like the buttocks or the hamstring. And then she turned around. I dove under her car with the rest of my buddies. And one guy was standing in the middle of the street. He gets in trouble, gets suspended, rats me out. And then I had to go talk to the principal.
That's not ratting. I mean,
how
is that ratting you out? He's gonna
shouldn't have been standing there.
He's going to take the bullet for something you did, and that's called ratting him out. When he just told the truth about what happened. I mean,
get your head on a swivel.
No wonder Gen Z's got so many dang problems.
Get your head on a swivel. And then I had to go in and talk to the principal and the headmaster, and they said, "What were you thinking?" I went, "Honestly, I didn't think I could hit her," and I did. So I got suspended. Trae Young, case in point, didn't think he was going to hit the ref, hit him, teed up, and then got kicked out of a playoff game, play-in game.
Where I went to school, we didn't have anything called the headmaster. Just saying.
Yeah, coach, you're just like me. Probably just had a principal,
Yeah.
All right. Okay, cool.
I mean, I got to know the detention officer.
Yeah.
About it.
121-116 is the final for Golden State over Memphis. Memphis has to play for their playoff lives tomorrow, or rather on Friday evening. They get 38 points from Jimmy Butler in that game. Steph goes perfect from the line, 6 of 13, drops 37. I don't think that Golden State is going to... I don't think they're going to find a way to get past Houston, but I think they're going to push them to 6 or 7. But do you think it's the same exact thing that happens as what did 2 years ago with Sacramento? 2 years later, 2 years older, can Golden State grab a young team that looks like they have finally arrived and say, "Not so fast, young man"?
Well, the NBA certainly wants Golden State to make a run. That's for sure. You hear the national narrative, and the NBA wants all the California teams that are involved to be in the Western Conference
the ESPN
as long as
narrative this
possible.
morning was ridiculous. Did you see the headline?
Yeah, we were watching. They called these playoffs the Battle for Los Angeles, and they had a logo on one side of the terrible logo, the new Clippers logo that's awful. And I'm like, oh, hey,
don't start
Hey,
on
what
this again.
logo is
Don't do
that?
that.
So Battle for Los Angeles. I know the Lakers. The other one, what is that? Okay, so they give the image that actually the Lakers and Clippers, they're the ones who are playing each other for supremacy in Los Angeles. Yeah, don't worry. Don't mind the Denver Nuggets.
Don't mind the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Don't mind the team that won the NBA championship 2 years ago and has the greatest player in the NBA who's not going to be the MVP.
He will not win the MVP. Bontemps came out with his, and Bontemps does the ESPN straw polls where he gets the vast majority of actual NBA awards voters. So when he comes out with the quarter poll, the halfway, the three-quarter, it pretty much is gospel truth. He came out with his votes. Joker second.
He's not winning the MVP.
He's not winning. He's going to get.
And I've said it all
He's going to
along.
get boat raced. It'll be like an 80-20 split in terms of first place votes.
Give me odd numbered years and give me non-Jokic MVP years, and I think that's when you win titles here in Denver.
Oh, or Bruce Bochy in it?
Yeah.
Happy birthday, by the way. Bruce Bochy turned 70 today.
Fine manager, great skipper.
Bochy shares a birthday with Nolan Arenado. There's a couple of guys in here. Bill Belichick and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Speaking of Bill Belichick, did you see his 24-year-old girlfriend at practice? It was a spring game at North Carolina. She comes with her high heels on, walks right into the middle of the practice field, and she is running the show. Like, she might as well have headsets on and be an assistant coach. Walks right out to Bill Belichick. Everybody's like, wait.
Like something out of Blue Mountain State?
Oh, yeah. And everybody's
Denise
like,
Richards, maybe?
Everybody's saying, wait, what happened to the Bill Belichick that wouldn't allow any distractions around his New England franchise for 15 years? And now all of a sudden he's just sauntering onto the football field.
Women are a hell of a drug, man.
Mm-hmm.
It'll change a man.
Mm-hmm. It's undefeated.
Golden State, 5-point win. They move on. Your games on Friday for the NBA, which are winner go home, will be the Hawks against the winner of Heat and Bulls tonight, and then the Grizzlies against the winner of the Mavericks and the Kings this evening. I want to see an upset, like a 10 seed going in and finding a way to beat Memphis or finding a way to beat Atlanta. I do want to see that.
What was Miami from the Eastern Conference? What seed were they in 23?
They were a 6 seed.
I thought they were playing.
Were they playing? Were they an 8 seed?
Yeah, I'm almost certain they were 8 seed.
Okay, 8 seed then. They were a playing team. Coach is right. They were a playing team. None of those teams that are in the play-in bracket this year are going to make a Miami Heat run, though. You can't get through the West. If you're Dallas, Sacramento, Memphis, or Golden State, you're not getting through the West. I think Golden State can make life really tough on someone. I think Memphis, if they're right, can make life really tough on somebody. They're not getting through the West. The Eastern Conference, if you think that Miami, Chicago, or who just got Miami, Chicago, Atlanta, or Orlando is getting through Boston and Cleveland, that's not happening this year, man. I think this is cream rising to the top for both conferences, and I hope that the Nuggets end up proving me wrong.
And Nuggets Clippers, the winner without question is slated to play OKC.
Correct.
Period. So there's no reason. It's not NBA doesn't do a reseeding.
I'm looking at the bracket now. They match up.
You are playing OKC in round 2.
You match up with OKC.
You take care of business against the LA Clippers, which apparently the entire national NBA media core believes none in. They believe that the Clippers are gonna win because they're from Los Angeles and they have a terrible logo.
Ramona Shelburne was like the only one that took him, right? Nuggets in 7. I'm almost positive Shelburne took him.
Yeah, it was like I think 2 out of the 9.
Yeah, it was Ramona and then Jeremy Koo.
Okay.
Not giving the Nuggets any chance.
Well, it was to give them a little bit of grace. The team was a dumpster fire. I know they won 50 games, but it was a roller coaster to 50 games. And at the end of the year, say what you want about the start for Adelman being 3-0 and fixing the vibe issue that was around the team. Comparatively to what LA is doing, winning 15 of 17, if I want form going into the postseason, the Nuggets don't have the form.
Well, they have no
they
idea
have the horse,
then because
they don't have the form.
They haven't done their homework to know what having a district attorney, a sitting district attorney, as a head NBA basketball coach.
Like, where are you going with
You've
this?
got DA, man. DA's on the sideline, baby. I like the form of the Denver Nuggets. I liked what I saw in the last 3 games. And I love the fact that Jamal Murray is back and healthy.
The data set's not 17 games, though.
I don't care. The OKC Thunder have a massive data set. I think that is going to be the data set that ultimately ends up causing them to stumble in the postseason because they went full stinking send. Full send in the regular season. I just don't see it from that team in the postseason. Get through the Clippers. Get through the Clippers if you're the Denver Nuggets. Continue to round into form, and you peak at the right time, which would be in that second round series against OKC. A team that doesn't have a roster full of players who have been there and have overcome. Now, does that mean they can't? And you and I get into that. We get into that argument all the time.
I get into that with everyone. I think the argument of because you haven't gotten it done yet means you cannot get it done is a fool's argument. Now, there are teams that have to go through hardships, right? Like the Avs had to go through 3 separate years of second round exits to then get over the hump. There are teams that have to go through those things. Sidney Crosby's Pittsburgh Penguins had to lose to Detroit in the Cup final the year previous before beating Detroit the next season. But then I look at the Patriots and go, what happened with Tom Brady? What happened there? Where's the hardship for Tom Brady? He walked in and he won and then continued to just win. Where's the hardship with Ben Roethlisberger? He walked in and won and continued to win. I don't see that anywhere. Aaron Rodgers didn't have to really go through any hardship in Green Bay. He had to sit for a few years, but then when he stepped onto the scene, they won a Super Bowl, 3 years after? Just because you haven't gotten it done does not preclude you, does not disclude you from getting it done. I hate that argument.
Plus 4,000 odds right now for the Denver Nuggets to win an NBA championship. Plus 4,000. I put my money where my mouth is, buddy.
KJ's NFL notes are next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in football with KJ's NFL Notes. Disclude, not a word.
I'd like for you to make a public apology.
Exclude. Mm-hmm. Preclude was right. I had it right the first time.
Yeah, it's just proof that if you have a headmaster at your school, it does not automatically come with elite grammar.
Wasn't wrapped into my head enough by the nuns.
Yeah, it's headmaster sounds like something were there like rulers that were just smashing your knuckles at every turn.
That was my mother at her Catholic schools in New York. KJ, what's first?
This has been Raj today.
I am having a very bad day.
I'm having a great day. I'm having so much fun on the show today. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. I'll take it back. I don't want to offend you, Raj. I'm sorry. Ashton Jeanty has been the Cinderella of the 2025 NFL Draft Ball. We all know only one team can take Cinderella home at the end of the night. Ashton Jeanty tells us who has given him the most attention thus far and who's doing the most to woo his services to their city.
Who have you been talking to the most?
So now I have just like separate meetings, like the Browns running back coach wants to talk to me. Like it's all like separate, like who wants to Seahawks. But at the actual draft, I talked to 20 different teams at the combine, and really the Denver Broncos, they was heavy on me, and the Raiders, they was heavy. Like we was talking the most, like even while all the running backs was doing drills, because I wasn't competing. Like they was talking to me the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I'm saying? So
heavy. Denver Broncos heavy on Ashton Jeanty. I'd say stay heavy. Ashton Jeanty, man, I think he wants to be a Denver Bronco. I smell it. I taste it. And I think the Denver Broncos should move the mountains to get to that spot.
Where do you have to get?
12.
You have to get to 12 to get Jeanty?
Yep.
He's going to get past
New
Orleans, Chicago. He's going to get past Dallas, or Dallas is going to trade with you.
Yep.
I think 7's the sweet spot.
You're not getting the Broncos aren't going to be able to get to 7. I don't think they would choose to do that.
To 7, you would have to. I'm looking at draft value charts right now in terms of like what picks are worth. You would have to have a pick swap, this year's second, and likely next year's first to get in there. That's where that conversation starts, at number 7 with the Jets. And you know what? Honestly, like that's a front office. If you want to get to 7, I'd rather deal with the Jets front office than others.
Oh,
that's one that you can go like, hey, here's the Madden ratings.
The Jets front office, when you call them and you get on a FaceTime or a Zoom with their front office, they all have tattooed on their forehead, "Fleece me." That's the perfect victim to fleece.
KJ, what's next?
The Loch Ness Monster.
Ohio State running back Travion Henderson is stopping by the Broncos facility today for his top 30 visit. Henderson has 2 1,000-plus yard rushing seasons combined with a 27-plus catch season as well with the Buckeyes. Mike Klis would identify him as a true dual threat option at running back for a Sean Payton offense. If I had to ask you guys, we know Ashton Jeanty's number 1. Where does Travion Henderson fall right now in the pecking order of running backs that could potentially land here in Denver?
I have Travion Henderson in the top 4 of the running backs. I don't think he is a no-doubter, no-brainer top 2. And I don't even know if he was the best running back on his own Ohio State roster. I think that title belongs to Quinshon Judkins, and that is because of what he did in SEC tape as an Ole Miss Rebel. Is that their mascot? They still the
Rebels.
Rebels.
How are they allowed to do that still? Anyway, neither here nor
the
there.
Aggies.
Yeah, that's good. I think Travion Henderson's a wonderful running back. Pick him at 20. I would trust this ownership group, trust the evaluation process. If indeed the Broncos take him at 20, it would not necessarily be consistent with where I see his value. I think he's a second-round draft pick.
Brugler's Beast has him at 46 overall, and that is second-round grade.
What about at running back?
At running back, he is 4. He trails Genty, 3 overall.
3 Hampton, overall. Okay.
29 overall. Caleb Johnson, Iowa,
interesting.
44 overall. And then Henderson is the 4th-ranked running back on Brugler's Beast list, 46th overall. Quinshon Junkins trails him by 14 spots in the overall rankings at number 60, so a bottom half of that second round, if not a third-round grade on the other Buckeye running back. Quinshon is the 5th-ranked running back on that board. Other names, Dylan Sampson, Jordan James, RJ Harvey out of UCF, Trevor Etienne, who we heard Jeff Legwald talk about glowingly yesterday. And I cannot pronounce this name. The kid out of Virginia Tech. Bayshul Tutin. Never heard of you. KJ, what's next?
The Loch Ness Monster.
Good try. I just hope that because his name is challenging to pronounce, that Raj doesn't disclude him from consideration to be drafted by the Broncos.
I was looking it up online. I was like, come on, it's got to be a word. And there's an article that's like, it's kind of a word. It's a what they call it, a non-traditional English word.
Raj believes in,
which is just another word for gibberish.
You believe in utilizing
made up
non-binary English language words.
It's very 2025.
Very millennial.
Very
of
2025.
Very
Studies
Gen
from
Z
the
of
Urban Dictionary. If you guys ever wonder, But,
KJ, I grew up on Urban Dictionary, man. That is.
Look, I get
boys
it.
become men.
You're absolutely right. Cam Ward is playing his hand like a poker player that knows he has nothing to lose because he's already won the lottery. Cam details who his top 4 wide receivers in the NFL are right now, and there appears to be a common theme here.
So y'all already said Ridley, Jamar, Justin.
I think Jason Jamar is like the top.
And then for my last one, Traylon Burks.
Traylon Burks, who the heck's that? Who's he play for? Traylon Burks plays for the Titans?
Who cares?
He had 4 catches for 34 yards? Okay.
He's just glazing his new teammates. That's
So
all he's
dumb.
doing.
Come on, man.
What? Come on.
I don't like
you
Cam
don't
Ward.
like
I don't like Cam Ward.
There's something that rubs.
Nothing ever happened with Cam Ward to me. Nothing.
He was very good at Miami.
Yeah, he lost to Syracuse, Raj.
Syracuse was a really solid football
Get
team
outta
this year.
here,
They won
man.
9 games. They
In
were a
the
game away from being in the
ACC.
ACC title. Syracuse
You know
was
what
a
the
good football
ACC,
team.
man? That stands for a Cheeks Conference.
It's the same conference as the Big 10 or Big 12 right now.
Don't
Come
say
on.
Big 10. Don't say
It's
SEC.
not. No, it is the same conference as the Big 12. They're both the same thing.
I'm not a Cam Ward guy.
Spot the difference between Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders? They're like the same dude.
No,
in terms of like what they accomplished on the field, they're the same guy.
Who do you want on the field with your franchise with the ball in his hands? Fourth quarter.
Shedeur. I want Shedeur,
minute
but they're
52
kind of
left.
the same guy.
That's the bottom line.
Neither one of them won anything, but they won a decent amount of football games. They put up big numbers while doing it. They're on the field from what they actually got accomplished with their college teams. They're the same dude.
Cam Ward's a lesser Caleb Williams to me. He's fairly unserious. He's an unserious quarterback.
We got all that from a Fortnite game.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
KJ, keep it going.
The Loch Ness Monster.
Giants GM Joe Sheen came out in his pre-draft presser and said that taking a quarterback is not necessarily their top priority. Well, Adam Rank of NFL.com, he took that as, in his next mock draft, let's add a little twist with those comments. He has Ashton Genty been selected to the New York Giants at number 3 overall, and he has Shedeur falling all the way to number 21 overall to the Pittsburgh Steelers. My question to you guys is, knowing where the Giants stand, I know that's Joe Sheen just trying to play the game, but knowing where the Giants stand right now, what's more likely to happen? Ashton goes number 3 or Shedeur falls all the way to 21?
Neither. I don't see either of those two scenarios playing out. And if Shedeur Sanders falls to where the Broncos are selecting at 20, you better believe the Broncos are going to be moving somehow, some way. Because it's not just going to be the Steelers. There's going to be there will be other teams that if they can get Shedeur Sanders at pick 20, they would be able to. There would be some serious potential value.
Yeah,
there.
he wouldn't get to 21. I think you would see that fall start to get past
How's that even
Chicago
gonna happen?
at 10.
How's that going to happen?
Sanders
falling all the way to 21.
It happens pretty easily if Cleveland grabs Hunter or Carter, and then the next pick is the Giants picking the guy who is left with them. A couple of offensive tackles go. Genty goes number 6 to Vegas. Then the tight ends go, and maybe Tet McMillan pops up there. Then you start to see him outside the top 10. Can he get to 21, Shedeur? No. But if he gets outside the top 10, I could see Pittsburgh jumping up and going to grab him. He's not going to 21.
There's no way that Ashton Genty going 3 overall.
I'm in love with the idea of San That'd 11.
Yep.
I think it's so sneaky that if
just to be clear, we're talking Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
We're not talking Ashton Genty
We're talking Shedeur. Okay, so here's your answer. I think it is more likely that Shedeur starts to tumble than Genty. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's more likely that Shedeur tumbles than Genty tumbles. I think that was the question.
The question was really hard. It was Genty at 3 or which one's more likely? Genty at 3 to the New York Giants or Shedeur at 21?
Genty at 3 to the Giants is more likely than Shedeur all the way to 21.
You're passing up potentially both Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter. Does that happen in the top 3? That would be required for Ashton Genty to be selected. Now,
my reading comprehension is off today. It's very clear.
The New York Giants, it brings up an interesting point. What did the New York Giants just watch happen under what their watch? Saquon Barkley, gone. Super Bowl, in division.
Pissed off fan base. How could you ever let that guy walk away? Now you can go, hey guys, we fixed it. We fixed it. Don't worry. Now you have a cheap Saquon Barkley, a rookie Saquon Barkley again. Fixed it.
Who plays quarterback for the New York Giants?
I have no idea. I have no idea who's on the roster right now. Drew Lock just re-signed in Seattle.
You ever done anything dangerous?
Oh, we've already talked about it. Yeah, we got Russell Wilson.
Oh! That got out of my head quickly. He's such an afterthought.
Do we have Jameis Winston too?
He is such an afterthought.
Wait, hold on. Do we also have Tommy DeVito? We got a great quarterback group in New York.
We talked about that for like a week, and I couldn't, gun to my head, I couldn't have told you that Russell Wilson was the Giants quarterback for some reason. I don't know what about. Why is that the way that I think about Russ?
Go Big Blue.
That I don't think about him.
That's what Russ says now. Go Big Blue.
That could happen. Genty 3 to the Giants could certainly happen.
It could. It's more likely than Shedeur all the way down to 21.
KJ, one more.
Colorado two-way star Travis Hunter told CBS Sports that none of the teams he has met with in the weeks ahead of the NFL draft has made an issue of him playing offense and defense. However, if an NFL team told him he had to focus on wide receiver or cornerback and not play both, it would be considered game over for him. Quote, "It's never playing football again because I've been doing it my whole life and I love being on the football field. I feel like I could dominate on each side of the ball, so I really enjoy doing it." And quote, guys, how much stock should we put into Travis Hunter actually leaning mentally in that direction if a team forces him to play one side of the ball?
No team's going to do that. You're going to draft a generational talent that won the Heisman Trophy largely because of the ability to be not just effective, but fairly dominant on both sides of the football. He's going to play in NFL games in fits and starts on both sides of the ball, period. I don't see anybody drafting him and then all of a sudden creating a malcontent day one. Say, no, you are just a corner. Or no, you are just a wide receiver. That ain't happening.
Now, when he gets to the league, is he a gadget offensive player?
I think he's a full-time offensive player and a matchup, situational nickel defensive back.
That's kind of the opposite thinking that we've heard kind of all year out of the NFL. Most people have thought he is a true elite defensive back that can help you on offense.
Go back to what I keep saying, man. And I've said it since I watched that North Dakota State game to start the season. There's only one NFL wide receiver that's in his same space as it relates to catching the football, contested catches, ball in the air, insane level of ball skills. That's Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson, Travis Hunter, top 2 ball skills in the National Football League.
How many snaps on each side of the ball?
Receiver, you get rotated anyway, so I'd say between 40 and there's fewer snaps in the NFL game in general, just because there's the huddle mechanism. No, there's a lack of pure tempo offenses. I mean, what Travis Hunter did in 2023 with the CU Buffs under offensive coordinator Sean Lewis, that plays lightning fast in terms of operational time, get lined up and play.
2,625 snaps in 2 years.
He would average somewhere between, I'd say, 38 snaps a game offensively and 15 defensively.
That's insane, man. Insane.
But that's so doable.
For an athlete like that, I think it's doable. There's the detractors that always say it's never been done. It can't be done in NFL. Can't be done at that level. People said you couldn't play both ways in baseball, and I know it's a drastically different game. But Shohei's doing it now. And there was a reason why Shohei didn't come over until, 2018, when he was 23 years old, rather.
Shohei is in the player that played against your very own Colorado Rockies last night?
That player.
How'd that go for the old Rocks?
Not great for the Rockies.
How we doing over there? Everything good?
3-14 or 3-15, the worst team in the majors.
Yeah, worst start in franchise history. But you know what?
Bad.
Hey, everything's fine. I'm good. Everything's fine. Bud Black's killing it. He's doing a really good job. Everything's good, man.
Ohtani wanted to come over many years prior to his age 23 season, but the Dodgers were like the main team that were courting him, and the Dodgers were like, dude, we're not letting you play both ways. It's just not going to happen. And finally, the Angels went, let's do this thing. And he comes over, and now the Dodgers are allowing him to do it once again. Someone's got to allow him to actually dive in. It can't be gadget. It can't be full-time defensive back, and then we have like 4 Travis packages where you get 6 snaps, 2 targets. It needs to be full-on, full bore. If you want this to be a real thing in the NFL for years to come, and I think it can be, right? There are athletes out there that are like this. You have to allow Travis Hunter to be the trailblazer.
Travis Hunter averaged during certain parts of the season last year over 100 snaps in a game.
It's insane.
The average offensive snaps in a game in the NFL is 63.
He can do it.
100% can do it.
You can make the argument that the workload is less.
At the wide receiver position, you never play all 63 offensive snaps.
Right.
You run a go route, you're done for potentially 2 plays. Like if you're down the field, they just peel right off and go right on the sideline and then grab some water and go to the next thing. There's more opportunity to preserve him on offense than there is on defense.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Colorado's most complete local appliance store. That is mountainhighappliance.com. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. Once more, mountainhighappliance.com. On the other side, just a couple of days away from Dallas in Colorado in the first round of the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. I told you, I have comparisons from 2022 to 2025. The Athletic did a really good deep dive into what you need to be a legit Stanley Cup contender. The last 15 years of Cup champions, we'll go through the 2022 Avs and compare them to what they have going into the postseason this year.
Not a big fan of the white fluffy stuff that's on its way and will be here by tomorrow evening through Saturday. Then get a trip booked to Circa Las Vegas. My co-host Raj and I, Alex Ryanemi, just got back from a 2-night stay at Circa Las Vegas, and he kept telling me, why would you ever go elsewhere than Circa Las Vegas? Because it's got everything that you are looking for as a fan of sports, all the playoff action, the world's largest indoor sports book and world's largest outdoor sports book, not to mention incredible amount of culinary delights, great affordable options to eat, and then Barry's Steakhouse. Book your trip to get away from the cold temps and the snow at circalasvegas.com. Get out there today.
Wrapping things up here on the morning sprint, Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan Emmy handing things off to PhD, noon to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6. Awaiting round 1, game 1 of the playoffs on Saturday. Nuggets and Clippers, 1:30. Avs and Stars, we're expecting that to be a late game on Saturday, but no official news as of yet. Speaking of official news, this one from Nate Kreckman got a reply from Curtis Snyder at CU when asked if there's a committee and what the nomination process looks like regarding retired numbers at Colorado. And I quote, "Hi, Nate. Jerseys for any sport at CU have always been retired based on the discretion of the athletic administration and the current head coach."
There you go. This is what it is.
What's up, boss? You believe now?
We're now just shy of 48 hours removed from this news that did drop. I would love to hear where people are at after they had a chance to think about it. Let it marinate, let it settle a little bit.
I'm comfortable with where I was yesterday. If you wanted to put Travis Hunter in the rafters immediately, be my guest. I still think it was a slap in the face to put Shedeur in there. You could have done it at a later date in time. And honestly, with how Dion has changed the landscape of that program, I think if he was leaving at one point, going, hey, I'm either done coaching, I'm going into media, or an NFL team has come knocking. If he were to have left CU, I bet you on his parting shot out, I bet you he could have looked back at the administration and went, 5 years from now, I want Shadeur's number retired.
KJ, where are you at on this?
Yeah, I'm with Raj 1,000%. Dude, if it's Travis, great. But adding both, it just feels like the nepotism at the highest level. If you're okay with nepotism, cool, great. I'm glad you are. But sometimes nepotism can it can do more harm than good.
The timing of it is obviously in question. I do see that both those players are highly impactful in saving the recency of failures that I was a part of at CU. But I think you've doubled down as an athletic department, and certainly Coach Prime has made it very clear, but more so the doubling down of the athletic department, that what we're doing now matters more than what's been done in the past. Think about that. What's going on right now, and that's Coach Prime's CU Buffs, is more important than what happened in the past. And you know what? I think in the nature of the current landscape of college football, it's where this thing's going.
Again, it sucks because the history of CU is storied. The history of that program deserves to be revered. But if you're always living in the past, you know what happens?
You stay in the past.
2008 through 2020.
Yep,
right. That's what happens.
You can include 22.
I was just going a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Just being a nice buddy. Just being a friend here. 2008 through 2020, that's what happens. CU becomes a program that no one cares about. For those years, no one, not even anyone here, no one cared about that program.
Think about what...
And now we're talking about them on April 16th.
At every single program in Power 4 football, they don't even really have the ability to think about the team from last season anymore.
Yep.
Because it turns over. These rosters turn over. There is no more community feel to college athletics. Just look at the NCAA tournament. We talked about who are the players that are playing. I don't know. Most likely all of them played somewhere else the year before. So there's not going to be an honoring of the legacies going forward. And I think CU, once again, it's a little bit ahead of its time.
Or you're at the forefront. It's crazy, man.
You coach for your job, man, that year. Every single person. It doesn't matter about a long-term build. And frankly, it doesn't matter what you did last year. It's all about what are you going to do in the coming fall, period.
Coach, The Athletic came out with a Stanley Cup checklist. These are the things that you have to have. You have to make sure that you are above average in, if not elite in, to win a cup. And they are as follows. You have your elite core, your support core, and your depth core. Within the elite core, you have a franchise forward, a star forward, like a secondary guy, like Mikko Rantanen to Nathan MacKinnon is what that was. You have a franchise defenseman, you have a shutdown forward, and a star goalie. That is your elite core.
Give it to me.
In 2022, that core was Nathan MacKinnon, Mikko Rantanen, Cale Makar, your shutdown forward, Gabriel Landeskog, and your star goalie, Darcy Kemper. 2025, the Avs read as this. Nathan MacKinnon, check. Marty Necas as compared to Mikko Rantanen. It's a step down. As much as we've liked Necas here and how multiple he's made to the Avs, he's not a point-per-game player at this point in his career with the Avs. Mikko Rantanen, well above that, and a top 10 playoff performer of all time in terms of points per game. Your shutdown forward, Arturi Lehkonen, I'll take that. I'm totally cool with putting Lecky in that role. Star goalie, Mackenzie Blackwood.
Where the hell is Val Nichushkin in your list there, pal?
Scoring forward in your support core.
Yeah, I disagree.
Scoring forward. So would you want to switch Nichushkin with Necas?
Yes.
All right, I can do that. Scoring forward, Marty Necas, as compared to Nazem Kadri in 2022. It's a step down. Kadri had an unbelievable year in 22. Scoring defenseman, Bowen Byram back in 22. This year, Sam Girard. Maybe a little bit of a step up. Who knows? Byram was excellent in the playoffs in 2022. So if we're comparing and contrasting, I could throw that as a wash. Shutdown D, Devon Taves, both years. Checkmark. Support forward. Back in 22, before we knew how important Val Nichushkin was, Val was your support forward. This year, Brock Nelson.
Yeah.
I think Brock Nelson can be as impactful this postseason as Val was back in 22. Do I think he can be as impactful as Val was last year? No, I do not. I don't think Nelson has that level of upside in scoring. So still think you're trailing on 22 a little bit through both elite and support core. Now let's go into the depth. And this is where the Mikko Rantanen trade changes everything, right? Because they moved away from having tons of elite talent and hoping that you can get something back on the depth side to move away from a piece of elite talent to make sure that you're deep through the middle. Offensive forward, Andrei Burakovsky, really good season. Really solid season in 22. This year, Jonathan Drouin, 2025. This is unpopular. I take Drouin over Burakovsky any day of the week, if and when he is handcuffed to Nathan MacKinnon. Defensive defenseman, both years, Josh Manson. Check mark for Manson in year one. It's a big question mark as to who he's going to be when playoffs roll around. Is he going to be that same big-bodied, physical, penalty-killing, shot-blocking defenseman? I don't know. I don't know who Josh Manson is this year. When he was on the ice, he was incredibly inconsistent, but he was also dealing with nagging injuries the whole year. Who is he? Do you have another defensive defenseman on this team? Is it Ryan Lindgren?
Landy.
He's been pretty good. Would you swap out Lindy with Manson?
I would.
I can do that. I'm totally fine with swapping those two out. Lindgren,
I think he's a higher end player.
I think he's a higher end player at this point in his career.
Yep.
He plays just as physical. He's not as big, but plays just as physical. And what we've seen out of Ryan Lindgren is when he's not being utilized in a top pairing role, he's really good.
Mm-hmm.
But when you have to force him like New York did when he was a Ranger with Adam Fox and he gets line 1 minutes, he struggles. When he's insulated in the second pairing, maybe even the third pairing, he's really good. I'll do that. Manson to Lindgren, probably a wash. Depth forward, JT Compher. And this is where I think the Avs get him beat. This year, you know who that depth forward should be?
Who?
Gabriel Landeskog. That's who that guy is. If Gabe Landeskog is any sort of the same player that he was back in 22, the step up from your depth forward in terms of scoring, penalty killing, defensive presence, physical presence, he is light years ahead of what JT Compher got you then. And the defensive forward, Arturi Lehkonen and Logan O'Connor, 22 to 25. They're not the same team. They're not the same juggernaut as in 2022. They have all of those boxes checked off this year. Are they going to go 16-4 this year, Coach? Probably not. They're going to have some 6 and 7 game series. But what that tells me, just on paper, this team can get this thing done. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10. PhD's next.
We got all sorts of stuff going on today. Welcome to the show. Thanks for being here. So we know we've got Playoff Grizz, who's covering the Avalanche, and he's back at it as Chris McFarland speaking at noon. So we'll hear what Chris McFarland has to say, and we'll get to what Bedsy had to say about
Is that normal,
Landy.
by the way? Chris McFarland speaking this time of the year? It seems a little bit unusual to me.
I gotta think about that one. Not sure.
Why this time of the year?
GM before the playoffs.
Joe will probably speak whenever the season's over.
Joe's not going to speak at all.
Well, maybe when the season's over.
Does he speak at all,
Nope.
ever?
He does not.
Yeah.
He's done speaking. Joe will not speak. I think, period.
Even at the end of the year.
Nope. Chris McFarland.
So is this simply a Gabe thing?
No disrespect for Chris McFarland. At all. But you got to put Joe Sakic up on a podium at the you win the Stanley Cup or whatever. You
I don't think so.
I don't think he wants to.
Both up there.
I don't think so.
I know he don't. I mean, here's a comparison.
I think we got a better chance of just calling Joe on the phone, get him
Joe
on here.
Sakic the closest representative we've ever had as an athlete in town to Nikola Jokic?
Yeah, because he's on the.
He doesn't really care about accolades, and he'll accept him and all that. But he's pretty humble.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
I mean, pretty humble Joe.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah.
Team
I'd
first.
say that's fair. Yeah, he's just in a way better mood than the Joker all the time.
Well, Joker's still competing.
Joker's always competing.
Yeah. Joe's
still in the mix.
As you said, he won't even do press conference.
Listen, the day he retires, the Jet's going to be fired up for Sanford. Okay, so Joe lives here. Joe got himself a house down the street.
Well, so does Nikola, and he's has one or two kids. Now he's had two kids.
Nikola
born in
will
Denver.
have like 6 houses around the world. I'm not saying
Hold on now.
Joker, when he leaves,
he might just have one in Sombor. Yeah, let's keep it real. He really might not have any.
I bet you he keeps a house here for convenience.
Well, like I said, he plays another. They're talking about a 3-year extension, so
I bet you
another 5-6 years, right?
I bet you he's got a house at the end of the day, because there'll be enough reasons for him to occasionally come back here.
What's the Cherry Hills of Sombor?
Well, you got. I know. I'm
Belgrade.
sure. Whatever it is.
That'd be kind of fun to look up the Cherry Hills of Sombor.
Whatever
see
it is.
where
Belgrade
Nicola's
Hills.
living out there.
Belgrade Hills. Belgrade Hills. He's gonna be in Belgrade Hills.
Let's check out the Google machine.
Here's a big point you're missing. If he plays
God.
another 6 years here,
Yeah.
okay, that means his daughter's going to be in like 3rd or 4th grade, and his son's going to be in 2nd or 1st, or kindergarten or 1st.
Okay. And
So now you got kids in school here. They're growing up in America, and you're probably leaving them here.
no, listen.
Did Joe Sakic stay here? Where's he from?
Joe lives here because his kids were older.
Oh,
Like when no.
they were
Hold
raised here, though.
They were raised here, and I know this because his son Chase was playing against my son Connor when they were both 11.
All right.
And Joe was just Jokic's kids aren't going to be like that. By the way, they're bilingual. His kids his daughter is for sure.
So is Joe's. They speak Canadian and American.
How about that with Taves yesterday when we go, well, aren't your kids American? Well, hold on,
Al. They have dual citizenship.
I'm just going to say, according to the old Google machine, Jokic has got room for a few more kids at his house in Cherry Hills Village.
No doubt. Of course.
29-room mansion.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's going to keep that joint, but I bet you he keeps some sort of property here only because he'll be coming back here enough and it'll be easier to have a house. I bet you he also keeps a house in L.A.
There's photos of his Sombor house.
Okay, I bet that's a nice joint too. And I bet you he keeps another vacation place. I bet he owns at least 4 homes when all said and done. I bet you anything that's that. And I bet you there's one here. But there's no way his kids are going to be going to school in America. They'll be back in Sombor going to school.
They'll be starting school here.
Well, whatever. They'll make new friends in Sombor.
That's what Joe Sakic said too.
I'm taking you back to Burnaby, Vancouver. Joe doesn't like Vancouver that much, and he's not from Vancouver.
Once kids if you get lucky enough to have Jokic play, what would the new extension be? Another 6 years?
No, the new extension would be 3, but he's still got 3 on this one, so
6 years.
6 years.
Right. So if he plays another 6 years, those kids get old enough or they get rooted here in schools with friends and stuff. You never know.
Well, the question is how old or young can the kids be so they don't hate your guts when you move them?
First grade, second grade,
3, 4.
I got moved in third grade to Steamboat from Massachusetts Steamboat. I pretty much hated my parents. And then a year later, we moved back because we ran out of money, and I pretty much hated them then too. But after about 3 weeks...
Is that why you hate kids now?
That's got nothing to do with why I hate kids. It's a totally different set of reasons. No, but in fourth grade, I mean, I think fourth grade is about the latest. You don't hate your parents. You'll survive.
You deal with it.
You'll make friends in fourth grade. You'll make friends within 3 weeks.
Change of younger kids. I think it'll be interesting.
How's the
high
school
school
system?
High school will hate you for life.
So he stays here, boom, 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 retires, moves straight up to the front office and takes a Joe
Nicola?
And takes a Joe Sakic role.
You think Nicola's working in the front office?
Joe Sakic role.
Okay. All right. Sure. What are we talking about here? What are we, nuts? Anyways, the story is we got playoff.
Would you offer that to him if you own the team?
Sure.
Yes.
Of course. Yeah. But, I mean, I'm not holding my breath.
I mean, he's no Charlie. What's his name?
Charlie
Blackman.
He's no Charlie Blackman.
Hey, Chuck's doing a great job. I watched every pitch of that Rockies game. Whenever you guys want to get into it,
Have they already started?
Yeah. What we have is...
Did they win?
Do you really want to get into it?
Just real fast.
No, they lost, and it's an abomination that Bud Black and Bill Schmidt have their jobs today.
Okay. At least you're at it.
Real quick. They're 3-14, worst record in Major League Baseball, -50 run differential, worst start in team history, 7 games out of 4th place in their own division.
Yeah, that's a lot. 14 games they've already lost. Jeez.
You're 17 games and you're 4 games out of last place in your division?
How do you not fall into a couple
you're
wins?
17 games played. You're 7 games out of 4th place
7 games.
in your own division.
Nobody accidentally hit a dinger or 3?
Hunter Goodman hit a home run 2 nights ago. They got 3 runs. They got 2 runs last night. They lost 6-2.
Good score.
Yeah, they scored. They suck. They are Bud Black. It's horrible. And if ownership cared at all, even symbolically, you would fire Schmidt and Black today. Black has a house in L.A. He took the train or something to the game. Convenient. Just he doesn't have to come back on the plane. Period. I don't care how nice he is. It's an abomination. They have an off day tomorrow. That's time enough to bring up somebody from the minors to roll the balls out and say, good luck, guys. Seriously. I'm not even joking about this. Seriously. And I saw Spilly say, I don't call for anybody to be fired, but I think there's going to be change. Can't have it both ways, Spilly, and I love Spilly. You can't say that. Either there
that's when he was broadcasting the game and he said that?
Doing a podcast.
Oh, well.
Doing a podcast. I'm not calling for anybody to be fired, but don't be surprised if there's changes. I'm saying right here, right now, Schmidt and Black should be fired today.
I don't know. The good news is I'm not sure Spilly even says that unless he's got a pretty strong inclination there.
Of course, because they'll fire the pitching coach. They'll fire the hitting coach. They'll do something stupid that doesn't matter. Manager, GM, fired today. And then maybe we can take you seriously.
How do you get so passionate about this?
I know. Because
how does that happen?
Here's why. Oh, no,
I'm just like, yeah, Bud Black should be fired.
I know.
Yeah.
I got it. You're sucking me in. I honestly believe, I hear a lot of people say the right way is to ignore them. I totally disagree with that. I think the right way is to hold them accountable. And the only way to hold them accountable is to pay attention to them.
Did you almost cuss?
Yes. So I've watched every single pitch for the past 2 games. Every pitch. Because we got a desert here. We got a sports desert, and the only treat is the Rockies at night. They got this week to show what you got.
You could go back and watch episode 7 of Celtic City.
I've already seen it.
Pretty good though.
It's really good. Pitino, what an idiot.
Oh, what a
dude! Check this out, Tyler, real quick. Rick Pitino, before training camp, sent a memo out to the staff to tell them all to lose weight. The staff, like the office people.
I think that's important. We got to set a standard.
Yeah,
that was what he said. He basically said it in that.
I actually could buy that
in that memo.
Hey, we can't be fat coaches.
It wasn't coaches.
What's the coaches?
No, we
don't know fat secretaries
We're
either.
talking like everybody up in there.
Yeah. Hey, Brandon Evans, you got to lose 30.
Hey, take
Brandon
another shot.
And Brennan and Kevin, man, they'd be the one executive.
In trouble.
The one executive lost 100 pounds.
Hey, probably changed his life.
They changed their life. Their team sucked, and
but they hate Patino to this day.
Oh, and Patino, it's weird. He's kind of, I don't like him.
I don't either.
Yeah. Anyways, we got playoff Grizz. I'm gonna finish this sentence. I promise. Now we have playoff Katie.
Katie Mitchell,
who has she was at the Fan working sports back when we were both there.
I helped get her into doing updates.
Yeah. So she's done it before. It's like we got the Mix 100 morning show. Like it's like our labor pool to go out and both very excited to do so.
And then the third guy, Jeremy,
he doesn't pay attention to sports, but he's been here a long time.
But we could get him in there during the reports so he could spin some wax behind us while they're doing reports.
Is that what he does? You know, he spins wax.
He might be able to get an update on what girlfriend dumped who, what boyfriend dumped who.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We got it covered. So we thank the Mix 100 morning show.
You went back to him?
Huh?
The boyfriend. Yeah. Don't do that.
Who did?
Just got to listen to their show. Catch up.
Yeah.
Anyways, playoff Katie is with the Nuggets. Playoff Grizz, whose song is phenomenal. We got a theme song. Should we play the theme song for playoff Grizz?
Should we not give it to Grizz to kind of come up with a theme song for Katie?
Oh, you're really pooping on the song that we wanted for Katie, huh? You really don't like it?
I'm not a big
Katy Perry fan.
Yeah.
I hold on. This is it's Grizz.
Grizz World, it's playoff time. Excellent, Grizz World, covering the Avs. Excellent. Woo!
Whoa! That's a short version, so now we can talk.
Yeah.
Short version.
That's a good one.
Yeah. That was because it's your idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he executed it. That's why I'm thinking we should be fair. We let maybe him and Katie combine for hers.
Well, this is what we were thinking. Now we don't have it. So you got to put your headphones on to hear this.
Well, I can hear. Okay. It's
All right, you're really pooping on this idea.
Come up with a new one.
I think we need to. I think we need to. We could listen to fans.
Listener input.
I mean, you suggest a playoff Katie song?
Need a song for a pop morning show, gal?
For playoff Katie.
Playoff Katie.
All right, we're up for it. If you got suggestions for a playoff Katie
we'll do this
song.
one today. Yeah. But I was going Joni Mitchell, Big Yellow Bus. So I mean,
I had to talk him off the Joni Mitchell bus.
Tyler Mitchell, Katie,
I get it, but
that's her aunt,
your
right?
60-year references really they have a limit.
But you know that's her aunt, right?
That's not her aunt.
Definitely an aunt.
Aunt.
No, it's like a little teeny tiny thing that walks on the ground.
Yes.
A-N-T.
Spelled pronounced T-A-U-N-T.
Taint.
Wow. We're off to a rollicking start. We've got it all covered for you. Chris McFarland is speaking. We have playoff Katie with the Nuggets. And, oh, my God, the CU stuff. Wow. Talk about a swing and a miss for Prime. Details about that coming up. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Intimacy, that's a special moment. You feel deeply connected to the one you love. Few experiences in life are as wonderful as these. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're proud of the work they do in treating ED to restore the intimacy for patients. Here's how it works. When the pills or herbals fail, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you go an hour or more. Here's what you do. That visit, initially $99, no biggie. A T and a PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. But like most men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, Colorado Springs. Call them today at 720-440-7900, 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I think so. I think so. Obviously, you win a Heisman Trophy, you deserve it. But even the previous Heisman Trophy winner at CU, Rashawn Salem, had to wait a long time before his number was retired. CU's only retired 4 numbers in the great, tremendous history of CU football, only 4. So suddenly 2 guys get in while, to Vic's point, they're still on campus. It just seems to be so far removed from any previous procedure that it can't help but be questioned.
That is Chad Brown, who, I don't know, if we're just going through CU legends during a career and after a career, he's got to be up there. His number ain't getting retired. He was on with the boys in the morning, and I have never seen something that has gotten shot down in flames as an idea as much as this one with Shedeur. Holy cow. You weren't lying, Tyler, saying that the players, ex-Buffs, I've never seen anything like it.
Here's the thing, though. You're right. Ex-players feel a certain type of way about this. But in the big picture, in terms of a social media presence, and I'm just following from my own social media here, posted a couple things about it. Oh my gosh, we are outnumbered tenfold by the just like I don't want to call them Deion supporters. They're just like
what do we call
this? What do we call this? We're like
new school CU
sycophants.
Yeah, we're like there's no such thing as a flaw. There's no such thing as doing something wrong. And
groupies,
I guess. I mean, but I am outnumbered tenfold on social media by people in support of it. Whereas you're right, the people that are very close to it and intimate in the building or previously were in the building feel a certain type of way.
So anybody with a brain in their head realizes this is a bad idea. What you do have right now is a culture clash with CU about the new CU and the history of CU. Yeah. And it is unbelievably apparent. I don't know what you want to call them. The new CU does not give a rat's ass about anything that happened more than 5 years ago.
And you know what? Just talking to Coach Sanford here on the way out, as he's walking out, we're walking in, having a conversation just about the state of college sports. Here's the reality. Colorado's not alone in this. This is the way it's going. Okay. This is the way that college football is going. The past is just gone. It's over with. The tradition is over with.
That's brutal.
And you know what the sad reality of that is for guys like myself, and Scott probably was an era ahead where they might have felt more pride in their professional teams. But, you know, for guys like myself where, you know, I played on a handful of different NFL teams, but I really only got passion. I mean, true, deep-rooted in my blood passion for the University of Colorado. Players, college football players, aren't even going to feel that way about their own universities here very soon.
True.
And you know what? Yesterday we had this chess versus checkers conversation, and we could debate that. The reality is Deion's just ahead of things. He is. And I don't like it. I don't love it. I don't have to want it to be this way, but I do admit the fact that Deion Sanders is arguably doing the right thing for the future of the Colorado Buffaloes by staying ahead of times, and I think this is what he's trying to do.
I think this has nothing to do with staying in front of times. I think this is pure and simple Sanders' ego.
Maybe.
And
I won't fight you too hard.
Also in that interview today, Chad talked about if they'd have just said, okay, Hunter.
Nobody would have a problem with it.
We wouldn't even have the discussion.
Not really. It would have been a little like, I think there's timing could have been something, but nobody would have had a big problem with it.
I think there still would have been a discussion. You know, looking back on it, how did it go down with Rashawn? Well, unfortunately, his number didn't get retired until after he died.
Yeah,
and what was that? I think it was 2019, if I remember correctly, 2017, somewhere in that ballpark.
It's an obvious mistake. As soon as you win a Heisman Trophy, your number should be retired.
I agree.
Period. The end. And that is a mistake with Rashawn, and that's too bad.
Yeah,
that's a shame.
Right. Now the question is, if they announced, which I think this is really what they should have announced, quite frankly, these guys are just going in the Ring of Fame. What's the conversation today? What are we having? Because the problem is you've only got 6 guys that have ever had their numbers retired.
I thought the Ring of Fame, though, was based on criteria.
Or 5 guys, excuse me. This would be 6 and 7, right? Yeah, so there are 5 guys. This would be 6 and 7. Well, at the University of Colorado, the way I understand it, there's East and there's West side, right? And one side is a consensus All-American, and I think there's more wiggle room on the other side.
Oh, is there really? Okay. And I don't know the specifics of it. I seem to remember there was something about why you get.
Well, there's
on
a
one play
consensus All-American side for sure.
Yeah, like you have to achieve something to do this. I thought both sides had something. I think there is. I think there's like a higher level to be on the other side too. I think there's like some specific qualifications.
Listen, Rudy,
I don't think the CU stuff is like the Broncos stuff is completely
there's not
subjective. It's like just how do you feel about a guy?
Well, there's no rule anymore because if you get your number retired, you're going up in the Ring of Fame.
Well, right. We've kind of skyrocketed past a lot of other criteria for doing this.
I think if you just looked at it, sorry, Scott, if you just looked at it in the most simplistic terms, there's been 5 guys that have ever had their numbers retired. Okay, Travis Hunter is the 6th, earned it. Is Shedeur Sanders the 7th best buff in the history of the program?
No,
not even close.
Not even close.
No.
I mean, he'd be lucky to be in the top 20, frankly.
And Hunter, you could argue maybe 1.
Now you could make an argument.
You could argue that Hunter
yes.
maybe 1,
Yes.
and that's no slight on Alfred or any of those guys who won national championships, not 7 games. So it's no slight on them. But he may be the best pure athlete that's ever played at CU.
Now you could make an argument, and many people would fight this, and they would say Cordell Stewart. You could make an argument that Shedeur Sanders is the best quarterback in the history of the program. Okay? Does that matter?
I don't know, bro. I'm having a hard time getting that Shedeur was better than Darian Hagan.
Oh, he's better than Darian Hagan. And that's no shot at Darian Hagan and the impact he had on the school. Darian Hagan was an option quarterback.
Gotcha.
So Darian Hagan's the best option quarterback CU's ever had.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
I mean, different time, different era. But I respect history. Like, if we're having this conversation, why the hell isn't Nate Solder's number retired?
It is, I think. He's in the ring.
Not retired.
Retired.
No. You're right. I'm sorry. It's 2 different conversations. I keep coming back to the Ring of Fame thing.
Ring of Fame, whatever. I mean, okay, I'm fine. I like Ring of Fames. I like statues. We're talking number retirement. And this is where Prime is losing the bus. But that's not what this is really all about. It's about the new CU and old school CU. And old school CU, by the way, is only like 4 years ago and back.
Yeah. It's during the never win a game CU. That's the year of the members. And the parents that are paying the tuition have just stayed silent or don't care.
I'll give you this. I've got friends from Maine. Their daughter's a freshman. It was great to see them when their daughter came to school here. Do you know what they know about CU? Before
last year.
Yeah. They're from Maine. They don't know anything or care about the history of CU.
Yeah,
so
but
let me ask you this tough question. How does it feel to you, Tyler, a CU buff, your dad, the history, the legacy? How does it feel to be told you don't matter by the new school CU people?
I think that's a very black and white way of looking at it. I don't think it's that simple. I think college football has evolved, and this is the direction that we're headed.
For the better or worse?
Well, it's evolved.
I mean, you got a quarterback holding out from a spring game because he wasn't paid enough NIL.
Yeah, and he's going to end up making less money going somewhere else playing for Tulane.
Yeah.
It's evolved, and I don't think it's as black and white as that. I don't think it's as simple as you don't matter. But what matters most? The past or the present or the future, right? And
what matters most?
And that's where you have the conversation where you don't have to like it, and I don't have to agree with it. But you know what everybody's doing right now? They're talking about Shedeur Sanders, they're talking about Travis Hunter, they're talking about Deion Sanders, talking about University of Colorado on April 16th. And you know what? That ain't just a local conversation. I'm not saying it's this passionate, that it's this devoted, but they're talking about this all over the place. Nationally right now, in the middle of April, University of Colorado is relevant and in the headlines, right? And so those are the arguments of why you do things like it. I ain't saying I like it.
Well, there used to be an old adage, there's no such thing as bad publicity. I'm not so sure with all the cancel culture that we went through and everything else. Bad publicity has changed. It's changed now. And it's not been great publicity.
Chad Brown said this morning that he feels a disconnect with the current, and he loves Rick George. Him and Rick George are
buddies,
tight. But he said he feels a disconnect. Do you also feel a disconnect with the program right now?
Maybe a little bit, but I also wouldn't say I felt overly connected to Carl Durrell. I also wouldn't say I felt overly connected to many of the regimes. Mike McIntyre, I had no connection there.
Yeah.
I had a little bit of connection to Embry.
You're excusing the disconnect.
I'm not excusing it, but I what I'm saying is I don't feel like it's radically different for me than it was with other coaches.
Midnight Mel?
No connection.
So when was the last time you felt connected to the school that you grew up loving and are so deeply entrenched with?
Okay, felt connected. I'm always connected. I'm always involved to whatever degree I can. I'm always paying attention. People are making all these accusations of, well, where was the passion previously? Why didn't you guys care? Well, nobody else got inducted, so it didn't feel like anybody else got skipped in line, that sort of thing. I've always felt connected, but, there is a access to things are a little bit tougher than maybe they were previously.
Doesn't matter.
I don't know, but again,
Right.
let me just argue against myself here, as I'm agreeing with Chad. Okay, and I'm not saying he's wrong, but what matters more, connecting with Chad Brown and Tyler Polumbus and previous guys that you would consider were good players, but listen, these kids have any clue who Chad Brown is or Tyler Polumbus is? No, they don't. And Chad's in a whole different category than myself. I shouldn't compare myself. But you know what they do know? They know Lil Wayne. They know these rappers that are on the sideline, right? So what is Dion's job? Is it to build the future or represent the past?
Whew. All right, I'll tell you this, man. Just speaking as a dog, I don't have a dog in the hunt. I'll tell you this, though. If there were Syracuse players and they weren't connected to the tradition of number 44 with Jim Brown and Ernie Davis, and even guys in my era that wore 44 like Rob Conrad or Floyd Little, if they were not connected to that, I would be ashamed of my program. Ashamed. But and we have a new coach who, is playing that game and going in the portal and doing all that. But they play on the Ernie Davis field, bro. And they are connected to Floyd Little and Jim Brown, and those things are part of the culture.
I'd be shocked if that's as true as you think it is. I'd be shocked.
I'd
be shocked
I'll tell you this.
if Syracuse football players give a rat's you-know-what about the past about Syracuse football.
I'll tell you this. If I found evidence that they didn't, I would be incredibly disappointed and embarrassed for my program. I don't have evidence of that. Every evidence that I have is the exact opposite, that they carry that tradition forward. But if I found evidence that there's new, Syracuse fans that don't give a crap about the past, I'd be humiliated by that. It'd be embarrassing for me. I'd be ashamed of them. And I would hold anger towards the new school people that want to throw out the tradition of my school. Because I think that's what you get from college you don't get in pro sports. I think tradition in college matters, and in pro sports, I think it's
Yeah. But we're taking the athletic programs into pro leagues now.
But that's the conversation that Mike and I were just having in between shows. It's changing, dude.
Okay.
And I promise you it's changing at Syracuse. I promise you it's changing in Miami. I promise you it's changing at every university across the country right now. Kids are in and out in a blink of an eye. They don't have the passion. They don't care about the past. They care about the next dollar that they can get. Just look at the Tennessee quarterback.
But you're talking players now. He's talking fan base.
I got it. And with those fans, you know what come and go? Fans of players, fans of coaches that come and go. The passions are just different than they ever were before.
But do you think the fans of Kyle McCord at Syracuse don't respect Donovan McNabb?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Nor do I think the fans of the University of Colorado don't respect Cordell Stewart.
Well,
I think fans greatly respect Cordell Stewart.
But if you're retiring number 2, aren't you doing a disservice to Dion Figures, who wore number 2? What's the difference?
I'm not going to argue against that. I think Dion Figures, if we're going to retire numbers, Dion Figures should have been retired. At the very least, he should be honored at the same time when Shedeur goes up, because that's a dual number 2 of 2 guys that are worth it.
So I sent you guys that meme that Tim Tebow, Player of the Year, Heisman Trophy winner, 2-time national champion.
In the College Football Hall of Fame, he's listed as Player of the Decade.
Yeah, Player of the Decade, and all this stuff, College Football Hall of Famer. His number's not retired.
And you know what, Scott? That's stupid.
Yeah.
It's stupid that Tim Tebow's number isn't retired at the University of Florida.
But if you look at the history, they did. They used to retire numbers until what? Steve Spurrier came back He's coaching, and his number's already retired.
Oh, okay.
And he changed it because he didn't feel right. He started passing out his jerseys around.
He unretired numbers,
and he unretired them. And now they have
his own.
They have
and you know what I'll say?
That's a
I
trick
think
right
I think
there.
retiring numbers in college football, generally speaking, is stupid. Ring of Fame, cool. We don't need to retire numbers. You've got so many players on the squad already that you've got 5 players wearing dual numbers,
and that's why it has to be.
That's true.
That's why it has to be absolutely super special when you do.
Right.
Why CU only has 5 in their 100-year history.
Yeah.
That's why the outcry here, because putting Shadur in doesn't make the retired number super special.
Hey, listen, it's not my school. I do love them. I am knocking on all pieces of wood that my younger son is going to be able to transfer in there in the fall. Let's hope that's the case.
Well, you better change your tune right here.
Yeah, so if it doesn't bother you guys, and I mean the proud alums, the tradition of the Buffaloes and all that, then I'm cool with it. It's your school. It's our state school. If it's cool, then fine. If things have really changed that much, and I just got to roll with the punches, I'm not going to get worked up about it. But I heard Vic, who's, went to CU and kids went to CU. Almost everybody has a CU or CSU connection in this state. Who doesn't have a CU or CSU connection?
All the people that moved in from Cali.
Well, they'll have kids, and guess where their kids are going to go, one way or the other.
And you know what their history is of CU? Since they moved in.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
And that's the current reality we live in.
No. But that doesn't mean the school and the university can't hold strong to their tradition.
Well, I feel bad for Rick George.
Well, you know what's stupid?
I feel bad for Rick because you don't think Rick was thinking all of these things as this was happening? And what choice did he have? I feel bad for that dude.
Well, it shows
he's a
you
good
who runs
dude.
the program.
It does.
What's silly about it, and shout out to Nate Kreckman for getting this information, because he asked me yesterday, are you aware of how they vote on this, right? I'm like, I don't know, probably a committee. He's like, nope, there's no committee. Nate Kreckman did reach out to the university, and he got it confirmed that the University of Colorado, the way they do these retiring numbers, it's always been up to the current AD and the current head coach, right? I'm not quite sure why the current head coach, and that could be Dion, Gary Barnett, that could be anybody. Why does the current head coach have any say?
Shouldn't have any say.
It should be a committee, and it should be even bigger than an athletic director.
Yeah. He should sit on the committee though.
Yeah, oh, for sure he should.
But there's got to be an historian, maybe a couple alumni, maybe a professor or two or something.
But so, my question is, did other coaches know they had that power? Did they know that they could just put somebody in?
I doubt it. By the way, I've heard people question the timing. I think I know why. The game, and this is why Prime wanted an opponent to play for the spring game, because it would just have been better TV. You realize on TV, this thing, without this ceremony, wouldn't have much punch. But it is going to be on TV. And the reason they're doing it, I feel firmly, is because it makes a better TV event this weekend.
I agree
and
with that.
that's it. That's the only reason. Because why else am I watching this thing?
Well, now can you get 20,000 kids that weren't going to come to the spring game show up for the spring game?
You might be right, and guess what that is? That's thinking about the future of the program, and that's what I'm arguing against myself.
Well, find out who gets the gate receipts.
Well, I'll tell you this: if the future of the program, if the Prime era is really like a super dividing line, and it really just started a couple years ago, then this is a brilliant way to put fans of that generation, which is only a couple years old, put Fanny in the seats for a game that doesn't really have much juice whatsoever. I mean, that's got to be the reason they're doing it for the spring game, is to get fans there so they're not embarrassed on TV that there's nobody in the stands for Prime to watch a spring game. I mean, what other reasons would there be? And to defend Prime, I guess, in what you're saying, you're right. It's about promoting the University of Colorado, so we can't be snobs about it now when we've been complicit with everything else for the past 2 years. That improves the school. I think it's just a tough pill to swallow. I think ultimately that's it.
Well,
and probably us older people should probably shut the fudge up.
Well, here's the thing. Chad said that's what he's been called, the old get off my lawn guy. Us older fans, if you will, still love traditions of university. I love, when I first got here, and I had a daughter graduate from CU, I love sitting in that football stadium and singing shoulder to shoulder. I mean, it was one of the coolest things in the world, man. That whole crowd going nuts. it was awesome.
Well, for the past 8 years, you've had a lot of room shoulder to shoulder.
I know. But it was so I buy into the traditions of programs. I'm still big and will always probably stay big with the tradition of the programs. And that's why I'm sad, because I think you're bucking that and just saying, no, none of that mattered. And that bothers me. That's what it bothers me.
I'm feeling myself change a little bit on this topic.
No, not at all. Well, because you suck up to the CU. I shouldn't have mentioned that they're going to blackball your kid now.
No. I'm seriously thinking. No, I'm thinking about it in a different way. Like, Tyler, you're doing a good job kind of convincing me right now. Like,
Shedeur Sanders not only.
Well, but hold on a second. Listen, if it was that important to all of us who care this much about the tradition, why didn't we do more over the past 8 years before Prime got here?
To get all the other people in.
Well, right. we couldn't figure it out, could we? But Prime did.
Well, I could answer that question because previously it felt like that was special, unique, and it didn't feel offensive because you didn't have anybody that had ever gone in that you questioned. There's nobody that ever got in that you questioned. So, yeah, you might have thought that Deion Figures was worthy of it. You might think Darian Hagan is worthy of it. But you didn't feel like you had to fight for it because there was only 5 dudes.
Mm-hmm. I can kind of see the other side of the coin.
I mean, how many?
But I will say this: have Bronco fans over the year not fought for Hall of Fame members from the Broncos?
Mm-hmm.
There's been a whole lot of people going back deep history, getting Randy Gradishar in, and why is it Tom Jack? What about Floyd Little? I mean, they've been passionate about that, and you're right, Tyler. They haven't really thought about it or got involved.
All right, good conversation.
But what I was going to say, Shedeur's not only should have his number retired. You'd have to have serious consideration about whether he's a Ring of Famer.
All right. Well, here we are. It's a hell of a conversation, man. Out of nowhere, too. Like, really? That was not on the bingo card, but listen, when we got a little gap with Avs and Nuggets, when there's a little time off, we can focus on things and pay attention to stuff. Real quick. Does it change your view of the spring game whatsoever?
Mm-mm.
No, you'll be curious to watch Juju Lewis and.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going?
Yep.
Okay.
Hope you don't get your pass pulled.
All right.
How about all the alumni come back for that game and say, sorry, we don't have your name on the list?
Well, I'll tell you this. I have not seen one alum, including Joel Klatt, who is an influential guy with Prime in the first place, have any other opinion except for this is a mistake. So I'd
love to hear Joel's. I haven't heard his opinion on it.
All right. Well, we can dig it up and get to other stuff too. We got playoff Katie out with the Nuggets. We got Josh with the Grizz with the Avs, and we got Bezzy talking about Gabe coming up next. Hey, how you doing?
No dumb question.
Hello.
Should I bring that one up during no dumb questions?
Looking for?
It's a great thing to bring up if you want to.
Oh my God!
You want to bring it up?
I don't know. I got to think.
You gotta think about it?
I can't do that.
Let's wait on that one.
All right.
I got to think about that.
You got an hour to think about it.
Yeah, it's a good one.
That's
a good one.
That's a good no dumb question.
But it's up to you.
But is that on a good no dumb
It's
question?
a great one. But tune in an hour to see if Tyler wants to bring it up, and I won't say anything else about it. It's up to you. Bedsy today about Gabe. Let's hear it. He was on with the boys in the morning. Here is Bednar.
Yeah, I haven't decided yet. Like, we're hoping
I gotta set it up better. This is the question is about Gabe. What role Gabe's gonna have?
You okay?
All right. No, I'm just setting it up. I thought
You're
it
still
was
worried about not getting your kid in to see you.
You need to clam up. It's not anything I can do about
Somebody
that.
the missus goes,
There's
"Hey,
literally
I heard him
nothing I
talking
can do
trash."
about it. You need to clam up.
What's going on there? I don't know this story.
Please, both of you clam up. This is where we move
He
on.
applied?
We're moving on.
Did he get in? Did
We're
he get accepted?
moving on.
Did he get accepted?
Here is Jared Bednar about possibly playing Gabe Landeskog.
No dumb questions.
Yeah, I haven't decided yet. Like, we're hoping here everything goes good this week. I mean, he was on the ice again yesterday after playing 2 games on the weekend, so that's a really good sign. And, like we've had this week will be good for us too because of all the injuries that we've had and guys trying to get over things and get feeling at their best. But we are hoping, and it's looking like we could have everybody available to us for Game 1 in Dallas. That's the hope that we have. We have options in all positions here, and that we're able to choose a lineup that gets it done, and we'll just kind of go from there after Game 1, see how everyone's feeling.
What do you guys think?
I got it. Okay, I guess we're talking about no dumb questions here. No dumb question with Gabe Landeskog.
Yeah.
Is there any chance he could be a healthy scratch?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Like we're just assuming this.
Mm-hmm.
I heard Nathan McKinnon talking about it today, and he's like, yeah, he looks great. It's good to have him back, but he did acknowledge, hey, 3 years is a lot of rust.
Yep.
That's a long time to be off.
It's a major decision. You're taking off a healthy body for Gabe.
It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if you wanted to wait another, I don't know.
Hey, the playoffs go for 2 months, hopefully.
Yeah. I mean, you can wait a whole series if you really wanted to. Just keep him skating. The other problem is they haven't had a whole lot of practices. So he hasn't had a whole lot of opportunity to really go.
Well, it's over because we're no more hard practices for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
That's it. I did hear Bedsy say earlier today, like, we're not into the sympathy train here. Either we're going to put the best.
Help us? Yeah,
we're putting the best guys out there. Period. The end. And we're not making any excuses for it. So either Gabe's one of the better guys to put out there, or not. The end.
Has Gabe earned the right to just be available?
What do you think?
Probably.
Oh, to be available for sure.
Nah, what I mean, he's on the ice.
He has definitely earned the right to be on the active roster for the playoffs. Ain't no doubt about it. On the ice. I don't think you lose anything by giving it a shot early in the series.
Right.
Because, again, it's Gabe or Miles Wood. Gabe or Jack Drury. Gabe or blah, 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 blah. That sort of thing. It's Gabe or that guy who's on the border of being scratched anyways. Gabe or VC, Gabe or whatever. And we'll see how the injuries pile up here. So I don't think you have anything to lose by giving that a shot.
Well, this is a fair argument somebody sends in that, if the goal is to have Gabe Landeskog really be a very productive member of the team on the ice when it matters the most, well, there really is only one way to get rid of rust. And especially if we're sitting here saying that he's not going to be playing, well, you got to play. You got to get back out there.
And if you are playing the what did he say, the sympathy train or whatever it was, then you healthy scratch games 1 and 2, and you wouldn't play him until game 3, so your home crowd could see him first.
It's a fascinating decision that Jared Bednar is going to have. Now, if you really want to help Gabe out the most, you just put him on the line with Nathan McKinnon, and like Lehkonen or Val or whoever, Duran. I mean, whatever you're going on your top line.
Yeah, but it's not about helping Gabe the most. It's about helping the team.
Well, all right, let me put it this way. If you want to give Gabe the best shot for success / hide him a pinch, you will just put him on the same line with Nate, the top line, and away you go. Now, if that doesn't work out, okay. But you're a little bit more exposed if you're on a deeper line once that line's out there.
Yeah, but also if you're on a deeper line, aren't you raising the depth on your team? And now all of a sudden, it's kind of like great players who also are coming off the bench. You're playing against the number 2 point guard.
The answer is yes if Gabe is physically up for it.
Yeah.
So the answer could be yes. But if Gabe ain't feeling the juice, if it's just not all there, it actually is probably a better idea to throw him up on the top line if he's going to play. But you can't have any. Like, I was listening to the morning guys today, and they're like, game 1 must win. And I love it. Like, okay, great. Like, show me a game in the playoffs that's not a must win.
Right.
Make the argument for the unimportant game in the playoffs.
Yeah, there's only 4 must
Especially
wins.
against Dallas.
Especially against anybody.
You know what?
It's the playoffs. I mean, every game's important.
There's 4 must wins.
Every game's a must win.
You get a win till you get to 4.
The first game,
those are the ones you must have won.
You set the tone. You're on the road. You've got to steal one on the road to get the home ice advantage. Blah 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 blah. You're down 2-0. You got to get the lead. I mean, every game's vitally important.
I always thought game 2 was easier to steal. Personally.
Whatever. Every game freaking matters. Every game is wicked important. The end, period. It's a must win in this game 1. I roll my eyes. Every game 1's a must win.
Well, they're an emotional show.
No kidding. All right, we'll get playoff Katie with the Nuggets, playoff Grizz with the Avs, and give you the latest and greatest with everything that's going on here. Plus, no dumb questions because much more interesting coming up in about 50 minutes. We'll see how that goes. PhD on 92.5. Classic Rock Wednesday, Scott.
Katie Mitchell. Going down to the Nuggets.
You think this should be playoff Katie's song, LaGrange by ZZ Top?
I think Katie ought to have a say. I think the listeners ought to have a say.
I'm still feeling Firework by Katy Perry, but if you got something better, I mean, you came up with a Grizz song, which was great. So we got playoff Grizz. He's with the Avs. Chris McFarland speaking. And you're right. I don't know what the GM talking before the playoffs. I don't know.
Yeah.
Although the Gabe story is a monster story and probably above the coach.
Is this what we're announcing? Is this, by the way, clean sheet? I know it's out on TNT earlier and it takes a few days to get to HBO. It did come out yesterday, the 4th episode of his documentary.
What did it show?
It's unbelievable. It showed him emotional after the opening day. We talked about because we had the clip ahead of time.
Oh, the one that you've already seen.
Yeah, but this was the whole episode. That was the big teaser clip that was very emotional. And this showed him coming up. Remember that press conference last year when everybody thought he was going to retire and it was just like, whatever. So it sort of featured that and the whole thing. And I'm sitting there watching it with my wife. She is bawling watching this documentary because of how emotional and everything he's going through.
That's when you slide over and get in some cuddles and you never know.
It's 36 years. I'm not making that kind of effort on a Tuesday night. It's all right. I'll wait till the weekend. Really? Gabe?
I mean, you say really?
Well, it would help. Anything that
Put
helps,
on a mask?
that's probably fine.
So
yeah.
You're waiting on Saturday night to hear, Archie!
Close your eyes, honey.
Archie!
Just pretend.
I mean, the one thing that Gabe did not lose.
You ever given her a mental hall pass?
Oh, she is free for the mental hall pass anytime she wants. Please, that'll help me, basically. The one thing Gabe did not lose during his recovery was his looks. That guy is good looking.
Playoff Grizz or Gabe Landeskog?
Gabe Landeskog.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
and you wouldn't believe how often his shirt is not on during this documentary.
Really?
A lot.
Shocker.
And there was a scene where his shorts were pulled up, showing off his thighs, doing squats. My wife, I think, was sliding off the couch.
I told you the first time I interviewed Joe Sakic. Remember when the Rangers came in and offered him all that money, and the current owners at the time end up hooking up with Comcast somehow and getting the $11 million signing bonus to keep Joe here. So I was working Channel 2 and said, Scott, can you get down? He's at such golf tournament. And what's the one? Kind of by Cherry Hills, but it's on Bellevue.
Oh, Welshire.
Welshire.
No, not Well.
Not? Are you
Not
sure?
at Bellevue. Oh, you're talking about Glenmore.
Glenmore. He's at Glenmore in a tournament. He said he's said he would do it. Can you get down there? Boom. I'm at home. I'm close there. Meet the camera crew there. Joe comes outside the front of the thing, and it's all I've ever seen him in is hockey gear. He's wearing golf shorts.
Are you turned on?
I can't stop staring at his thighs.
Yeah.
I'm like doing a question, and it's Joe Sakic.
Hey, it's okay.
I'm doing a question going, and Joe, what was the final decision? Joe,
Respect
what
the
does
thighs.
this mean going forward?
It's okay to look.
It's all right. You can respect the squat.
Hey, listen.
Respect the squats.
He had Darnell Valentine, what's the running back? Barkley's type thighs.
Okay.
I mean, I'm
Saquon
like,
Barkley. Yeah.
and he's not that big.
Yeah, Nick Chubb is squatting like 500 pounds for thigh reference. By the way, I'll tell you real quick in this documentary that was fascinating, though. Really cool moment. He goes up to Calgary to hang out with Kale. Kale says, bring your golf clubs, your hockey gear, and a bathing suit. They go up there.
That's a heck of a trip right there.
We'll take care of the rest of it. It was Kale's skate that cut Gabe. In the documentary, it has Gabe asking Kale how he felt about that moment. Pretty powerful.
Wow.
Like, how do you...
Did he feel guilty?
Kale said that because it was unintentional and he had no, he didn't know that he had cut Gabe until he was told that it was him after the game. And that Kale said, I just can't think about it. I just got to move on. And Gabe basically feels the same way.
Here's the thing.
But it was a fascinating question. Do you have any sort of, even though you certainly didn't do it on purpose, do you have any residual guilt? Really interesting moment.
You know what I don't get? How that cut basically got to where you basically had to have all your cartilage replaced artificially. And I'm like, did they? And then they realized, hey, there's a lot more going on with this knee.
It was one thing that
So
led to
the
others.
knee injury in of itself wasn't because of Kel McCarr. He might have helped save
No,
him.
I don't think so. I think.
How does a cut affect the cartilage?
Well, they spend the whole documentary going over the specific medical
if you
details.
watch it, dumbass, why don't you tell us what they said?
I'm not taking notes, bro. I mean, go watch it.
Dumbass.
You're the dumbass. I don't know. You're asking me medical terminology.
You're watching the thing.
I don't. The vacular, centrifugal, vivicular, ventricular. I don't know. It's all that sort of crap. Gabe knows it. He goes through it in detail. Dude, it is graphic what they show. They show you the cut. They show you the surgery. They take you through all of it. I just don't remember it. I'm not smart.
No dumb question. How do you sanitize a camera?
What?
Okay, never mind.
Okay. Anyways, that's that. Leggy will be up with us in about 12 minutes. Nuggets, interesting. What's the who's coming off the bench for the Nuggets?
Russ, Watson. Let's see. Russ, Watson. Probably DJ.
Uh-huh.
Russ, Watson, DJ.
Jalen.
Not getting much deeper than that. Well, Jalen for sure.
Pickett, yes.
In a minimal role, but I think he'll come off some.
Strother.
Only if needed.
Really?
Well, I don't know. This is David's first time. He may go and say, hey, we're going to play 9. And if you suck, then guess what? You ain't playing no more. You know how it used to be?
Mm-hmm.
Not to stand on tradition and be one of those guys that are stickler for old tradition.
I'm just saying.
You know, where if you aren't playing good, you don't play.
I think
Weird concept.
You see DJ coming in there, not AG playing the
Yeah,
five.
especially because I think the Clippers are going to put size out there.
Okay.
So,
well, you want old guy on old guy also. That's important.
Well, so I think I'm not sure David with this group is a fan of small ball. So I think DJ will play. But it's who's scared, who's not scared.
Well, I mean, you got 5 guys that would be in consideration. It's interesting hearing you say Strother's just out.
This is as good of a number 5 seed as probably the league's seen in a while. With Kawhi back.
Yeah, they're hot. What is it, 9 out of 10, right? With Kawhi back?
Well, I think he's played the last 21. They're 18-3 or something.
What's the average age on that team? I'm being serious.
They're old. That's an old.
That's got to be the oldest team in the league, right?
Yeah, I would guess.
Bunch of old dudes defending.
Well,
the Alamo.
start running.
Bunch of old dudes defending the Alamo. Sam Houston had the right idea. We're just gonna hang out. We're gonna hang out like 5 miles behind the Alamo.
Yeah.
We'll catch them when they're
do your best
done.
you can. 10,000 dudes coming your way. How many you got? 300. Okay.
Yeah. We're gonna be in the trees 3 miles behind you guys. Let me know how it goes.
Sam Houston's 5 miles away, going, "We are Sparta."
I'm watching.
All them guys got squashed too, though, didn't they?
I'm watching the Alamo thing. It's like, why didn't everybody drop back 5 miles in the trees? Really? The Alamo is that big of a deal? Let's go back into the woods 5 miles. Well, whatever.
They just wanted to slow them down, and I think they piqued the interest. And
what a way to go for Davy Crockett, though.
Yeah.
All he wanted to sell was coonskin caps.
That's all.
Yeah. Well, how about David?
Guy's in a war. Like,
how about David Bowie?
Just trying to be a merchant.
That's all he was trying to do. Sell some gear.
Yeah.
I got to fight a war. I just want to sell some merch.
One of the cool things, if you see the real story behind the Alamo, you got Jim Bowie sitting there going, as the last attack comes in, ground control to Major Tom.
No, I get it.
Okay.
I just didn't laugh at it.
Yeah, you kind of did inside.
Sort of. I'm just still thinking about Sam Houston 5 miles up in the woods behind him.
Yeah.
Ready to slaughter.
Well, he was waiting for more troops to come down.
Yeah, and he waited patiently, and everybody should have retreated with Sam.
And they got him, though.
Well, they got him, yeah, because where were you going to go?
Well, listen, what happened with the Sparta? They slowed that army down, and what happened?
Nothing. They all got slaughtered at the end.
Did,
they got him in between the rocks, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, later.
Yeah.
Didn't do them much good. All right, so are you comparing this to the Alamo? The Nuggets against the Clippers?
How come the second show, the what's it called? When you do your second show, the second movie of the 300 sequel? Thank you. You know what they?
The Alamo sequel.
Why didn't they call the 300 like the 600 for the second show?
Oh God. Do you still like the Nuggets in this or not?
Yeah, I do, but I tell you what, I think this is going to be the best first round series in both sides.
All right, well, let's go through that. You're going to have Oklahoma City is going to lay waste to Memphis, Sacramento, or Dallas, correct?
Yeah.
It's going to be ugly.
Memphis is the only one that could give them a little
No, they're
snot.
not. They're toast.
Only because of size and
Dude, they wilted last night. They had no heart last night. They're toast.
Well, yeah.
By the way, Edie, you're 7'4", dude. Play like it. I know he got a lot of rebounds. I know
17 boards.
I gotcha, but look at him offensively. Just that guy can get pushed around for a 7'4" guy.
Yeah.
You're 7'4". They can't even get him the ball inside.
Yeah.
He is soft.
Well,
He's tall, so he gets.
Well, you remember all the rumors coming out to the draft. I mean, everybody's like, "Why is this dude not going to be the top overall pick?"
I get it now.
I don't think he's soft. I just don't. I think he's a 7'4" dude that's not super mobile, and unlike a Yao Ming, doesn't really know how to use his body yet.
Jeez,
I still think he'll be pretty good going forward.
All right,
but I think that's the only. I think
7'4".
Memphis is the only ones that could give them at least a series. Houston, Golden State.
I think Golden State's going to beat him.
Really?
Yeah. What's Houston? Seriously, what is Houston?
A young, very athletic team.
Well, Jimmy Butler's still on his best behavior.
Jimmy Butler's calling himself Robin to Batman for Steph Curry.
Well, yeah, I mean, can't walk in there and call yourself Batman.
No, I know. It was funny. Curry's like, what?
So, Lakers, Minnesota. That's going to be a good series, too.
That's going to be a great series. I think Minnesota could win that one.
I think Lakers are going to win that.
You think so?
Yep.
Yeah, you're probably right. It feels like Minnesota's just set up to beat the Nuggets, and that's it.
I think so, too.
Isn't that weird?
Which now points to the Clippers-Denver, which I think is going to be the best series.
Probably.
I mean, you got Chris Dunn at point, who's a great perimeter defender. Norman Powell, who's been a Nugget killer in the past.
How many games do you think?
I think this is, if Denver wins, they may have to win in 6, but this may go 7.
Okay. Still taking the Nuggets?
Yeah. But it may go full 7.
Why do I have so much confidence in this? Like,
because the Clippers are old.
That I think that's
and
what
the
it
Nuggets,
is.
The Nuggets have more or less dominated the Clippers for years.
I just feel like the Nuggets are going to win this relatively easily.
I know.
Get out and run. Let's get these boys tired. Put them in the ice tub and go do it again the next night.
But we just haven't faced like a healthy Clippers team. There's always something weird going on. But they're an older team, no doubt about it.
Kawhi will have to take a night off at some point.
Maybe. I don't know, man. It's tricky. You got Harden, you got Kawhi, you got guys there, but they are old. It is an older team.
But again,
can you run them? Could you run the Clippers?
Off, game, 2 days off, game, day off, game, 2 days off.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of rest in there.
Yeah. All right, Saturday at 1:30. I'm excited. It'll be fun.
What is the old song? I'm not as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was.
Hey, here's my hot take. I can't believe how freaking out the Dallas Stars are in their fan base about this series. They're tripping.
I get that, actually. I mean, if you're Dallas, you're like, we did all this to end up with playing Colorado,
right?
All that, and we got Colorado.
You know, they're playing tonight. They have a regular season game tonight,
which is the dumbest. The NHL just dumb.
Meanwhile, our Stars are going up to Loveland to watch Gabe play and chilling. We're in great shape. Great shape. I think the Avs could win that one maybe in 5. Like they could just, yes. I think Dallas may be spinning a little bit, man.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm nervous about that. I feel great about the Nuggets, and I'm nervous about the Avs, even though I couldn't have more confidence in the Avalanche.
I think the Miko thing is weird. I think it's still a thing, and I think the Avs can use it to their advantage. I think the Avs are going to kind of kick ass against the Stars. I'm getting kind of excited for that one.
Thank God he already came. You wouldn't have given him a video tribute in the playoffs, right?
No, hell no. That's done. He's just an opponent now.
Well, no. We've already. You don't
It's
have to
over.
worry. Well, you don't have to worry about it. But what if that was the first time
He might get a little. He would get something
in the playoffs?
Yeah.
I say screw that.
Yeah.
No video tributes in the playoffs.
Well, listen, man. You know what it's all going to be about for Game 1 here in Colorado. First game of the playoffs is going to be Game of Palooza. That atmosphere is going to be freaking ridiculous. Can't wait to hear that official announcement. That's why we have Playoff Grizz. Hopefully we hear something later this afternoon. Katie Mitchell is out with the Nuggets this afternoon. We got tons more of information and entertainment, we hope. Plus, Jeff Legwald, what were the Broncos or are they willing to give up to get Ashton Genty? Details coming up next.
All right, guys and gals, if you've noticed your hair's getting thin, maybe your hair's just straight up falling out on you, why don't you do something about it by calling my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration? They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. You might have already tried going online, buying the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, and you're frustrated because nothing's working. At least it's not working the way you want it to. Just commit to getting your hair back. By calling Advanced Hair Restoration, it's going to work. It's as simple as that. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you'll be in a calm, relaxed environment, and you can be comforted in knowing you've got the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is absolutely the best doctor. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, they are so phenomenal at what they do. And what I love about Advanced Hair is that they believe in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it starts to regrow the very next day. You got no time to waste. Make today the day that you commit to getting your hair back by calling Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Check them out online at advancedhair.com.
Jeff Legwald is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. So we're seeing some video today of Ashton Genty, Jeff, saying, hey, the Broncos were talking to me a lot. Jeff, how aggressive do you think the Broncos would get if they really did covet Ashton Genty to move up to get him? What do you think they would be willing to do?
Yeah, I wouldn't think, DMac, they'd be willing to, get into the top 10 or anything, because that is just expensive beyond expensive. But if he somehow, has the running back fate we've seen the last few years, and, he starts coming down, I think if he got in the teens, of course, but, my gut is the price tag on this board that is so thin in the first round would be pretty high to get in the top, 10, 11 picks, because again, there are some teams in the league that have 14 first round grades. So I think it's just really expensive to do. And I think some of it may be due diligence and some of it may be just in case, they get people go crazy on the quarterbacks and some of these other really highly rated players start coming down the board a little bit.
Is your top 100 out?
Sunday.
Okay, which means I'm sure it's done, I would imagine.
Is it? Is it done?
Yeah, don't tell my boss. No, it's no, it's in the hands of others right now, being dissected. Yes.
All right. Any names that maybe previously we haven't been talking about that we should be at number 20 for the Broncos?
Well, I mean, I can tell you players I like better than sort of the public domain. I guess that would be a good place to start. But I mean, I personally, I'm a big fan of Henderson, the running back from Ohio State.
I heard he's in for a visit. Is that right?
I will have him in the 20s when a lot of people don't. I really like him as a player. I think if one of the really, really good tackles comes down, they'd at least have to pause and take a look at it, given the age of their two offensive tackles. And then I think there's a bunch of defensive linemen that are going to be there because it's a deep class. Are you looking at like a guy like Tennessee's James Pierce as an edge rusher? They don't need an edge rusher, but he's one of those quirky guys. He's kind of carrying the label that he can be difficult to coach, but the explosiveness and all the rest of it is there. But in receivers, there will be a group of receivers there, that multiple receivers. Egbuka, Luther Burden, all of those types of players, McMillan from Arizona, those three receivers could all still be on the board. And some people are going to have grades of, in the middle teens or, the low teens on those guys. So I think players like that are worth keeping an eye on.
Well, and another big topic of the draft, obviously, is Shedeur Sanders. Where does a guy whose number is now retired at his college go in this draft that you see?
Scotty, it's really depends who you ask, and the difficulty is he's not that big physically, so that's a tough evaluation, or can be sometimes, and how his game will transfer to the league and all of those things, and then the one overriding thing people haven't talked a lot about publicly is that, scouting is about getting information, because you're asking a scout to go in a room and sort of bank his resume on sticking up for you as a player. And I don't know many scouts who say they came away from CU with all of the information they need on Shedeur, because his dad is his coach. It's a pretty closed circle as far as, when scouts want to find out what kind of guy you really are away from the field. So I think a lot of teams don't feel like they have all of the information they need to make a really good call about how high you take them. And if you're taking a quarterback in the upper half of the first round, you better be pretty sure about what kind of guy he is outside of throwing the ball, the things you can see.
If the slide does happen, and we've heard a lot about the Steelers, Mike Tomlin kind of falling in love with Shedeur Sanders. If that slide does happen, are there any teams that would surprise us, like maybe a Seattle at 18, who just got, what's our guy from Minnesota? Help me, someone, help me.
Darnold.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm Sam Darnold.
Thank you.
I never think of Sam Darnold from Minnesota. He really played there last year.
I mean, is there a team that might surprise us that might just go ahead and scoop them up even though they've got a situation that looks decent?
Yeah, Tyler, I always hate to use slide because I would argue he will be taken closer to where he's really graded, if he comes down in the first round. If I am Shedeur, I want to go down the board. I want to go to Pittsburgh. I want to go to a Seattle. I want to go to a team that has a more settled situation than you do with teams at the top of the board. But I think everyone, or at least a lot of people I know in the league, have their eye on Pittsburgh. If he's on the board and they don't take him, I don't think people have a really good idea right now or a good feeling about who might at that point. Then you start thinking about the teams at the top of the second round who didn't take a quarterback in the first. Like if the Giants don't take a quarterback with their first pick of the draft, I think a lot of people are going to have an eye on them for a quarterback with their second pick. Will they come back in the first round to get the fifth year on the contract like Baltimore did to get Lamar Jackson? They came back into the round at 32 and took Lamar. And that's the pick everyone has an eye on in terms of the quarterback. If the Giants don't take a quarterback, then I think it gets a little bit, there's some question marks floating around then in the first round.
Hey, talk about another one of the local products, and a guy I keep getting asked about everywhere I go. Where do you see Landon Jackson falling?
Yeah, people came away from the combine saying they got to do a little more work because he was, they had the game tape where he was an effective player, but I think the combine, he really sort of showed everybody he was a lot better athlete than they may have thought. Mm-hmm. And so he is a guy I think people have gone back and done a lot of work on. I see him as a good second day pick, maybe even fairly early on the second day if the right team is on the board.
And that is Snarky Scott. Appreciate it.
Arkansas is one of our
Everybody's in their car right now causing accidents. Like,
Correct.
Whose local kid did Landon Jackson?
What high school did Landon Jackson go
Arkansas.
to?
That's local. Yeah. Well, I was trying to let the local Razorbacks angle move on by, but I just
Scott can't. Scott cannot help himself.
In the big tournament, we kind of adopted Arkansas as a local team, didn't we?
Jeff, one of the biggest weeks of the year. It's a lot of work that goes into it. We'll look forward to so on ESPN.com that'll come out on Sunday. Is that right?
Sunday morning, I believe.
Okay, awesome.
The target, yeah.
Awesome. We know how much work you put into it, so we'll like Brett Kane said, we'll just start shouting out numbers to you. 13.
That's
65.
Right. 85. 92.
Yeah. And you can just sort of riff on what's what. Thank you, Jeff. We appreciate it.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
Jeff Legwall, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with the...
Well, Grizz, if you heard Grizz's song, you heard Grizz's song today, right?
Yeah. No. What was Grizz's song?
Oh, he's playoff Grizz for the hockey.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, do we want to play that real fast for her to hear?
Well, I mean, that's going to put some pressure on her. I mean...
what song is it?
Here we go.
It's from Wayne's
Grizz World! Grizz World! It's playoff time! Excellent!
Yeah.
Grizz World!
Oh, Grizz
Grizz
World.
World! Covering the Avs! Excellent!
That's all. Did he do that too?
He actually sang it. Yeah,
he's a good singer. He does that for our show too.
So we wanted to get you a unique.
What song is that?
Okay.
All right.
Right?
Let's go. If you want it, let me know.
Let me know.
What the hell song is that?
It's Trick Daddy.
Have you never heard
right?
that?
Isn't it Trick Daddy?
Did you play that a lot over on this?
Sure.
I have definitely played that song before.
Dan, can you find Trick Daddy? What's the name of it? Dan's
I
like
think it's Little John as well. It might be.
Little John with Trick Daddy?
Yeah.
Dan's just got a mouthful
got-
of PF
yeah.
Chang's. Just trying to figure out. Thank you, PF
He's
Chang's.
just coming down right now.
Now, you had a little, Now, Katie's been involved with sports forever.
Yeah.
So this ain't her first rodeo.
She was over at the fan with us.
Yeah.
but-
Katie's roots are in sports, and now she's, talking about whatever you guys talk about,
Sabrina Carpenter.
Sure, all that stuff.
Yeah.
But so this is a chance to get back to sports,
Yeah.
covering the Nuggets.
It's,
All right.
it's
So
exhilarating.
how was it today when you walked in there?
Oh, yeah, I think this probably worn off on you guys, but like when I walk into Ball Arena, this feeling comes over me. It's like a church feeling, right? Like you go there to almost worship. And so every time I go in there, I feel that. And then I just get really excited. And when I do sports stuff, I always get way more nervous than when I do the music stuff because there's more pressure. You have to be right. You have to have a take and don't suck, right? Like that's the whole point of it. And so like when I go in there and you had told me it's a little chaotic.
I did.
For the
I warned you.
playoffs during practice. And I was ready. I had my tripod. You said I had to get my territory.
Mark your
I was
spot.
ready
Are you the program
to
director
box
here?
out.
No, definitely not. But I have a tripod.
You do. And a little microphone.
More definitely, maybe.
But I tried to establish my spot and get ready for it. And it's just like nothing I could do could prepare me for what was about to happen. So
You got
it was
overwhelmed.
I did get over. And then plus, like, you have to remember when I see Aaron Gordon and when I see Russell Westbrook and, even Jamal Murray, who spoke today, I get a little fangirlish. Like, that's why I wasn't a good sportscaster. Because
that's why
No,
you're
it'll make
perfect
it
for
fun.
this. So.
I have a Nuggets tattoo. Like, it's hard for me not to root for them,
Right.
And so I just I get overwhelmed, and then I get it's a bad idea to wear a vest in a gym, Like I got very sweaty and hot. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm just very overwhelmed. And then I started to shake a little with the camera, so I'm sorry if it's a little shaky when you watch it later. But it was just I got so excited about it, and so maybe the sound wasn't all that great.
No, we'll figure it out. We'll look at it.
It was a little, diagonal, so it wasn't quite straight. But tomorrow's going to be way better because tomorrow, now I know what to expect, right? Because the last time I was in an NBA locker room, Kenyon Martin played for us.
Oh,
so
wow.
it's been that long since I've actually taken sound, and now it's sound and video.
Yes.
Back in the day, it was just
Just
audio.
sound, yeah,
You just had to get audio. And so now it's like two things, and my hands and my brain can't compute all of it. It's like, oh my God, it's Jamal Murray, right? So it's just like all those things. It was a lot today. But
all right. Well, what was the overall?
Katie.
What was the overall vibe? And we'll look at the audio and video later. But what was the overall?
I think
vibe
like
today?
just listening to them talk, they are excited to have home court advantage. Like each and every player and the coach were, just very optimistic about that. And they're like, going forward, we're obviously facing the Clippers, a really good team. This is a 4 and a 5. Like it's two really good teams going up against each other. But home court advantage is really where it's at, And I think with, Coach talking to him a little bit, they asked him.
Isn't he a nice guy, though, by the way?
Just even you talked to him for 10 minutes, but just hearing the way he speaks about the guys and, his role with the team, you want to root for him, as much as that stuff happened with Malone and everyone was confused, you really want to root for this guy, right?
Yeah.
And so the first question, they were like, what are your, if you're anxious about anything going into the NBA playoffs as a first-time head coach, he's like, going into the NBA playoffs as a first-time head coach. That's it. That's what I'm anxious about. So he knows the gravity of what he's facing, and he's very understanding of the public's perception of it. So I think we're all like, we're going to do this. We're going to give it all. And that was their take as well. So it was really great to see Jamal talk, though. I think that hopefully having him play off Jamal, like the role that we always know that he plays in the postseason, I think that's going to really rejuvenate this squad. And they already had a really good 3 games closing out the season. So I'm excited about the playoffs.
What's the overall health of the team? Did you get any vibe of how everybody's physically feeling?
Everybody looked good shooting around. Jamal didn't get out there and shoot anything for what we saw, but we saw Joker out there. Aaron Gordon was out there pretty much the whole time.
Are we worried about anybody physically? Is there any?
Gordon and Murray, just those two.
Yeah,
just those two. Okay.
And they were both available. Again, we didn't see Murray shoot or anything, but Aaron was out there the entire time that we were allowed into the practice court. So it was good. It was good.
All right. Had you? The Joker didn't speak today.
No, it was
Jamal. Are you looking forward to that just a little bit though?
What are you gonna ask Joker?
I don't know if I'll be able to. Like I thought I really had it together today, and I didn't. So.
Nah, you can make.
Oh man, we'll see how tomorrow Broncos.
All right. Well, thank you. We got Playoff Katie.
Yeah.
Katie playing it.
Oh.
Katy Perry. That's the one we've
That was
been
the Katy
playing.
Perry song.
No, I was just being.
Dan, have you found the song that Katie was talking about?
What was it called?
Oh, is this
Yeah?
This is it?
Yes,
Oh,
it's
'cause
got the Ozzy
little
remix.
Ozzy in it.
Yes. See, this is a good walk-up
Oh.
song. This is it.
So this is
Katie.
Katie is the playoff Katie, playoff Katie. Katie, playoff Katie, playoff Katie, playoff Katie. Katie, we can just do that.
Yeah.
Playoff Katie, playoff Katie, playoff, playoff Katie. Oh, we just do that.
Just do that.
All right, fine.
That's
We'll
great.
figure that out. Thank you, Katie. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Awesome job, Katie.
Tomorrow will be
Appreciate
better.
Tomorrow we better, I promise.
Can I say that's the perfect for what we're doing. That's perfect.
Love it.
Okay.
A huge fan, knows radio, but a huge fan, and is not afraid to say I'm a fan. That's great.
She's got a tattoo.
Because Grizz is a big fan of the Avs.
No doubt about it. We'll hear from Playoff Grizz. He was with Chris McFarland, so that should happen. And Charles Johnson,
CJ,
who will be defending Prime.
I'm not entirely positive.
We'll
I'm not
see.
entirely positive. We'll see.
That's after 2 o'clock. No Dumb Questions is next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Yeah, we still have Playoff Grizz, who is with Chris McFarland. And actually, I do have a little report about McFarland. Let's see here. We'll get to no dumb questions. Gabe day by day, day to day. No confirmation if he'll play. Oh, somebody asked about Val. That's a good question. Val, quote, will look forward to a successful playoff. Okay. They're a better, deeper team since the trade deadline with an emphasis on defending, and there you go. Well, we'll hear and see more, and we'll have Playoff Grizz in here after 2 o'clock. We'll also have Charles Johnson about the Buffs and all that stuff. It's up to you, Tyler. We can
No, I can't do that.
Can't do it?
I can't do that.
Okay. All right, fair enough.
I got one, though.
Okay.
How many numbers can a college football team realistically retire? Like, if we're being serious here, there's got to be a cap on it. You've got 100-plus dudes on a football team to the degree that you've got a guy on offense and a guy on defense both wearing number 22, right? If you get to double digits, is that too much?
Well, I would say this. I think we're looking at it differently. Let's go pro real fast. The Nuggets have, 5 numbers retired?
Oh, gosh.
In 60
is that
years,
right?
Going back to the ABA. Well, they've added a couple more recently.
Can you name them off? I mean, Issel, Thompson.
Byron Beck.
Mo,
Dikembe,
kind of. You don't really count Mo, do you?
No.
But he's got a banner up there.
Which is now second place for most wins.
I know. So I guess you got to have a banner for Malone at some point.
Dikembe.
Okay.
And did Fat Lever's? I don't think Fat Lever's number got retired.
I don't know.
I'm
not sure. I'm trying to picture the banners.
The key is, even in a college program, I mean, how many? I mean, retired numbers got to go to like 44 in Syracuse. I mean, that was special conditions, right?
So,
I mean, that was.
I think in football, it's really hard to do, especially in college, because there's just so many kids. Basketball.
But I don't think you're going to have that many kids anyway.
What do you mean?
I don't think you're going to have that many kids that are that special that
are eligible.
That you're even going to think about a retired number.
So just for context, out of curiosity, I looked up University of Miami and University of Michigan, how many numbers they've got retired. And it's very similar to where CU was. Miami's got 5 numbers retired. University of Michigan's got 6 numbers retired.
And Michigan's been a powerhouse program for a billion years.
Yeah, and I just thought of Miami because, throughout the 90s and everything, I mean, all those guys that came through there, that Reeds and everybody.
Well, look at USC.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. So I don't think it's an issue, only because I just don't think there's enough guys, honestly, that usually ever comes through the program that's going to be that big of a – it seems like anymore no one's staying for 4 years.
Uh-huh.
So are you putting a guy up there that's been there only 2 years?
Well, we just did. 2 of them.
Well, there you go.
No dumb question on Twitch. Where can I apply to be Val's accountability coach? You guys have any concerns about that going into the playoffs?
No.
I'm not even thinking about it. It hasn't crossed my mind. I mean, we brought it up yesterday. One of you two brought it up. It hadn't crossed my mind before then.
Interesting. Somebody did. That's a good question to Chris McFarland, though.
Well, it's an
appropriate question.
You got to be fair. It's 2 years in a row.
Right. And he is the GM, and that is his ultimate responsibility. So, good question to him. I do wonder if they're going to do anything different, though. If they're
give him a roommate on the road.
I don't know. What do you do with a grown man who gets paid millions and millions of dollars? Like what?
No Russian prostitutes.
Yeah, that goes without saying, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, not the.
You would have thought.
I did just see Grizz, man. See if he can't come in. Yeah, come on in. We'll do the Grizz because we got. Well, here he comes. We got the music. Here we go. We got it for you, Grizz.
Grizz World! Grizz World! It's playoff time! Excellent! Grizz World! Grizz World! Covering the Avs! Excellent!
Woo!
Now, we just had playoff Katie in here, and she said it was a disaster for her today. Did things go better for you?
Oh, no. I was listening to the segment on the way in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good today. Hard practice. Those guys were going at it. They
Really?
actually started early. I got there, and they were already on the ice, going at it. Full team practice. Everybody was there. Lindgren. So Ryan Lindgren showed up for about half the start of practice and then went off the ice. I don't know if that was something to look forward to, but he has been, maintaining that injury for a while.
While they were going hard at practice, was Gabe part of that?
Yes. Oh, my goodness. So that was huge note to me. So him and Josh Manson. Josh Manson back on the ice as well.
I've read wearing a fourth-line jersey.
Yes, so he was wearing an extra jersey. So that's kind of the thing. They switched jerseys halfway through too. So Gabe was in a green jersey. That usually describes as the extra players, but taking full contact. I saw him dive for pucks today, get back up, and they were doing the 3v3 and 2v2 kind of scrum things, trying to go to score a goal. Dude was everywhere. I mean, I haven't
no
seen
restrictions
that.
for Gabe whatsoever.
Not a bit.
Whoa.
No.
How about Eric Johnson?
So we talked to Eric Johnson today. Dude, he's fine. Dude is looking good. He is so excited to be back. It's like every time you talk to him about being back with the Avs, this smile comes across his face.
Yeah,
and you
and
know
he has
this
no
is just
teeth.
home for him. He has no teeth at
Right,
all. But
so-
he'll be fine. He's looking forward to it as well. But the big thing that I saw was everybody was on the ice for at least part of practice, and the only person that left today, and I don't know if that was just maintaining or maintenance or anything, was Lindgren. But everybody else, which was big. Manson was in a regular colored jersey. He was throwing his body around. And then the big thing was Gabe. He looks fast again. Like, it's going to take a little bit to get his wind in his sails.
Dude, that is crazy. Gabe Landeskog is full go with an Avs practice.
2 days.
It's wild.
Well, how many days is it? 4 days? When they play Sunday?
Saturday.
Probably Saturday.
Saturday night, probably.
So 3 days away, 4 days away.
And that's
Crazy.
the thing. We talked to McFarland, and there was...
why did he talk?
I think it's just kind of an end of the season type thing. There was no big announcement. I mean, they were obviously the first question was about Gabe, and he said Gabe is day to day, and that's it. Because there's paperwork you have to do to bring him off LTIR, even if it is in the playoffs. You still have to sign off on that. But he was and he goes, whether I'm talking about Parker Kelly or Gabe Landeskog, those guys are day to day, no matter what.
Yeah, but I'm going to tell you guys, that's really good news because that's just how they describe guys on the roster who are a little banged up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, everybody's dated. They don't tell you week to week anymore. So if you have anything, you're day to day. But day to day is actually good. It means you're in consideration for everything. That's really good news, actually. Really good news.
And to watch him play, man, I mean, I haven't seen him do that since 2022. I mean, the contact that they take, these guys were going at it. There was no restrictions at all. It was full contact. And it was unbelievable to watch him be able to kind of take part in that again after 3 years. And he's skating up and down the ice, too. That's what you love to see. You love to see him go up and down the ice. I don't think there's any type... You can't replicate, actual NHL contact, like even in the AHL. But in terms of him coming back for playoffs, I don't see why not.
Wow.
Tell me about the question about Val to Chris McFarland.
Yeah, so that was interesting. Chris is so supportive of him, though, as well. The question that was asked was, do you think you can trust him, essentially, throughout the playoff run? Undoubtedly, yes. He goes, Val's in a good headspace. This is how you want to see him. And on the ice, he goes, he's a force of nature. And we all know that. On the ice.
So they didn't talk about any special precautions or nothing like that?
No, he has full faith, and he said he's in a good headspace.
Okay.
Which I think that's all you can do, right? I mean...
Can't happen 3 years in a row, right?
No.
There's no point of even acknowledging it.
Okay.
You just move on.
All right.
Yeah.
No practice for the Avs tomorrow.
None tomorrow, back Friday.
They're taking a day off. They got so much time off.
But they went and did something yesterday.
Yeah, they did. And today
which was much lighter. Yesterday was a walkthrough, essentially.
So the fact that today they probably had the hardest practice that they're going to have, and Gabe was 100% competitive in it?
So
Absolutely.
off Thursday, then you have a before a game type of Friday practice again anyway. They'll leave Friday. They'll probably skate early.
They'll probably leave Friday, right?
They probably will practice here at Family Sports and then jump on a plane. That's how they tend to do it.
I got a chance to talk to Scott Wedgwood and then Mackenzie Blackwood as well. And those guys are in the big question that have been talked to them is, how much confidence do you have in them, essentially, because they don't have huge playoff expectations or experience. And both of those guys, I mean, it's like another game. ooze confidence, which I love to see because goaltending in Avs history has been a little shaky.
Best combo goaltending they've had maybe in their history. Their Colorado history for sure.
The thing is, it reminds me so much of 2022. I mean, Darcy was really, really solid for the playoff run, especially. But then you also have Pavel Francouz. Wedgwood. Oh my gosh!
But if you look at Darcy's numbers in the playoffs, he actually had some of the worst numbers ever for a goaltender that won the Stanley Cup.
Yeah. You're right.
Well, remember his eye though? He still never
he got his eye poked out. But you remember who poked his eye out? Ryan Johansson. Right.
Got a stick up there. Yeah.
And then he tried to tank the Avs season as a player for the Avalanche, and then they got rid of him. All right. Great job by
good stuff, Chris.
By who?
Grizz.
By who?
By Playoff Grizz.
Grizz World! Grizz World! It's playoff time! Excellent! Grizz World! Grizz World! Covering the Avs! Excellent!
You guys like that? Is that okay?
That's
great.
Awesome. That's awesome. Cool. We'll talk to you on Friday, Grizz World, when they're back. We'll have Charles Johnson. He might stick up for Prime a little bit with his number stuff. Find out next year on PhD. It is DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction. You want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between an okay experience and an amazing one. All right, it's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you remember the first time you failed to perform in the bedroom, you probably just laughed it off. No need. Hey, we go in the right direction with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get you back in the game. Treatment success rates over 90%. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. This is what you do. Schedule a consult. It's $99. If the test dose in the office doesn't work, the visit's actually free. But it's going to work. You get a T and a PSA test if advised, a test dose. You're off and running. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So if this has been bringing you down, time to raise up with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call them today at 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Eric Johnson will join Nate and Andy at 4 o'clock. Their interview with Christian Brown is fantastic. You can catch it on YouTube for sure if you want to catch up on all the shows. Easy to find. Charles Johnson will join us in just a second. The big question is there a culture shift with CU that while on the surface we're all, about the whole retiring the number thing, but are we missing a bigger point that is a little bit tough to swallow, that CU has moved culture-wise just in a new direction, and they get to make their own rules, and we don't have to like it because we're part of the older guard, but is it time? And do they have well within their rights as a newer culture to do as they see fit and make their own rules as they go? And maybe this is the sign of it with something that older folks would naturally go against, as they have with Shedeur and the number, and that, hey, man, we should just all take a breath and realize it's something new.
Yeah. The real question is the current head coach of any university, are they responsible to the past or the future? And that's a deep, deep question.
Charles Johnson, CU legend, definitely 4 downs. And yeah, he was in. And yeah, he's the Orange Bowl MVP back when they won national championships. But we're finding out today none of that matters, CJ. That's all irrelevant.
Hey, Tyler, this guy's always stirring it up, man. I mean, I love it. I love it.
I got to do it 3 hours a day, buddy.
All right, CJ, you're as woven into the CU culture as anybody. I can't think of somebody who isn't just part of CU more than you in the present and the future. What's your take on all this?
Look, listening to Tyler on your guys' show a little bit earlier for me was therapeutic. And I thought his tone, his temperament was spot on. When I initially saw this, I thought it was a joke. Then I went through the gamut of emotions. I was upset at first, talked to a number of guys. Here's where I land. It was clearly a mistake. Clearly a mistake. What I'm not going to do, however, is vilify the two players.
No.
I am not going to ignore what's taken place up in Boulder over the last 2 years as a result of this. I am going to place the blame, I think, squarely where it deserves to be placed. I think Rick George would admittedly take the hit on a mistake that he made. This isn't a football decision. This is a department decision. This is a university decision. Let's leave it at that. I think what too often happens in our society today is in order to and we almost have to have a villain when something goes wrong. Absolutely. A number of my former teammates, I feel like, still have been passed up with dishonor. A number of Tyler's teammates perhaps have been passed up with dishonor. But here's what I'll also tell you. I've been here for 38 years. I've not had one conversation about a retired jersey with anyone.
Mm-hmm.
It's not been a thing. It's only a thing now because of what just took place. And so, once again, I think there is room for criticism. I think the criticism should go exactly where the responsibility lies, and that's at the foot of Rick George, a guy who I have a great deal of love and respect for. But I think he'd be the first to say, I made a mistake here. And so how do we deal with this moving forward without vilifying or having to have villains in the story as I see it playing out too often?
You know, Charles, hearing you so eloquently and calmly saying this, I just say that was a win, brother, and this song's for you. Come on, Charles, give me the chicken dance. Come on now.
Hey, you know what? I don't know if Scott explained to you guys. We got this chicken dance deal going way back. I think the political landscape, Scott, is far too sensitive right now.
Too sensitive.
Absolutely, man. We don't want to go there.
But honestly, and I'm being serious. You said it right, and I heard Chad Brown say this morning. It's nothing against, number 12 and number 2. And there ain't no knock on them two guys. They've been unbelievable, and Prime even what they've done, they brought the respect back to a town that really had no respect over the last decade football-wise. Is that fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
So there is none on them.
Scott, I would even take it a step further. It's not just respect. Think about the transition that college football was going through 3-4 years ago. There's a great chance that we would have been left off of the big kids' table as it relates to college football had the change not been made as it was made. Deion, in a lot of ways, is one of one in that regard. And so we're having this conversation even today from a position of convenience, because 2 years ago, my goodness, for anyone to mention the letters C and U would have been news.
CJ, you know, the world of college athletics, it's different. It's different. And, you know, guys like me, we're going to bleed black and gold till the day we die. I'm not sure that's going to be true about current players of any university. That's not a shot at CU. And that certainly trickles down to the head coach of any program. How important is it for Deion Sanders to even care about the past of the University of Colorado versus only caring about the future?
Well, I think it's important to care about the past, because in many ways it's what kind of got you here. It anchors your, the program in a way, but it's certainly not as important or as impactful as perhaps, those of us who are my age, or God forbid, Scott's age.
Oh, God forbid.
Oh, indeed.
Or God forbid, Logan's age.
Right.
Oh, stray for Dave.
I mean, it is. I mean, we crossed the threshold probably 6-7 years ago, not even that long ago, where the game has just changed. I mean, if you look at rosters now, I have to go back once spring ball is over and just immerse myself in who the hell is on the team.
Right.
This is all news, and again, if we want. The trade-off is a tough pill to swallow for a lot of people, because we tend to over-romanticize, or just romanticizing what the past was, and not really take full account of what we're dealing with today. Listen, we have this young kid as a hotshot quarterback. Listen, I'm enjoying his presence on campus today because I don't know that I get to cheer for him next year. That's the nature of the world we live in college sports, and what Deion and every coach across this country has to do is, as best they can, stabilize rosters so that their product can be, consistent. And those of us who love the program can continue to say with pride that we're Buffs.
What if somebody were just to say to you, hey, man, this is just a cheap publicity stunt to put fans in the stands for a spring game that otherwise
doesn't matter.
That certainly doesn't matter, but it would look bad on TV if the fans weren't there. What if somebody were to say that?
I mean, again, I think that's an extremely cynical perspective. I've heard that. I don't buy that. It's just that there's no the cost outweighs the benefit in that. I mean, by far.
Okay.
So what if there's 15? If a spring game doesn't show well on national TV? So what? Right? I don't think you retire jerseys for to try and win that battle.
Well, the timing, CJ, is conspicuous, though.
Totally get it. Totally get it. I think a mistake was made.
Okay.
And here's what I would add. I think there's a way to make lemonade out of this lemon that we're all dealing with right now. Because once again, no one talked. Tyler, I don't know if anyone in your class or on your teams talked about retired jerseys. It was never a thing. And here's the other thing. My guess is, had I picked 10 players from CU's past and asked them, who are the 4 people that has retired jerseys that were part of the CU Buffs program in years past, I don't think any of the 10 could get all 4 of them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's never been a thing. Today it's a thing. Now here's the opportunity, DMac and fellas, that I think exists. I think CU has an opportunity now to say, listen, we screwed this up. Clearly, there wasn't a process that was transparent in place to determine whose jersey would be retired. Clearly, we overlooked some of the greatness of our past, and what we're going to do now is we're going to actually convene and be transparent about it. A committee, 5, 6 people. I think Tyler would be great on the committee, and determine a process that has integrity. That will, in this retirement class, include maybe 3 of our past players. I screwed up. This is from Rick. I screwed up. We didn't do it the right way. We're going to ensure that this process has integrity moving forward so that when you announce these 2, put the announcement of the class off until week 1 of the season. When you announce these 2, you're also announcing 3 of the past greats who are deserving of this honor if you determine, as CU has, that this is something that we're going to do on a more regular basis. I could see number 1, or number 94, or number 3, or number 10, or number 77 being amongst the conversation or those nominees that goes in with this group of 2 so that we are sort of introducing a new process and a new award, that determines whose numbers will be retired. You can also do it and say, listen, retired numbers mean that for a certain period, a given period of time, maybe 5 years, no one will wear that jersey.
Yeah.
But I heard Tyler make the point there are only so many numbers that you can retire. I mean, you have to have the numbers. But it's just a distinction and an honor that we pay to the Mount Rushmore designees of CU greatness. I think there's an opportunity to make this thing a win and not beat down a process or outcome that many of us feel like wasn't done correctly.
I like that a lot. I really do. And I was really shocked to find out there is no committee. I didn't know that. I didn't know how these things go down. And let me ask you this. I mean, would it be as simple, and your idea is great if they want to do that, what if they simply said, yeah, Dion Figures is going in at the same time? And because I think that's a beef that a lot of people have. Like, hey, there is already a number 2 that, quite frankly, has got a better resume. From national champion to Jim Thorpe to everything else. If you honored him at the same time, I wonder if that would lessen the blow.
That's the first person I thought about when I heard that number 2 was being retired was Dion Figures. My heart went out to him. And I thought, well, goodness gracious, that's an enormous overlook. The other numbers that I mentioned, those numbers have not been retired, so there's still an opportunity there. But I thought about D-ball, and you're absolutely right. Why can't we do that? Why wouldn't we, again, upon taking responsibility for the mistake that was made, I made the mistake, but here's how we're going to right that wrong. And Dion is absolutely deserving of going in with that class as well. This is the first retirement class I think that would have ever happened. There's individuals in the past who've been given that honor, but yeah, let's put Dion. Like I said, I think Tyler, you and I can sit together and say, hey, here are 3 guys who should go in with this class. Now, it doesn't necessarily negate how hastily this was done, and to your point, DMac, perhaps even the motives behind it. That's a debatable issue. But as we move forward, because all we can really do at this point, we can bitch and moan about it and tear each other down, or we can say, hey, listen, how do we right the wrong and make something that's sustainable and a good look for the university moving forward? I choose the latter.
CJ, you're the best, as always. Great to have your perspective.
Hit it, Dan.
Hey, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
No, come on, dog. This is me and you all the time. Let's go. Oh,
I did have it ready.
Never mind.
Oh, here it is. There you go.
Come on, CJ.
Lord have mercy.
You always win, dog, when you're on the show. You're always winning.
Unbelievable. Tyler, keep these guys in line, man.
Hey, thanks for jumping on last second. Always love having you on, bud.
Thank you, CJ.
Right on, fella.
Thank you for being a friend.
Thank you, my friend.
Okay.
My guys. Take care now.
All right.
That's a top-class human being right there.
Oh, CJ.
And you know what? Like what a great example of it. Rather than sitting here about bitching and moaning about it, you look at it.
Find
okay,
solutions.
How do we fix it? and there probably
he
is.
just named you on the committee.
Well, there you go. I'd be happy to be a part of it. That'd be an honor.
Did he also bring it up now? Do we now expect Rick George to come out and apologize?
No.
Well, boy, CJ did not cut any corners there, and he is extremely close with Rick.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody loves Rick. And CJ was just like, hey, man, it was a mistake.
This is on Rick.
This is on Rick. And I said earlier today, like, oh, this must have been really tough for Rick, like, because he must have known what the backlash was going to be.
He's right, because at the end of the day, no matter whose idea it was, and we might have ideas about whose idea it was, it really does come down to Rick.
At the end of the day.
It is his decision.
You want to tell Dion no? Prime? You want to tell Prime no?
That's tough.
What if this is part of the finally getting him to sign the contract?
Oh, man, there's a little conspiracy theory. That's a fun conspiracy theory right there.
It wasn't on his desk for months, you told us?
Uh-huh.
All right, would it have been worth it?
Whoo!
Say in theory that's what it did come down to.
Oh, you guys are going deep.
I mean, obviously, I don't really buy into the conspiracy, but I would actually make the argument it was worth it. Yeah, if that's what it took to keep Dion around, I would say it was worth it.
As a condition of me signing this contract,
and if
you will retire the number of my son.
And if you leave before, we're unretiring it.
Also, a number doesn't have to be retired forever. Great point for CJ.
Wow.
No. Well, but that goes for everyone.
Wow.
That's not just for Schnurr. That's not just for just Travis Hunter. It's a great point. You put the number up there. It's theoretically retired. You pass it out to the best of the best in about 10 years.
I think you eventually do it, and you could do that if you had one on D, one on O, and you do it like they do it at Syracuse. And we ain't got nobody special to wear 12 this year. It ain't being worn. We ain't got nobody special to wear number 2 this year. It ain't going to be worn. Next year, also, you got a guy. Ooh.
Or how about you just start the tradition of, Lord willing, the dude's alive. You got to ask permission. Like Philip Lindsay did with Terrell Davis. Ask permission. Out of respect.
I hate to be the cynical jerk. Not really. That's who I am. But to me, this is more simple. You were nervous about a spring game looking bad on TV, and you figured out a way to get some fannies in the seats by doing this.
I actually don't buy that one. I could buy the self-serving purposes. I could buy it's my son. I could buy all that stuff. Who the hell's going to a spring game to see a number get retired? I mean, if I'm going to the game, I'm going to the game, but I'm damn sure not going because of this event.
Also, we're going to do this event.
I mean, seriously, do you think anybody's going to make the decision to show up to the game simply because they're putting these numbers up there?
I think there's some students that will,
because there'll be bobbleheads.
Yeah, I mean, students are just coming off a hangover on a Friday night. They don't, they're looking for something to do.
Yeah, I think if they're going, they're going.
It's, do I stumble into the stadium today or do I not? Oh, they're doing a ceremony. Oh, it'll be worth going. Dang. Also, do you think
kids love ceremonies?
Do you think it's a crazy coincidence that this is all happening a week before the NFL draft? I mean, really? Okay. I hate to be that guy.
Is it too late for CU to say, and we're not changing our minds, but we're going to hit pause here. We're going to wait till the regular season, and we're going to honor some other guys at the same time.
It's way too late. Ain't going to do that now.
That ink ain't dry.
No, because ESPN now, what do you think? ESPN's unhappy about this? Are you kidding me? They have now something to focus on. They know they're going to get interviews with Shedeur and Travis during their broadcast. It's going to give them something cool to do.
A week before the draft.
A week before the draft. They need to fill in programming. They need good TV for anything they put on. No, they're not going to be upset about this at all. But whatever, man. CJ was I think is a measured approach. He was fairly critical of a specific individual.
Actually, he was way more critical than I thought he was going to be.
Of a guy that we all really like. But like CJ said, Rick George made a mistake. It's PhD on 92.5. Oh, that's funny. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. You guys are the best. We love you. MountainHighAppliance.com. Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner, let's football go.
All right, fellas. The Broncos are holding their final visit today with Ohio State running back Travion Henderson. Mike Kliss is reporting. Kliss says he profiles as a perfect fit for Sean Payton. He's a big play threat, excellent receiver out of the backfield, and he's a fantastic pass blocker. Now, with that being said, let's hear from Boise State running back Ashton Jeanty on what teams have been the most heavy on him during this draft process.
Who have you been talking to the most?
So now I have just like separate meetings, like the Browns running back coach wants to talk to me. Like it's all like separate, like who wants to, Seahawks. But at the actual draft, I talked to 20 different teams at the combine, and really the Denver Broncos, they was heavy on me, and the Raiders, they was heavy. Like we was talking the most, like even while all the running backs were doing drills, because I wasn't competing. Like they was talking to me the whole time, like you know what I'm saying. So
all right, would you guys rather see the Broncos either at 20 or later on in the draft take Travion Henderson out of Ohio State, or would you be okay with the Broncos moving some draft capital to move up to try to get Ashton Jeanty?
My preference of those two would be, as long as it's reasonable, moving up to go get Ashton Jeanty. I think Ashton will be off the board by 6, and it's a non-starter, so you're not having that conversation. Travion Henderson, I love Travion Henderson. You know, before we got Evan Ingram, I was hyping up Travion Henderson as a fantastic joker for this football team. For many of the reasons that you just mentioned there, Dan. He is really good out of the backfield. He's a great receiver. You can get mismatches by putting him in motion and, you know, trying to get matchups on linebackers if you can. Tough to do at times, but, you know, he's a really good football player. At 20, that feels high just given how many – like, I think there's 2 running backs out drafted in the first round, Omarion Hampton and Ashton Jeanty. Those guys are off the board. I'm probably waiting until the second round to pick somebody else.
No.
Uh-huh.
Well, you just asked a question, right? So
just a no?
Yeah. Would you move up? No.
You only asked that for Ashton Jeanty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not moving up. To
move
up where? If you're moving up to 18, maybe, because then it might cost you a couple years, 6th or a 4th and a 6th. Okay, sure.
You got 7 picks.
But if you're going up to 5 or 6,
I don't know. You'd have to give
up.
You're
going to give a first round next year, or second round next? No,
I wouldn't do that either.
No.
Maybe 5 spots, maybe. But again, you got to be careful with what you're giving up for it.
I'd probably give up a 5th rounder to get Ashton Jeanty in a heartbeat.
A 5th rounder?
Isn't that what you just said?
No. No, 5 spots. Like,
I'm sorry.
Like I'd move up 5 spots.
Well, what's that cost?
Well, I don't know. I'd have to look at the
swap
stupid draft
first, maybe
thing.
swap seconds and give them a 5th.
It'd be, there's a whole value chart, whatever it is.
So, say Saquon Barkley.
Is Ashton Jeanty Saquon Barkley?
It's as close of an evaluation as you've had since.
Well, he'd be worth it then. This is where they get paid their money.
Well, the Giants didn't think he was worth it.
Yeah, how did it work out for them? How are they doing these days? Listen, it's interesting that there was interest there. It makes sense. It'd be pretty stunning at this point if the Broncos didn't pull the trigger in the first round on a running back. But if they liked Henderson, for example, and you can get him in the second round, I'm fine. Listen, I think the Broncos are going to kill the draft. And we'll have live draft coverage the same night that the Nuggets have a playoff game. And but we'll cover it all. I
Same as
promise
last
you.
year.
Same as last year. Next up, Dan.
All right, fellas. Adam Rank from NFL.com has a new mock out with a couple of twists in here, actually. He actually has the Browns taking Abdul Carter at 2, but at 3, he has the Giants selecting Ashton Jeanty.
Oh,
so
my
forget
God.
about 6.
Wow.
The Broncos, if they were to move up, they might have to move up to 3.
Well, that
and then the Patriots select Travis Hunter at 4. Now, where this starts to get interesting is Shedeur Sanders, in his latest mock, falls all the way to 21 to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
That's not going to happen. Who does he have the Broncos? Colson Loveland?
No, he has the Broncos taking Tet McMillan, the wide receiver out of Arizona.
Right.
Let me ask you guys this. So Tet McMillan's pro comp, at least in this mock, is Drake London.
Drake London.
Is it worth taking a Drake London type of receiver at 20?
I don't even remember Drake London's career.
Well, he was drafted by Atlanta.
Drake London is his comp?
Drake London is a phenomenal football player.
I'm not saying he's not. I just don't.
He had 1,300 yards last year.
Okay. Drake London, huh? All right.
Is that worth taking at 20?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Sure, yeah. Ted McMillan.
1,300 or 1,271 last year, 905 the year before that, 866 the year before that. Hell yeah, I would take that at 20.
Yeah, Ted McMillan is a high-quality pick. I'd have no problems with, I don't know. I guess I'm looking for a different comp, but that sounds great. Sign me up. I'm fine.
Yeah, if you get a guy that player.
I mean, if you take him there, then you just follow the bouncing ball. Now you're taking a tight end in the second round or a running back in the second round, and you're taking a tight end in the third round, and you're going to have a lot of good choices. You're not going to miss on this draft. The Broncos are about to kill this draft. I have no doubts about it. An A-plus draft is right around the corner for the Denver Broncos. It's hard to screw this one up. The only way that I'll be a little bit nervous about it, Tyler and Scott, because I just don't know that much about it, but I would understand them doing it if they go like D-line somewhere. And I know that sounds weird, but that's been the other kind of like, hey, don't be surprised if sort of scenario. So don't be surprised if. We just have really not talked that much about it. Are we missing something, Tyler? Are we off somewhere on the D-line?
The justification is that you're old. So that's the justification if you want to go interior defensive lineman. Some of these guys are going to age themselves out of it, even though you're going to give Zach Allen a new deal. But that's the justification.
Heads up. That could happen. It'd be surprising.
Well,
it could happen.
you're saying D-line. Leggy said O-line.
Well, the O-line thing, I don't even know what to say about that. That would be beyond stunning.
Well, you should draft a tackle at some point. Probably not in the first 3 rounds.
Exactly. If they do something, listen, they got 3 6th-round picks, and they got a 4th and that's it. They got 1, 2, 3, 4, no 5th, no 7th, 3 6th. If you want to go 4th round or deeper for a tackle, okay. I'm not going to fight you on that. But in the first 3 rounds, a tackle for the Broncos? It would seem unnecessary. Next story, Dan.
Just real quick. So, DMac, you said no. Tyler and Scott, what do you think the chances are Shedeur falls to 21 to the Steelers?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Very unlikely.
It feels right now like 9 is a last case resort. 9 to the New Orleans Saints is probably the last stop for Shedeur Sanders.
Next story, Dan.
All right, fellas. Lastly, did you guys know Pete Carroll is technically a professor at USC? He's teaching a course called The Game is Life while prepping for his new role as the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. He co-teaches the course. He has a bunch of guest speakers, including Steve Kerr, Jason Sudeikis, and a bunch of Olympic gold medalists, apparently.
You know, Prime teaches a course at CU. Did you know that?
I did not know that. What does he teach?
It's the same sort of thing. It's like
I didn't know that.
It's like some lecture sort of thing and guest speakers or whatever. I don't think that's unusual. I think sometimes some of these. Well, I didn't know Pete Carroll was doing it, and he's not there. But yeah, I was told that Prime there's some sort of class where he's the professor and.
Well, that way, it's only buddy in there is probably football players,
I don't
right?
know. It's like, who knows what it is.
Well, apparently it's like there's a waiting list to get into this class.
Oh, of course.
It's 300 applicants, and I think there's only like 30 or 40 students in at a time. But I'd just be curious. Would you guys like to take a course from Pete Carroll?
Hell yeah. It's like easy. Like I took tennis. I would take the Pete Carroll class. I was looking for the easiest classes I could find at Syracuse to graduate. Yeah, I would take it. It's a gut easy basket weaving class.
He probably gives jaw exercise advice. You know how to chomp on gum until age 84.
Listen, the secret with college is you got to find the path of least resistance to that degree. You can gain your life lessons doing other things. Trust me.
Is that why you hate kids?
I think professors in colleges are overrated. How's that one for a hot take? I think the best.
We were trying to get into CU.
We desperately. But I think the best thing about a great college is being around other motivated people the same age as you.
Right.
That's where you learn things, in my opinion. Now, I'm not being a molecular biologist or some sort of science thing, and maybe that's better taught.
Way different.
Yeah, way different. But when you're a dummy like me taking communications, You just give me the C and let me get my degree. It's PhD. 1, 2, 3.
Hey guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, do yourself a favor. Don't waste your time. Just go to the best car dealership in Colorado, Phil Long Ford. I've been going there since my rookie year in the NFL. The only dealership you need to go to. They're going to treat you right. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to give you the best price. And you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Guys, I know that rates are rising up on everybody, and that's why you want to go up to Phil Long Ford, because they locked in over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles before those prices started skyrocketing. That means that you, the customer, you get to save the money directly in your pocketbook. With over 1,000 vehicles, whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams, and you know you're going to get treated right. They've got an award-winning service department at Phil Long Ford, so once you buy that new vehicle, make sure you keep it serviced over at Phil Long. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongford.com.
Okay, on YouTube, we'll have updated stuff from the Avs today and the Nuggets today. Plus, Nate and Andy have who do they have at 4 o'clock? They got somebody cool. Eric Johnson, EJ. That's nice. He'll be on at 4 o'clock with the boys. They had Christian Brown on yesterday. You can find that interview on YouTube as well. So we got you. We got you covered all over the place. We talked about, and you found it, Joel Klatt was critical of things as well. And Joel is... I mean, come on, man. I mean, Joel was as tight with this Prime stuff as
we got anybody. A one-on-one with Prime.
Well, this one should be interesting because he said he talked to Rick George and he told Rick George's opinion. And
CJ didn't hold back with us.
A lot of the justification is what I've brought up, and I've asked the question that I don't necessarily agree with. But does the turnaround of the program matter?
Okay.
And that's more or less the justification.
All right, here is Joel Klatt, our guy.
Not a good look.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Joel.
And I don't know of anybody anywhere that has been a more staunch supporter of what has gone on at Colorado. You know, I am, and still am, by the way, because what they have done and what Coach Prime has brought, what Shedeur brought to the table and turned around this program is really unprecedented because they were awful. 2 years ago, they were 1-11, and they lost those 11 games by basically an average of 30 points. You know, and then they just won 9 games and finished in the top 25 and had a Heisman Trophy winner, and they're going to have a first-round quarterback. So, like, I get it. I think that the argument from their side, and by the way, this did not come from Dion. This has to get signed off by the athletic director. I talked to him today, told him that I didn't agree with this, and he said, listen, this guy, Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter, changed the trajectory of our program. They saved our program in a lot of ways, and I understand that from their perspective, and there's certainly a lot of national awards. I just think that it cheapens what you're actually trying to do. You're trying to honor Shedeur Sanders. You're trying to honor Travis Hunter. And the only one that all of us are going to be like, well, yeah, I get that, is Travis because he won the Heisman. That's right. With Shedeur, from the outside looking in, it's way too easy to say, like, would this happen if he had a different name on his back? And I think that's what then becomes a disservice to Shedeur.
Okay. Well, that's more or less what we've been saying. So there you go.
There's interesting to me to hear the justification coming out of Rick George that, yeah, but look how they turned around the program. The problem with that.
Poor Rick.
I mean, guys, do you guys remember Sefo Lufau?
Of course.
Sefo turned around the program also. You know, like if we want to play that game, he technically brought him back from the dead, brought him to a Pac-12 championship. You know, it's an argument that I can understand why the argument is made, but I think it's flawed.
Yeah, listen, Rick's not going to throw Prime under the bus. What do you think? This was Rick's idea? Come on.
Okay, let me ask you a deep question. Do guys, and I guess specifically Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, do guys like that need checks and balances, or is the right thing to just give them the keys to the kingdom?
What's it take to get that contract signed?
It's good to give them the keys to the kingdom until it isn't.
Okay, is this a moment that it isn't?
You know what it is?
Because that's where the rational side of me says, take a deep breath here. Like, I don't like it. I don't agree with it. But this is it's a little blip that's going to be over with. It's going to be over with in 3 months, in 6 months. I mean, we'll look back at it, we'll roll our eyes, but we damn sure aren't going to be like, man, I hate the fact that Deion Sanders is our coach. Look at all these great things that are going on.
No doubt about it.
Not unless the program goes back south.
And there's no 20-year-old at the University of Colorado right now who cares about Deion figures. And at the end of the day, that's the crowd that you're appealing to right now. Those kids that are there now, their parents, future kids come into the program and their parents, and they just won't care about the CU history.
Right, and I guess to that point, like, hey, 17-year-old, come here. You could have your number retired in 5 years.
Exactly. You could be up there with Shedeur. That's you can roll your eyes at it.
Like we ain't like everybody else.
This is how we're different.
Well, we can cheapen it and make it unworthy.
That's not what they're going to say. They're going to say it's an achievable goal. Come here and be a star.
Right.
He's
good luck doing this at Alabama, son.
Right. I understand the thing changes, but guess what? If Deion changed the program more than anybody,
I'd say the trio.
These two guys came along with him.
Okay, fine.
Because if he'd had two other studs, as Joel said in that thing, that didn't have the name on the back.
Maybe, but that's just not
the same thing.
That's a woulda, coulda, shoulda.
They put Deion up there, though. Why is it?
Trust me.
Should Deion Sanders right now be, if his son
Dude, you don't think
2
that's,
years
you
and
don't
going
think
500, is Deion Sanders worthy of being in your all's Ring of Fame?
Ring of Fame, they're going to name the field after him.
No.
They'll name the complex after him.
Yeah, who's Bill McCartney? No one cares about him.
That is correct, Scott.
And that's stupid.
Okay.
Well, it's stupid.
Okay. I heard you.
But
you're right. You're going to tell a 17-year-old kid, play your cards right. You come here. That could be you. First-round draft pick, retire number. This is what we do here. Best of luck getting that done at Georgia.
Then put Deion up in the Ring of Fame or whatever they call their thing, Hall of Honor. And you could tell every new coach, hey, come go 500 2 years in a row, and you can be have your name up there.
Okay, fine. You know, it all leads back to the same question. The same question keeps being, and I don't like this question. I hate it because I do care about the past. I do, but should Deion Sanders really care about the past?
No.
Should he be concerned about even Deion figures, who I'm sure he knows?
You know what he cared about?
Deion probably has a personal relationship with Deion, or did have a personal relationship with Deion figures.
Here's what he cared about. He cared about Miss Peggy. And as far as he was concerned, that's the biggest link to the past. He might care about Pasta J. Other than that, what good are any of these guys? I'm going to bring in my own guys. I'm going to bring in Marshall Faulk, Warren Sapp, Livingston, Pat Shermer. I'm going to bring in these guys with NFL experience, and we're going to do it our way. And why should we be surprised it's any different on this one at the end of the day? It is what it is. We do have, before we go out the door, we have Chris McFarland. He does have a response about Val Nichushkin. Go ahead, Dan. Throw it out there.
On the ice, I think Val's a force. I think he's, we've said it. You guys watch, as well as I do, his importance to our lineup. He's a unique, powerful two-way winger that touches every part of our game. 5-on-5, power play, penalty kill. So his importance is vital. In terms of the off ice stuff, I got the utmost confidence and faith in Val. I think he's done a great job, and look forward to having successful playoffs here.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing Nate and Andy react about that and more. And Eric Johnson will join them coming up at 4:00, and we'll see how it goes, man.
Is Eric Johnson? Should they retire his jersey when he finally retires here?
For a long while, he was the longest tenured athlete in the major four sports here in Colorado.
If they win a Stanley Cup this year, Eric Johnson's name should be up there.
No.
Should you retire number 6?
If they win a Stanley Cup this year.
No.
I'd have to look up the record books, but he may be up there in terms of overall games played in Avalanche history.
Gabe Landeskog has a way better case for that than Eric Johnson.
Gabe's in. Gabe, I'll tell you the guys who are slam dunks. Gabe, Nate, Makar.
Val?
Ooh.
Not yet.
And I'm hesitating on Mikko.
I don't know. Val might already be there, man.
No.
Last 2 years have taken a step back.
Yeah.
That's like going 500.
Taves is probably there. I don't know about Mikko.
Taves in there yet? Either.
Oh, yeah, he's there.
Not yet.
Stanley Cup champion?
I don't know. Is Cogliano there?
No. Taves.
Eric doesn't go up. Come on.
He's got a lot of games.
I know, but that doesn't really matter.
And a Stanley Cup ring?
No.
Doesn't really matter.
You don't have to win a championship to get up there.
Where is he? What is we doing here? Total games? So he's
8th.
That's not.
No.
And if you call that doesn't count postseason, does it?
I don't believe so.
He's going to be an interesting one. It's not a slam dunk.
If they win a Stanley Cup this year, Eric Johnson's name's going to be retired.
Agreed. You're going to have some, if they win a Stanley Cup this year, you're going to have some fascinating conversations. You're going to have a conversation about Val. Lehkonen will be a conversation. Gerard will be a conversation. If you win another one this year, it's going to get interesting for those that have two. Let's hope we have that conversation to be had. But the conversation does roll on with Nate and Andy coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Today on Kreckman and Lindahl, legendary Avalanche defenseman Erik Johnson, the Condor, will be on live with Nate and Andy.
Right side of Wedgwood, he wins it. Back for Erik Johnson. EJ with a wide open net. You betcha! Fly, Condor! Fly! With 47 seconds to go in the third period, Erik Johnson buys the Avalanche an insurance policy and gives them a 4-2 lead, and they're headed for the exits here at Honda Center.
Denver. Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado.
Yeah, the Condor's going to stop by today on the show. Can you guys jog my memory on this? Have we had EJ on the show post-parade?
No.
So we will have to inform Erik Johnson.
He's the ultimate drop on this show.
Of his... what I would argue is his highest career honor. Like, sure, he won a Stanley Cup. Yeah, he was the number 1 overall pick in the NHL draft. Cool. Yeah, he's played for the U.S. national team. Great.
Cool, Carl.
But Erik Johnson, saw what you did right there, Spring. Erik Johnson he's a Drop of the Year award winner.
Denver.
I don't know if he's. I don't even know if he's aware, honestly.
I'm sure he's not. I'm willing to put a lot of money down.
I'm not sure. He could be aware. I'm sure somebody told him somewhere, like, hey, you won a massive distinction. You were, I believe, was he the first ever? Was that the first year we did it, Spring?
Yes. Drop of the year?
He was the inaugural Drop of the Year winner here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. He would have been the 2023 award winner. 24 was, I don't mean to brag, but it was me.
Cool, Carl.
And, well, actually, no. Connor would have been 24. I would have been 23. EJ would have been 22. Quick math on it right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah. Connor McGay, Connor has been on our show, and we have informed him. We don't have we don't do like a plaque or a towel or anything like that. We don't actually have anything that we give people. People know about it. They know when you have won Drop of the Year on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, and then everybody talks.
See, now you've got me emptying out the phone book of all the pro athletes I used to know.
Yeah.
Because now I'm going to try to figure out if anybody actually listened to sports talk while they were playing to see how likely this could be.
Oh, I'm sure they all do. They tune into K&L in the very least.
I would guess if
they're like, I've had a stressful day at practice. I need a little ha-ha on the way home. Nate and Andy, they've got me covered.
Yeah. At least I'm not these two idiots.
Right.
So Putzier's out. He never listened while he was playing.
Oh, these jagoffs are
he's the
talking
first
about how
back.
I didn't score last night. Yeah.
If you were an Avalanche player, though, would you be the most likely to listen to sports talk? Because your sport does not get chopped. Like the Broncos and Nuggets right now, every little thing they do.
The Broncos!
So.
Is Nance going to win it?
Yes.
I don't know.
Is Nance...
hold on, we got these.
I would say we need a joker.
Oh man, this has been a good year already for drops. We'll call him tired and dehydrated Sean Payton.
Sure.
Talking about
trying to
find
a goddamn joker. That's my favorite.
You have annoyed George Payton
talking about the Joker.
Goddamn Joker. And we've got Jim Nance getting really excited about the first touchdown of the game from Bo Nix to Troy Franklin in Buffalo. I noticed he didn't say Broncos with that same inflection point for the rest of the game.
Now hold on, did we not coax something out of Charlie Coyle and Christian Brown?
We may have. I don't know.
Charlie was just so Boston.
It usually, it catches my ear right there in the moment. Could you imagine, by the way, if after Rory sunk that putt on the playoff hole against Justin Rose at 18 at Augusta, if Nance would have just yelled Broncos?
The Broncos!
Instead, he was going on and on about childhood dream realized or whatever. And
see how much it means.
Rory crumpling to the green and sobbing about it. If Nance was screaming about Broncos.
The Broncos!
Right as the putt went down.
The Broncos!
That would have been an epic moment of sports television.
Many would have been confused.
Yeah. I'm getting to a place right now. Spring, I'm gonna spring this on you right now. All right. So the playoffs start this week, as you know, Andy, and the
Playoffs?
Mm-hmm. The Nuggets, they'll play the Clippers. The Avalanche will play the Stars. Spoiler alert, these things are all happening, okay? I cannot say the word playoffs without hearing Jim Mora in my head.
I'm
Playoffs?
with you. Yeah, every time.
Every time, okay?
I'll say it, then I'll say it.
Right. It's planted in my brain. That word, Jim Mora made it his own, which congratulations to him. He's got a signature right there. How many other words or phrases are there in sports that you say one way because of the influence of somebody else? A phrase, a word, a name, whatever it may be, that you say differently because it's become like an iconic quote, like Jim Mora saying playoffs.
Playoffs is the top.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some things from Anchorman and Dumb and Dumber.
Like, I'm not talking movie quotes, though.
I know.
I'm talking like sports
I know what you're talking
things, you know?
I just did Fly Condor Fly when I was promoting our little tweet and thought and heard Connor yelling it in my head the whole time.
Like now, I can't hear Broncos without hearing Nance.
Yeah.
The Broncos! Yeah. Just like I can't say the name of the quarterback of the Buffalo Bills without hearing Vance Joseph.
Josh Allen.
Practice. Everyone's you just blew up the text line, and that's exactly it.
Absolutely.
Practice.
You start
talking about practice.
You start talking about practice, and you hear Iverson.
And I always get it going to where what always made me laugh the most was how many times he goes, "Not a game, not a game, not a game, not a game, not a game."
Yeah.
All right.
We're talking about practice, man.
Yeah. For example, okay, and this is, again, just the ways that my brain is poisoned. I was having a conversation with my lovely wife the other day. Her grandfather's memorial service is coming up this weekend, and whatever, she's got to do like an MC thing at it. We were talking about it a little bit, and she just said the phrase, anything is possible. And even though we were having a discussion about a loved one's funeral, I went right to Kevin Garnett. I in that moment, just anything is possible. And then it's like I have to like come back and be like, okay, I know we're discussing a serious thing.
I'm sorry. Had to get it out. Can I give you? I'll give you a deep cut one.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll up my man bun and offer you an IPA on this.
There's no wrong answers here today.
I've never told anybody this.
Okay.
So we're in the tree of trust.
Whoa.
I will always remember when John Elway was approached after practice when we acquired Patrick Waugh.
Okay.
And so he's, another great in town, and he just goes, why isn't it Roy? So every time I say Patrick Waugh, I always think of Elway going, why isn't it Roy? As American as can be. And I wish we could dig up tape of it from somewhere. Brian Madden or Dave Willie or any of the old school gets. Tom Green, God help us if you're out there. Can you find the tape of why isn't it Roy?
Elway's given us a few gems through the years.
Oh, he has. Yeah.
First off,
Case Keesum.
Every time. When I think of Case Keenum, I go right to Case Keesum.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not his name. He's not Case Keenum anymore. He is Case Keesum.
Case Keesum.
Yeah,
Keenum,
forever.
I'm sorry.
I'd like to thank John Elway.
Gold. Yeah. Every time I see John Fox, it's the first thing I think of.
Yeah.
He had one. And I was working with Nayland and Gary Miller at the time, and he had one where he wanted to use the phrase, put the toothpaste back in the tube. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. I bet I have this in the archive somewhere. I need to dig it out. But he said, you can't put the toothpaste back in the toothpaste bottle. And you're just like, man,
that ain't it.
How rich is John Elway? He gets his toothpaste out of a bottle.
Listen, Costco guy. Ooh, someone just came in with "I'm a man, I'm 40."
Oh, totally.
That's another great
Totally.
one. If you mention the age 40, that's what we're all going to.
Everybody goes,
I'm a man,
I'm 40. Immediately when you get to that place.
All right, my old producer Kevin just came in with Larry Walker.
Yeah,
Thanks to Roach.
I do that. I do that. I know that one. Larry Walker. He's not Larry Walker.
Is there another Rocky you do that with? I guess Todd Helton or something like that. What did Roach do?
I feel like Walker was so iconic the way that he said that. So iconic. Like, can you say "Let's go Nuggets" without Kyle Spellering? Let's go Nuggets.
That's what I hear now, thanks to Spring.
That's another one, yeah.
When I do something right, that's what I do. I don't do it often.
In so many ways, and our drops have poisoned my mind in so many ways because I've heard all of them all the time.
Freeland?
See, that one sucks because I screw that one up and I don't even mean to. I start talking about Kyle Freeland and then I say Kevin Freeland.
McCarr.
Oh, Cuthbert.
Oh, yeah, he's screwed up every ER, we can put together.
Yeah, Cuthbert. Yeah, ever since it was that series against San Jose a couple of years ago when Cuthbert was doing the series, second round series. Yeah, and it destroyed me. Who was the Sharks goalie?
Martin Jones.
Yeah,
Martin
Jones. every name in sports that has an AR.
Oh.
Lamar Jackson, and he's not. I don't even think Chris Cuthbert has ever said Lamar Jackson before.
He would have no need to. He calls hockey.
Exactly.
But now I'd like him to just. Can we sub in on a Canada game,
please?
How about Joe Namath? I want to kiss you.
Yeah.
Or struggling.
Yeah.
I'm struggling.
Oh God. Mm-hmm.
I want to kiss you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Someone on the text line said tonight.
Tonight. Birdo's done it.
Birdo
has done it.
He does. We do that. We do it on the show.
Someone said you've created Max66 Crosby because you can't not say the letters.
That and
Omaha's a good one. You said Omaha to me just in there.
I did.
And I heard Hayden going, Omaha! Omaha!
That's all you yell as you drive through Omaha. You don't stop. You just drive straight through. All right, we got a thing going. 303-504-0925. That's the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. What do you say? What is a word or phrase from sports that you say because your brain is poisoned by having heard it a billion times? Let's dive into it. Nick Kosmider is going to stop by for draft conversation coming up next. Plus, he had a wonderful piece in The Athletic about how NIL and the portal have kind of changed prospect evaluation. Want to dive into that with Kosmider coming up here in a few minutes. The Condor, Eric Johnson, Drop of the Year award winner.
Started all this.
What time is he
We're
stopping
thinking
by?
4.
Thinking?
Well, we'll see.
Okay.
Listen, we're on his dime.
Exactly.
We're happy to have you along.
Hey, you know what? He's a Drop of the Year award winner. He shows up when
now
he feels
that he knows,
like it.
maybe he doesn't feel the need to show up. Maybe he feels he's been immortalized on this show already.
I've already done too much. Kreckman and Lindahl, we are with you. We are rolling. It is a lovely Wednesday afternoon. Hope you're out there driving safely. By the way, we have to talk about a motorist that I saw on the way to work who had
oh my God,
bit of interesting decor on the Chevy Equinox. We'll talk about that today on the show. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Have you been dealing with the problem of erectile dysfunction? Have you put off maybe going to see someone about it? Have you been pulling away from your relationships or maybe not even seeking, romantic situations at all because of this? You don't need to live this way. You really can get better. You can go to a place that has multiple options to try to help fix your problem. That's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They do have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90% and some that can even have you last in an hour or more if that's what you seek. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. And it's real easy to schedule your consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, they could have you feeling back to your old self the next day. 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you, including up north in Fort Collins, south in the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Kreckman, Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Wednesday, Cosmiter time. Nick Cosmiter of The Athletic stops by to talk about the upcoming NFL draft and the Broncos' plans for it. But before we dive into all of that, Nick, I got to tell you, man, that piece that you wrote about, the NIL era and the transfer portal and how these prospects have such different collegiate experiences now going to the NFL was some fascinating stuff and the way that it has all changed. But one of the things that I thought was pretty compelling was actually the quote that you got from Sean Payton, that he believes that this era of college football just gives you more data points to explore on what a player is really like.
Yeah, I thought that. I agree with you, Nate, that was probably the most interesting thing about doing this piece in general, was getting some of the kind of the insight, because it's one of those things where it's like college football right now, they can figure out ways that transferring needs to be addressed if that's ultimately something they want to do. They have the power to change their own sport. The NFL, this is sort of just they are getting the byproduct of that. They don't have control over what college football ultimately decides to do and the changes they make, so they have to just learn how to live with it. And so I think the teams that are going to succeed are the ones who are just viewing it from a let's not wring our hands about this. Let's maximize this and find kind of the benefit. And yeah, I thought it was interesting that Sean Payton said sometimes you have a guy that went to a program that just isn't really known for giving a lot of good, hearty inside information. And so when you have a guy that's been through multiple schools, has had touch points along the way with a lot of different people, you tend to be able to use that to your advantage. If you can kind of be organized in your evaluation process to gain more information about a player that you're thinking about making a huge investment in. In addition to the amount of information that is now available, you also just have a lot of older prospects going into the NFL draft now. Kids that, and granted, we're coming off the COVID year era of college football, so some of these guys have been around for 6 years, but you got dudes that are, 24, 25. I'm looking at Tyler Shuck from Louisville, a 6-year college guy who's 25 years of age coming into the NFL. Is it across the board? Is there a consensus, or how are some individual franchises viewing these guys that are coming into the league basically as like adults? Yeah, I think it's been a big difference. Like last year, I just think of whenever anybody last year would talk about Devon Vele, talk about him as a rookie, there always had to be a reminder of his age. 26. Well, he's a rookie, but he's not actually a rookie because, he's got he's setting up his retirement accounts and all those other sorts of things already. So it definitely has changed the landscape, and it's really connected in a lot of ways to how you manage your roster almost financially. I have another piece coming out tomorrow about how teams in the NFL in recent years have been able to successfully navigate these big dead money totals that have previously been viewed as just, hey, you lead the league in dead money. You're going nowhere this year. You're dead. Last 2 years, the team with the most of it, the Buccaneers in 23 and the Broncos last year, made the playoffs. And part of that is that teams now can rely on the draft not only as a place where they can acquire and then develop talent for future years, but guys, because of that, in part, Nate, being older, having more college experience, you're drafting guys that turn around and play significant roles right away. Bo Nix, obviously a perfect example, a guy who had played 61 games, and after getting kind of some of the early NFL learning experience out of his way in those opening 3 or 4 starts, looked like a guy that, this is a dude that just knows how to play quarterback. And so I do think that's part of the equation that teams are looking at now.
Okay, so this is interesting, and I'm not sure this factors in or if you talk to anybody about this specifically, but Nick, could we also see guys that maybe are showing up in the league that are more near their ceiling than they were before? Yeah, I think that's part of it too. That's part of what you have to evaluate, because you're saying, hey, we've seen you play so much football. This kind of has to be who you are. But on the flip side of that too is even with all this transferring, guys don't really get into a spot where they have a lot of continuity, where they're really developing in a specific way. And so you do have to, I think, guard against some bias there of just saying, hey, this guy's older, or he's played
a lot of games because you can still have, juice left in a guy who can get to a situation where he can finally find some continuity. I thought the other interesting part of the piece I really thought was when Dave Canales said, you can look at it both ways. It's nice to see guys having played in multiple schemes. Andy Reid said the same thing. He said, I like seeing a player that's, maybe been in a couple different spots. That helps me understand like what he could do, in my system or what I can introduce to develop around this player. But the physical part of this is sometimes guys are transferring. They're not in a weight program for a summer or a semester while they are kind of looking for their landing spot. They might not, have the same continuity within the weightlifting programs that they are in, that they have different strengths coaches have different ideas, and you don't really get that just chance to grow and get stronger because you're moving all the time. So he says we're getting some guys that are physically underdeveloped, and that again has to be baked in to how you evaluate. So there's just a lot of different wrinkles to it that I think teams are still 4 years into this kind of 3 years into this NIL plus transfer boom that are still trying to get their arms around it.
Yeah, it's interesting. You might be able to really find some late draft gems and some guys that are maybe more moldable than they would be otherwise. It's, then again, it's the NFL draft. It's a complete crapshoot. It could be the flip side, and you could draft some total bum. Who knows? Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. Nick, the comments of Ashton Genty from the podcast interview saying that Denver had really spent some time with him. What do you make of all of that? Is there a world where the Broncos could be angling for a trade upward to try and go get Ashton Genty?
Yeah, I kind of looked at this from the perspective, as you got to do with the draft, of like, what's the historical precedent of just moving up in the first round at all in any kind of recent history to draft a quarterback. Hasn't been done since 2015 when the Chargers moved up in the first round in order to draft Melvin Gordon, and that was only 2 spots, I believe from 17 to 15. The Saints were one of the last teams that moved into the first round to draft Mark Ingram. I think they gave up a future first-round pick in order to move up from their spot in the second round to the back end of the first round to draft Ingram. So Sean Payton has some precedent for if he's valuing a guy in that first round to make a move to do that. I just cannot find an instance in any kind of recent history where you would make the sort of move required to get into the Genty range. Like, let's just say that's getting ahead of Dallas, like getting to 11 in order to make that move happen. Like, that is obviously that's a future first round pick. So that's the 2026 first round pick. And then a bunch of others, a few other, pieces of draft asset that you're giving up in order to draft, again, a running back who, while certainly potentially generationally talented, just the career part of it, of how long he's going to last, had a heavy workload during his time at Boise State. It's just in my mind, too significant of a jump. Can't find like a recent historical comp for it, and I just have a hard time seeing it. Now, again, if teams have other ideas, or there's enough teams that don't necessarily view using a top 10 pick on a running back as a good value play, and so he does end up dropping back a little bit, then maybe that happens. I just don't see, it's either the Raiders or the Bears or then the Cowboys sitting there. Like, one of those 3 teams is not going to let him pass, and I just think the jump to get there is going to be too intense.
All right, Nick, what is going on with this QB class? Feels like Cam Ward's the lock number 1 pick. Don't think that's going anywhere. I can't make heads or tails of what's going on with Shedeur Sanders. I know a lot of the top 3 teams are visiting with him, including the Giants come Saturday, but I'm starting to wonder, is that in case he slides to the end of the first round and does something surprising and maybe they look to jump back in? What do you think is going on? I keep hearing about Jackson Dart and 2 teams that love Jackson Dart. They can't quit talking about that on ESPN, but nobody seems to know who those two teams are. What do you think is going on with these QBs?
Yeah, Andy, I thought I got to clock out of the quarterback portion of the draft this year. I thought that was I thought I had earned that escape from that part of the draft conversation. No, I think that what's interesting if you're looking at it from a Broncos perspective is the more talk and the more potential of 3 of these guys going in front of the Broncos, I think the better off that you feel about the potential players that fall to you as a result. And, this is sort of stuff, speaking specifically about Jackson Dart, this was sort of the kind of the buildup that we had with Bo Nix last year, where the draft process starts and he's viewed as, second round guy, maybe mid to late second round. And all of a sudden it's like, hey, he can sneak into the first round. And by the time the draft actually gets there, he's going 12th overall. So I think that could very much be, the path of Jackson Dart. Obviously, with everything going on with New Orleans, with Derek Carr, that seems to be a pretty natural landing spot if Kellen Moore views Dart as a guy in the Knicks mold who has some, so some ready-made talent that he can really mold his offense around. That could be a good landing spot. So I just think that the Broncos are obviously watching this with a lot of interest, knowing that if the quarterback fervor ultimately starts pushing those guys back, it's going to benefit them.
Yeah, I think it's going to, because like Pittsburgh, if they love him, well, Denver is one spot above them, and that could potentially lead to a trade-back spot for the Broncos. That could be a good situation for them to find themselves in. All right, let me ask you a Broncos quarterback-adjacent question in the very least. Given that this team now has 3 years on a full rookie contract plus a fifth-year option that will be available to them eventually with Bo Nix, should they choose to take it, how much is Denver's clock sped up with the urgency of taking advantage of the rookie contract window? Like, does that change the Broncos' perspective to draft more win-now type of players?
I think there certainly is an element of that to the way that they're building the roster. And I think they managed it well last year, sort of knowing where they were. Didn't really over-leverage themselves in what they did in free agency. Obviously they had the dead money total, which I hit upon a little bit earlier, but they still could have gone out and spent more money in free agency. There was plenty they could have done, like extending Garrett Bowles before the season started, or doing Cortland Sutton early. They wanted to be able to really evaluate what it was going to look like with Bo Nix. And now that I thought that was an interesting part of last year. Even by, the end of training camp, when they're really starting to feel like they have something with Bo Nix, you started to see, Quinn Miners gets extended, Pat Surtain gets extended, Jonathan Cooper gets extended, because now what you're doing is you're starting to lay out what the next few years look like. Okay, when can we take these larger cap hits? When are these players going to kind of be off the books? That's all part of what they're doing right now, the roster gymnastics of it, because ideally, you could have that much control, Nate, that you talked about with Bo Nix, like fifth year options and all that. But if he becomes as good as you think he can be, or hope that he becomes, you're actually going to be doing that deal sooner than that, right? Yeah. Like, you hope that he becomes good enough to where you have to pay him after his third year so that you can get ahead of that market and kind of get your long-term budget figured out. But even with that being potentially kind of the earliest that you need to address that, these next 2 seasons are really huge opportunities for you with the way that the roster is structured right now, to be able to go ahead and find pieces who can contribute right away, and then continue to develop and be at the back end of their rookie deals when you do end up paying Bo Nix.
How soon or how surprised would you be if they dove back in the pool for a pass rusher?
I don't think that really there's not a whole lot that would surprise me in terms of moves that they would make in the first round, outside of obviously quarterback, and then offensive tackle. I think I would certainly be surprised by that. You just don't draft a guy typically in the middle of the first round that you aren't planning to start, or at least have a chance to play somewhere. Now, if you drafted a guy at tackle who you think could ultimately fill in for Mike McGlinchey down the road, and want to maybe start him at guard, and you have a competition somewhere there, maybe that's one path. I just think that's probably unlikely. Anything else, it really wouldn't shock me, just because, again, they have most of their needs filled. And when you even running back, obviously being a glaring one, but they have guys on their roster who they will be a part of the equation there, and then you can get a guy in the second or third round. So the first round part of it won't really surprise me, and that could include pass rusher. Now, I do think interior defensive line is probably a bigger priority just because of the contract situation that they have. I think that they will extend and pay Zach Allen, but John Franklin Myers, Malcolm Roach, I think that's to be determined. Both guys going to be at the end of their contracts after 2025. And so, again, they've done a really good job over the last couple of years building both the offensive and defensive lines. And so you want to continue to build that momentum. So, you look at a guy, whether it's Kenneth Grant or Derek Harmon, who could come in and give you pretty immediate impact, interior pass rush ability, but also be able to kind of develop into that role where, hey, if we don't get Malcolm Roach done or John Franklin Myers done, one of these guys can step in next year and kind of keep us off and running. I would see that as more of probably a first-round priority than pass rusher. But again, if you have a guy that you really like that's falling in that direction, you have the ability, the flexibility to go and make that happen too.
By the way, your guy Dane Brugler from The Athletic, Omarion Hampton, running back out of North Carolina at number 20 in his mock draft that he put out today. Read Nick Kosmider in The Athletic. Subscribe. Check out his podcast, the Not Another Bucking Podcast. It is terrific. Nick, good work as always, man. Thank you.
All right, fellas. Take care.
All right, Nick Kosmider with us right there. God, that guy's good.
Nick's joining me and Scotty tonight, too, on the Hot Mic podcast.
On the Hot Mic?
9 o'clock.
Okay.
We'll see how much you can put up with us.
Is that on the YouTube?
It's on the
Okay.
Altitude YouTube channel.
All right.
And all the socials, Nate.
Okay.
All the socials.
Check it out. Every single one of the socials.
You'll be there. Snarky comments, I expect.
That's what I'm here for, man. Eric Johnson is going to join us, we think, around 4-ish or so.
Maybe.
Maybe. We think he's going to be there. But it is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Jamal Murray. God, that's another one. I hear Spiro Ditas' voice when I say Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray!
Josh Allen. Is that just us because we can't quit playing the bits?
That's
Josh
Allen. That's Vance Joseph's
Josh
fault.
Allen?
Mm-hmm.
Josh Allen. Josh Allen. That's what I like.
Yeah, Spiro was in there, too.
Who was the other? Josh Allen. Was that Spiro? Which one was Spiro? Josh Allen.
That's
the
Spiro.
one before it.
Mm-hmm.
Josh that guy. Allen. Who was that guy?
It's Nance.
That's Jim Nance.
The Broncos!
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Was he had a little throat cold that day or something, didn't he? Josh Allen.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Jamal Murray. How does he feel about his new interim coach? We'll hear from him next.
Outlet pass off over to Murray. Murray has it inside the arc. Spin move. And he gets fouled. Made the jumper to Jamal Murray right over Aaron Holiday. And he got fouled. That'll be an N1 here for Denver.
Take that, Justin Holiday's brother. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are live in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. We know our enemy. It is the Los Angeles Clippers. Game 1 coming up here on Saturday at 1:30. You get the short break in between. Game 2 is on Monday, and then they'll play Game 3 Thursday in L.A., then Saturday. So 1 day breaks in between those games. The series will then shift back to Denver with a two-day break. Game 5 would be Tuesday if necessary. You always got to put that caveat on it. And then they'll just go Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday to wrap it up. Games 5, 6, and 7 should the series go that long.
I like the 1 day break. How about that? Let's roll. Let's get this thing done.
Does it favor the Nuggets or the Clippers, do you think?
It's a great question.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Nate. Yeah, probably favors the Clippers the way this season is gone.
And maybe because the Nuggets are a little hobbled coming into this series.
I would hope that we're unhobbled and let's roll.
De-hobblify.
Can we go now?
As much as humanly possible. I have a feeling the hobbling is going to be an issue. And again, everyone's hobbled at this time of year in the NBA. You saw it with John Morant last night. Everybody was hobbled. By the way, it is so nice to watch playoff basketball last night. And I consider what I saw the Orlando and Atlanta game was silly. But what we saw last night between Golden State and Memphis, that's what it looks like. And the biggest difference, man, when you watch what playoff basketball looks like is every rebound is a freaking war. And you saw it last night. Those guys were beating the snot out of each other. And it's like, hell yes, every possession is so important. These dudes are ripping so hard for every single rebound out there. I can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, I'm just happy that it's here because we can quit with do they care, do they not, who really cares, they're burned out, the season's over, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, they care.
All right, everybody pedal to the metal and let's go. No excuses.
Mm-hmm.
Help me out. How does this work now? Now Memphis has to face...
Memphis plays the 9-10 winner between Dallas and Sacramento. Memphis will host them on Friday night. The winner of that gets the 8 seed and will play Oklahoma City.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay. I forgot why one team, I was trying to remember, how does one team get 2 cracks at it? And that's why Memphis gets the...
In the East, it will be the Miami-Chicago winner tonight. They play at 5:30. That team then goes to Atlanta on Friday night to take on Trae Young and company. Trae Young, who
anger management
last night was ejected for making a mockery of the game. Which, yeah, you probably shouldn't dribble the ball around like a soccer ball out there. Also, did you see when it happened? I chuckled at it in Orlando. They play the curb theme when you get ejected. I thought that was pretty funny. That made me happy. Mm-hmm. That's a good piece of game ops right there. So Jamal Murray got asked today, what does he like about playing for David Adelman? Here was Jamal Murray today.
He's a great offensive coach. Just always real with what he's saying, gets his message across quick and clean, and yeah. So he's always serious about his work. Funny dude too.
Yeah, great offensive coach, and David Adelman's no dummy. Get the ball in the hands of Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, and that's how your offense is going to work at its very best. David Adelman was asked about Jamal Murray. It's time for playoff Murray. He's here. Okay, let's go do this thing. David Adelman on what makes Jamal rise to the occasion at this time of year.
He's born for it, man. It's, you can't really argue that. The game winners, the ability to play in the biggest games and lift his game mentally. He just has it, and some people do. And, this is going to be a tough series for him. They have a lot of people to throw at him. And I think the biggest thing for us is these guys, me, the staff, we have to help Jamal. Because if we can get him free, we know what he's capable of. And we need that secondary guy. And we know he's going to be at the end of the game with those two guys playing two-man game. But we know what Jamal is in the playoffs. He's one of the all-time greats. You can't argue it. So very excited to get him back out there healthy. And it's been great to see him the last 2 days, the way he's moving. Because that's what we need, if we're going to win 4 games in this series.
Yeah. Some guys are just born for it. He's right about that part of it. This is when Jamal shines. And again, going back to last night, and I know Ja hurt the ankle and came back in the second half and he gutted through it, but like Steph Curry, this is what he does this time of year. Jimmy Butler, you saw it last night, going for 38 and playing the way that he did and being absolutely fearless and shooting 18 free throws in that game. Like that's Golden State had it and Memphis didn't last night, and the Nuggets got it. They got it with Jamal Murray.
The biggest thing for him, he is the guy not afraid to take a shot with Jokic.
Yep.
And we talk about it every year, and I don't think, for those that are maybe new to following this stuff, may not sound like a big deal. It is unbelievable how many times you watch guys that don't want the last shot, don't want the ball in their hands. That has never been a problem for Murray.
I also think, like, what's so funny about this Nuggets team going into this postseason, and I've been digging through this and trying to think about, okay, like who's set up to have a really good series here. And I put Jokic and Murray on a different island because they are stars that rise to the moment. All right. I think Christian Brown is poised to have a great series. He was wonderful with us on the show yesterday, obviously, but also like I like him in this matchup. I like a cutter trying to have to move James Harden around as much as he does. I like the speed that Christian Brown plays the game with. I think he is poised to have a really good series. After that, I kind of don't know.
Well, I don't either. I'd like to say MPJ. I'd love to see.
I'd love to say it too. I don't know if I like this matchup.
I would like, okay, talk a little bit about why. I'd like to see him rise up and shoot over whatever problems he's got.
Absolutely.
That's what I'd like to see us get to.
I sure
would
as
ask
well.
you right now? I don't know.
Right.
Give me your definitive. What has been MPJ's definitive playoff series so far? What is the MPJ series if there was one? Or the closest thing to it?
Honestly, probably both the series against the Lakers.
Okay.
The Western Conference Finals against the Lakers and the first round against the Lakers last year. He was marvelous in both of those series.
He can't give you something like that this series you're worried about?
I am, because the Clippers are just such a better defensive team, and also because I think the defensive matchups are going to make life tough on him.
So you think that tires him out?
I don't know
if it gets him in foul trouble.
Foul trouble I worry about. Fatigue I absolutely worry about. Like, ideally, Peyton Watson makes life tougher on Harden and the Clippers, right? He absolutely does for what they're going to want to do offensively. But the problem is that on the other end of the floor, Peyton Watson doesn't nearly give you what Porter does. And so that I start to worry about a little bit. Like there's no perfect answer for you right there. I don't know if this is a good series for Russell Westbrook. Andy, I do like him as a defensive matchup against Harden, but then I also worry just simply about the volatility of Russell Westbrook. And going against your former team, is he going to be too keyed up? Could he potentially struggle in that way? He's also going up against a bunch of guys that have a ton of familiarity with him. So, like, can Russ do the thing where he stays within himself and goes out and has a good series? I don't know. Aaron Gordon, here's my only concern on AG, is with his hands so full on the defensive end with the matchup against Kawhi, one of the huge differences in Aaron Gordon, why he has been so good, is he has had an unbelievable shooting season. Okay, but can you shoot the ball as well with your hands as full on the defensive end of the court? Like, what's sort of still left there? And some of this is just like, maybe I'm quibbling because the Nuggets offense, as long as it has Murray and Jokic, is going to be absolutely fine. I think Brown is going to be great. The question, though, is with this series is like, I don't know who the next guy is that's going to be great in this series. I probably need it to be Aaron Gordon if Denver's going to win this thing.
Yeah. Well, if he'll go back to the dunker spot, if he'll go back to living in the paint with Jokic, if he'll go back to being an inside guy, I'm not saying don't shoot some threes. He's been great about improving his threes. He really has.
Mm-hmm.
But they're going to need to get down and dirty. I just need to see the Nuggets offense that we remember of old somehow, where Gordon is cutting in. It's that easy outlet pass for Jokic. Now, I don't know. Maybe teams just aren't going to give him that anymore. Maybe there's been enough time of that's not going to happen anymore. But if Porter can hit some shots and you can't cover everybody, do you think, real quick, Norman Powell's the matchup? Is Norman Powell the matchup for MPJ?
You want him guarding Powell?
No. On MPJ. Who do you think they're putting on MPJ?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, he's 6'4".
Yeah.
Shoot over him, please.
Mm-hmm.
Just shoot over him.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, you got to get comfortable doing that.
Right.
Is that too much to ask? Because here's the thing. I don't want to ask something that we've never seen before, but you literally have half a foot on this guy. Shoot over
Shooting
him.
in tight quarters. Back to AG real quick. Jake Coyne had this stat on Twitter. This season, Aaron Gordon shot 14.6% better from three and 15.2% better from the line than he did last year. He is the first player in NBA history to improve by at least 10% in both categories in a single season.
But see, I love it and I hate it. I love it because he's making them. I hate it, though, because when he doesn't, he's not down there to help rebound.
That's very true, but also, like, to me, this is what I love about that is that's testament to a guy that worked on his game.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Yeah. That's
hey, man, our questions aren't about AG and how good he can play. My question is, can your calf survive this?
Yeah, there's that part of it as well. Kreckman and Lindahl. Eric Johnson, next hour on our show. Keep it here. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid right now because bidding starts to close tomorrow at 9 a.m. on this Northern Colorado Municipalities Vehicles and Equipment Auction. Go and check it out right now at roller.bid. Fire trucks, transit buses, utility trucks, pickups, police interceptors, sedans, cargo vans, trailers, landscape equipment, and so much more. Go to roller.bid right now and check it all out. I'm looking at some of these trucks that are available to bid right now. Terrific deals that you can get some excellent under market prices right now. Go to roller.bid and check this all out. They got a 2008 Chevy Colorado 4-wheel drive super cab pickup, an outstanding deal that is waiting just for you. Less than 100,000 miles on this thing. Go to roller.bid and check it out right now. This is the Northern Colorado Municipalities Vehicles and Equipment Auction. It is so fun to bid at Roller Auction, but these auctions start to close tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So get on it right now at roller.bid. Great story today in The Athletic from Fred Katz, all about Nikola Jokic and the effect that he has on teammates. I wish I had known some of this stuff before we talked to CB yesterday, but there's some great stuff in here, including the part where early on in his rookie season, Jokic was always giving CB guff for not taking the pre-practice stretching seriously enough. Apparently Christian, who has always just been the best athlete, didn't take it all that seriously, was using the time to socialize, and Jokic finally had it, went and picked over his stretching mat, carried it over, and placed it down directly next to his. And then he supervised the stretching of Christian Braun, and apparently CB got the message and still stretches next to Jokic before practice every single day. But he made it very clear, you're going to do this every single day. And 2 years later, Christian Braun still stretching next to Jokic. It's good stuff right there. And Jokic just simply said, like, hey, the stretching, he famously goes and lifts weights after games. I mean, the guy will play 40-plus minutes. He still goes and lifts after a game. Christian Braun joins him out there, and Jokic just says, this is going to save your career. And how the hell do you argue with it? He's the most durable superstar in sports.
Yeah, I do feel like he's more in charge of this thing than we maybe realize. He's just not out telling everybody about it.
Right.
He's not out having a press conference about it. He's not telling the insiders to float this on the Get Up shows or whatever.
One of the great points that gets brought up in this piece, and Bruce Brown talked about it, Isaiah Hartenstein talked about it in this story, was Joker's not out there telling you what to do. He's not really out there offering. But if you ask him, he'll give it to you. Okay? Like, and Hartenstein used to just basically watch Jokic in practice and be like, okay, why did you do that? What, and he's turned into a really good passing big man. And it was just from talking about the game with Jokic. With Bruce Brown, it was talking about the nonverbal communication that goes out on the floor and how much better that he could make everybody. But like guys, they recognize when they get out there and play with him, number one, you're only getting minutes if you play the right way. That's just the way that it works. So you got to play the right way to Jokic's vision, but also like he's leading the entire thing, even if he isn't the loudest guy in the world. Yet right now, at least you look over the last 3 games, he's been the loudest guy out there.
Yeah, well, he needs to be.
Yeah.
And he has been. I feel bad saying he needs to be. There's enough on this guy's shoulders as it is every night. Just, doing all the cool things he does on the basketball court and making every impossible shot or tough angle shot or half between shot that he can. I really do wonder whoever, and I don't know who the GM is going to be, but whoever they pick, do you think that person, you'd almost be crazy not to sit down with that person and just get Nikola's gut feel on the rest of the roster? Now, judging by how he's handled this, hey, did they ask you about Michael Malone? I don't know that he's completely comfortable with it, but look, dude, I need your read on who should still be out there with you.
Yes.
It's why I brought it up to CB yesterday. Anytime when now I didn't want to bring up the exact point we last heard this, but remember, when Christian Braun kind of curled off instead of going over the top in that Indiana game for the dribble handoff, Jokic had already picked it up. He was expecting that high handoff. Christian curled around, almost retreated back towards the basket.
Though, and it was late.
And then he had to throw it to Russ, which he didn't really want to do.
Yeah.
Jokic is asked about it after the game, and Jokic just said, I don't get mad at him because I know he's out there playing to win.
Right.
How many other guys do you feel like you've got on this team that are like that? I think there's probably a lot. But if you're not feeling it, then these are the guys we got to start figuring out what are we doing with.
Right. And the connection between Brown and Jokic is one of the things that's really sort of like at the center of this team right now. And CB talked about it with us yesterday here on the show. But yeah, that's sort of what this team is built around right now. And Christian Braun has sort of become, in some ways, the heart and soul of this version of the Nuggets this year. He plays almost all the time. He's very rarely out. I think what he missed 2 games, 3 games, whatever it was, the entire season.
Right.
That was pretty much it. So he plays all the time. The pace at which the team plays through generally just kind of goes through him. He led the NBA in fast break points this year. Like, his breakout is a huge part of what changed this team, got them to play at the tempo that they play at. So that was absolutely massive. Brown has become a better defender throughout the year. He talked yesterday on the show about the influence that KCP has had on his career, and the importance of what he has learned right there. He gets the James Harden matchup now in this series, but yeah, like Christian Brown, it's been such a tough year for Aaron Gordon. And it's been a challenging year for Jamal Murray. He had a flurry in the middle of the year. Murray flurry. Thank you very much, Chris Marlowe. Yeah, that's another one for you right there.
Get back to that about 45, we hope.
Exactly. But also, like, the in and out nature of it all, Jokic and Brown have been like the two. And honestly, I guess Westbrook have just been the consistents for this team the entire year.
Yeah, you bringing up Westbrook. Westbrook's going to be interesting. You know, we did get a texter saying that he thinks Westbrook will go off for 30 in one game. He might. I don't know, but
can I humbly request he doesn't?
Right. Who was our guy?
I'm good on that.
Who did we talk to from The Athletic that said sometimes him hitting an early three can be tough because he decides that's what he's going to do that night?
Right. Yeah. Let's just have Russ stay within the offense. 7-8 field goal attempts out of Russ. I don't need him going for 30.
18 minutes is like the sweet spot we're finding out.
I think that would be a good spot.
Doesn't get him too tired out.
Yeah.
Not asking too much of him.
Right. Now, I do think like his defensive role is going to be huge in this series. I don't worry about him on that end of the floor. I think he can do a good job defending James Harden. I worry about him on offense.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I think we all do. I think that's
a reasonable concern to have with this team. Did you happen to see last night, Andy, during the Warriors-Grizzlies game? Game was in San Francisco, and there was a gentleman that was seated behind the Grizzlies bench. This was spotted early on in the game. Social media kind of grabbed onto it. And this guy was eating spaghetti at a basketball game.
Okay. Okay.
And he wasn't it's not even just that he was eating spaghetti, but he was eating spaghetti off of a flat paper plate. Now it looked to be like a nice china net. The thing had some sturdiness to it. And he had a plastic utensil.
Yes.
The plastic fork. It wasn't going well for this dude. Eating spaghetti at a game off of a flat plate with a plastic fork right behind the Memphis bench.
We've all been there, though, right? We've all had that tricky plate you thought was going to hold.
Yeah.
Or even the fork. Sometimes the fork betrays you.
Yeah, it's not – I mean, this guy was just doing the best with what was offered of him, but is there a worse, like, at the game dining option than spaghetti?
You're trusting. I pulled it up on Twitter. You're really trusted. That is a nice pressed pair of jeans that he's got on.
It is.
And you're really trusting that plate isn't going anywhere. No, there's not a worse dining option. Here's the problem. Let me tell you, as a guy who likes white shirts still,
okay,
I'll tell you all the problems with this. First off, guys struggling to get it off the plate, which again, the plate, I wouldn't trust the plate to begin with. Luckily, he does have the blue quarter zip. He went Manning style for that.
Yes.
So if you're slurping the spaghetti, which inevitably you're going to have to do, right? We're not getting all polite. This isn't a fine Italian and dining experience. You're at a game. You're going to probably slurp some noodles, and then it's going to go everywhere. You're going to have the splashback from the sauce.
There's a couple of thoughts there. Number one, like you're trusting in-stadium spaghetti. Like, what is the consistency of noodle length that you are getting? So you're absolutely right about that. Like the likelihood of you getting a good clean twirl is very difficult. Plus, with the plastic fork, like you want long tines on that fork.
You do.
That's going to help you. This guy was set up for disaster the entire way. Had he had a bowl, that could have been helpful. He could have like shoveled it into his face a little bit more, like it's ramen.
Yeah.
A little bit more. That could have been helpful to him. But I saw it last night and I was just like, I don't know if there's a worse in-game dining option than courtside flat plate spaghetti.
let's see if Twitter wants to do its thing. We'll just ask.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, yeah,
What about like a bowl of soup?
that would all, well, especially courtside.
Like it depends.
I mean, think about all the beers that have spilled
That's
there.
true.
Now I'm going to have hot matzo ball soup in my lap?
Yeah, player going into.
What soup you getting at a game anyway?
If it's a
sensible vegetable?
I'm thinking like if it's a thicker, like a thick broccoli cheddar, you could probably do okay with that. But if it's like something in like a chicken or a beef broth, you're probably going to spill that. You're trying to slurp it. Soup is not a good at game option either. No, you're looking for the handheld. That's why you want a hot dog or a bratwurst inside a bun. Something more convenient for everybody.
Well, you know, they do that. Again, we watch Carnival eat sometimes. The Carnival people want something handheld. Kind of the same requirement for the sports crowd.
At a game.
I can't show up. I mean, what, I got garlic bread now? Is there a nice side salad? What are we doing? I mean, if you're going to enjoy the Italian meal, enjoy the Italian meal.
Do you put the side salad under the seat?
Yeah, where's that going?
Yeah.
And then what? You got your bottle of wine,
right.
your red?
Can I get my glass
your red
of Merlot?
that was recommended with this? See, again, if you've got to do the Italian, you got to do like a Stromboli. Not the calzone. The calzone's too big.
Uh-huh.
You need like a good Sbarro Stromboli and just have at it.
Even a piece of pizza you can fold in half.
You could.
Yeah, that could work.
But then you got the greasy drips.
That's
You don't want the
risk.
greasy drips of
Yeah,
the cheese, if that's New York style.
That's the risk that you go for right there. Mm-hmm. Courtside spaghetti. Be careful, everybody. Kreckman and Lindahl. Eric Johnson coming up this hour here on the show. But a quick break. When we come back, let's talk about EJ's teammate, Gabriel Landeskog. A green jersey at practice today. You're not the only one wearing green this week, Rory. Keep it right here.
McDonald in behind the net. Tynan picks it up. Left wing half wall to the blue line for Rosen. Back for Tynan. Upstairs. Rosen. One-timer. Scores! Game Landeskog! And there's your punctuation on a comeback weekend for the captain.
Oh, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're going to talk to Eric Johnson soon-ish. But today the story was Gabriel Landeskog on the practice ice down there at Family Fun Zone, and it was great to see big number 92 out there. Just based on the footage that I saw, Andy, playing hockey with no encumbrances with NHL players. And the Eagles thing was awesome, and now it's like the next. There's all little steps along the way, and today felt like another step. Maybe not as massive as what happened Friday night, certainly not as massive as a goal and an assist on Saturday night, but a big step forward. This morning, Jared Bednar stopped by and talked to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, and was asked about his plans for big number 92, Gabriel Landeskog, in the playoffs.
Yeah, I haven't decided yet. Like, we're hoping here everything goes good this week. I mean, he was on the ice again yesterday after playing 2 games on the weekend, so that's a really good sign. And, you know, like we've had this week will be good for us too because of all the injuries that we've had and guys trying to get over things and get feeling at their best. But we are hoping, and it's looking like we could have everybody available to us for game 1 in Dallas. You know, that's the hope that we have. We have options in all positions here, and that we're able to choose a lineup that gets it done, and we'll just kind of go from there after game 1, see how everyone's feeling.
Okay, so naturally we all start doing the mix and match game of, okay, what is the move now? All right, what does this eventually start to look like? Is Landeskog a third liner skating with Charlie Coyle? Does that drop Kiviranta to a fourth line role?
Which he played last year in the playoffs and was very effective.
And did it well. And he's been a marvelous player. I don't think anybody is going to – you would hope, you know, who knows, the ego of a professional athlete. I'm sure they're all pretty big, but you would hope that Kiviranta would not take it as any kind of slight or anything else like that. It's just like, hey, man, the captain.
Yeah.
Okay?
He's got the C. He's back.
Yeah, you kind of understand all of that.
And if he gets back to his old self, he may move up.
Yeah, that
someone else
point.
may be down here with you soon.
How did he look with the Eagles? Here was Jared Bednar reflecting on the 2-game AHL stint for Landeskog.
Yeah, I was. I think we watched the first game in its entirety, and it looked like just an unbelievable evening. I know he was really excited. I talked to the coaching staff down there. As you would expect, he was incredible with the players down there, sharing his knowledge, and them getting to see his preparation for his first game back was a pretty special moment for the organization, and the fans came out to support him incredibly well. Our players were there, management, the whole deal. Of course, we were out in L.A. and Anaheim, so we had to watch it from afar, but it seemed like it was a great night, a great event, and more importantly for us and for Landy is things went well in game 1. He played more than he was planning on playing and played pretty well. And then I think he probably played better in game 2. It looked like he was a little bit more involved and a little bit more comfortable, and that's the thing. He's been out for a long time, but the pace of his game seemed to pick up a little bit in game 2, and he made an impact on the score sheet as well as in a bunch of other areas of the game and in the room. And so I think just total success from the weekend. And then, like I said, equally as important is he came out of a back-to-back, which I was a little surprised that he was able to do and wanted to do that, but felt really good after game 1 and went in game 2 and then was still on the ice yesterday. So things seem to be moving forward here.
Yeah, second night of a back-to-back, and he got better. He didn't look like more fatigued or anything like that, like he played better on night number 2.
Yeah, some rust got knocked off, and so that's good. And I'm just happy his knee, you and I have talked about it a bunch. What I'm worried about is one of these games, the knee poorly reacts to this.
Sure.
You know what I mean? For no reason at all. Not because of a hit or anything like that. Just, it's like freaking out a little bit. It doesn't sound like that's happened, so it's really good news.
Like what's sore and what's what's normal, what's not normal. There's that's one thing he's going to have to adjust now is knowing what the new normal is in the new situation. Jared Bednar was asked by Moser, Lombardi, and Kane about the physicality that we saw out of Landeskog, throwing hits, putting guys in headlocks, etc. Gabriel Landeskog played hockey the way that he does.
Yeah, I think that he was, as you'd expect in this game, he was getting a lot of back slaps from the guys on the other side too. I think it's a well-known story now, and everyone's happy that he's back. You see a guy go through what he's gone through, and to get to this point where he's nearing a return, I think it's pretty exciting and inspiring for everyone that's watching it, especially the guys closest to him and the guys on our team. I think are really looking forward to getting him back in the lineup here.
He lifts everybody. We played the Charlie Coyle audio again yesterday. He lifts everybody, and Bednar talked more about that, about what he means to this franchise, not just as the captain, but what it means to the room to have Landeskog.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard even to describe. He's like a father figure, but also one of the guys, and he's got a wealth of knowledge. It's just the way he carries himself and the aura around him as a leader, and he's an extension of the coaching staff while still being one of the hardest competitors with the jersey on, right? So he's earned a tremendous amount of respect, and so his voice in the room and the calming presence of everything that he brings to the locker room on a nightly basis is unmeasurable. I think making some of these lineup decisions and talking with Landy like that, you have to take that into consideration as a coach. I think the most important thing is what's he going to be able to do on the ice at game speed at NHL at the toughest time of the year, and then what he provides to the room, and just how does it all shake out? Because it looks like we got, hopefully we'll have 15 healthy bodies up front here, and we'll have to choose a lineup of 12 on a nightly basis. But it's certainly good to have him back in the mix here.
Okay, excuse my ignorance on this. Has anyone ever done what Landeskog is trying to do?
I don't think so.
I don't just mean coming back from this surgery. Yes, he's the only hockey player to have done that. I'm just talking about, has there ever been a guy that just, missed 3 years?
No, not that I can remember.
And then came back?
Well, and listen.
Besides, guys that went to, fight in World War II?
Right. No, because this is a cap era thing.
Yeah.
Right? Part of the reason why the Avs are willing to have this kind of patience, let's be honest about it, is you're not escaping the cap hit now that he's signed to a contract, period. So you have no reason but to be patient with it, just to see how it plays out. In years pre-cap, somebody would have moved on. They would have done a buyout or whatever they would have done.
Yeah.
And frankly, I don't know that anybody would have had the intestinal fortitude that he's had to go through this.
Right.
We hear about how rehab sucks all the time. Go read Nate Jackson's book about how much he hated having to go and live inside the training room and rehab whatever injury it was. It makes you not feel like you're part of the team. And so for Gabe to go through 3 years of the isolation that often comes along with trying to make the road back to recovery is unbelievable by him. Nate, we probably underplay that too much because we've all been going about our lives and watching the Avs hockey. This guy has done a lot of this without always getting to feel a part of the team because they don't have time to have you around all the time.
Right.
In football especially, they got to get in and get you worked on and get you the hell out of the way for the guys that are actually playing the games that need to come in and get worked on.
There's a phrase that Alex Gibb used to use that other guys use in pro football. He's dead.
He literally came in. I remember Tom Nalen. Apparently, it was either Nalen or Neal got hurt. And I remember the guys telling me, some of the former teammates said, Alex Gibbs walked in, said he's dead, he's gone.
Yep.
Move on. Can't help us.
Klay Thompson, closest thing I can think of, a guy that basically missed 3 years.
Yeah.
Because he had ACL and Achilles.
You're also talking about the kind of ilk of athlete you have to be for people to give you that kind of time.
Yeah, we're talking. These are Hall of Fame, Hall of Fame level talents. Guys like Klay Thompson, guys like Gabriel Landeskog.
Landy's jersey will be retired. Will Clay's? I mean, you got to kind of be around that.
Clay's going to the Hall of Fame.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
and that's what you got to be.
Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. I guess Tiger Woods. has had extremely long layoffs for various different reasons throughout his
I hope
professional golf career.
I hope Gabe's looks more like Clay's than Tiger Woods.
MJ, he went and played baseball. Actually, how long was MJ gone between when he retired after 98 with the Bulls and then returned with the Wizards?
I was already back doing a show because Charles Barkley spilled the news on the zoo one time. And It was like one of the great things I still talk about. So we're talking probably 4 years, 5 years.
Let's see, MJ. He missed 3 full seasons.
Well, there you go.
97-98 was his last year with the Bulls. 01-02 was his first with Washington. He was a different body type when he
came
returned.
back. Well, see, that was the thing. Dave and Scott were having this conversation about how the game had changed, and Charles, not meaning to, Charles Barkley, we were at the Elway golf tournament, so that's how this all happened. Right?
Okay.
And I think MJ was even kicking around the course because he used to play in that thing.
Sure.
For those that don't know, John Elway used to have a golf tournament in the early aughts where, like, and it was part of that celebrity tour. Mario Lemieux would be there. I think Gretzky made, like, we're talking Hall of Fame caliber names. Dave and I rode up an elevator with Dan Marino one time. And David wanted me to get him on the show. And I was like, you want me to bug him now? He's like, no, be cool. So I didn't ask him. But anyway, so Charles sits down with Dave and Scott, and he's talking about, the game's changed. The body types have changed. And he goes, that's why Michael's going to have to be a 3 and not a 2 anymore. And Logan's like, what? Come again?
Mm-hmm.
Michael? What Michael might you be referring to? He's like, Jordan, he's too heavy now to be a guard. And sure enough.
MJ was a power guard when he came back.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Slightly different body type when he returned. Still had the competitiveness. He still had some games. They were still out there. That was rough.
I tuned into that so bad, wanting to see my childhood Michael Jordan. I'm like, it's not going to get there. I can quit watching this putrid Washington team now.
How much rocks did you take in last night?
Well, I don't mean to make you disappointed, but I'm going to go ahead and do it now.
Uh-huh.
All this basketball and the guy eating spaghetti you wanted me to watch.
Yeah.
I was stuck watching those guys just be sorry, and I don't even know why. There's a part of me, I looked up later, and I was like, oh, crap, the basketball was on. Why did I forget that? I've been watching this slop.
That Warriors-Grizz game was good.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I could have been watching it.
It was good.
Could have been watching it. Instead, I'm watching them scatter hits here and there, and a guy getting on first, maybe second, and nothing happening. Although, dude, I will tell you, you know what is fun, and I'm sure you're well aware of this. Holy cow, Dodger Stadium comes to life when Shohei simply walks up to the plate.
Yeah, it's electric.
Pretty cool.
It's
man.
electric. Yeah.
The again, I got a surround sound in my living room because I'm fancy. The noise center changes. Yeah, thank you, John. The noise center changes when he comes up to the plate.
It does.
You could through the TV speakers, you can hear the energy in the ballpark change.
He scored from second last night, by the way, on it was a tough play, a terrible throw from the Rocks. But yeah, he is something special, man. So it's not going well with the Rockies. I don't know if you're aware of this or not.
Yeah, I told you I watched it last night. Stupidly.
Good for you, man. Seriously.
If I'd have known and I somehow remembered the better option, I had to turn to it.
I have a feeling the guy that I'm about to bring up was also watching last night. So I'm driving to work today. All right? Taking the old C470 from the west side of town.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
On my way to work. And I was behind a pretty sweet Chevy Equinox. And
I'm not laughing.
The car had one of those flags, that you kind of put in the window with the plastic doohickey on it. But I was directly behind him, so I didn't know what the flag was.
Your curiosity got the better of you.
I'm a very curious person by nature. From behind, honestly, and again, this thing's flapping, going, 80.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, I think it's a Nuggets flag, but I can't really tell. So I hop into the right lane. I speed up. I got to see it. It's a Rockies flag.
Yeah, you told me this. I was flabbergasted.
It was a purple Rockies flag adorning this Equinox.
We're talking back window too, right?
It would have been the back driver's side window. Again, the little
point being easily removed.
Easily removed. Also,
it's not like on there.
Intentionally put there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see it every day.
Exactly. This wasn't like an old Broncos bumper sticker that got like slapped on in like 94 or something like that, and they never got rid of. No,
and the weather has melded it to the body of the Bronco now.
Right. This was an intentional move right there. And I really like at 3-14.
Yeah, that's a bold choice.
I was like, wow, man.
Yeah.
You're buying the plan. Whatever it may be. We're not all totally clear, but hey, good on you. Like a Rockies hat. Not if you only got a couple of hats, and if one of them is perfectly molded to your head and you're on your way out the door, I got to throw on a cap or whatever, you grab the Rockies hat, you put it on, you think nothing of it. Again, that to me is like a mindless exercise.
It's a comfortable hat.
Exactly. The flag
could easily be removed.
And you had to put it in.
Yeah.
Recently, probably.
Yeah, because when you roll the window down, it ain't staying there anymore, right? I haven't had one, but I assume once the window's rolled down, that sucker's free to go where it'd like.
Now, you've got the Nuggets in a championship window, the Avalanche in a championship window. The Broncos are back from the dead. They went to the playoffs a year ago. The Rockies are entering they're going to lose 100 again this year. That's going to be 3 consecutive seasons of 100-plus losses now with the club. Like, this is the lowest. This is as bad as it gets. They're turfed out, man. They're scraping the very, very bottom, and they're a tough watch.
It's not exciting.
If you actively want them to win a baseball game, it's tough viewing now.
I'm going to tell you, as a guy that has spent his childhood here, I've heard a lot of Drew Goodman game calls. I mean, a lot.
Yeah.
Probably more than any other play-by-play person. Okay?
Yeah. He's there every day.
Yeah. And he's done a lot of TV, whether it's been the Nuggets, whether it's been the Rockies. Did he do a little Avs? I can't remember. Maybe not. Bottom line is, I have never heard Drew unable to hide disappointment, contempt. The hell am I doing in the voice at some point? I mean, it is, and it gets to the point where, he sees it coming. Something good's happened. Well, they just screwed that up. They did something like last night where I think they ran into a double play they shouldn't have, or just typical Rockies stuff where Drew's like, well, you just screwed up the one hope we had of getting this sucker tied, and he just knows nothing good is happening for me. I don't even know if he's conscious of it, but it has never been more clear. Even Drew has maybe had a bit enough of this.
The runs are so premium.
Yeah.
They're if they get a runner
in
scoring position,
they can't hit, dude.
You have to pray somehow that guy gets home. Hey, Stallings last night, high fastball, ripped that thing down the line. I mean, the problem is it was already 5-0 by the time that it happened. Feltner had a rough one last night. The Dodgers just had their way. That's what it's like watching this club right now.
I've never seen anything like this. Look, we can be as cynical and whatever about the Rockies. They've always at least had a decent enough offense to entertain you.
Not for a while.
Not right now.
No, right. This is the worst I've ever seen.
Not since COVID.
Yeah, this is the worst I've seen.
Not since the 2020 year.
Man, shout out to that guy in his Equinox and his Rockies flag.
Real quick, because I want to ask the question.
Mm-hmm.
What still got you? What are you still tied to? What keeps you loyal? If you're that guy, look, fine.
Love it.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I'm not here to make fun of whatever.
No,
I'm impressed.
I was just amazed.
I am too. I'm shocked anybody would.
Right.
So I want to know, what are you tied to?
It's such an intentional
choice.
Is
it just because it's your team? I legitimately want to know, because it's not like Charlie's still here. It's not like Larry Walker's here. Todd Helton's here. Arenado, Tulowitzki. I can understand some of the players they've had in the past that would keep your loyalty. I don't know who that would be right now. And it certainly wouldn't think to me that it would be Bud Black.
A deep love of Ryan McMahon?
Maybe.
I suppose.
Close enough.
Is it good Rocky?
Got to be the only one, though, that's actually participated in some fun, high-leverage moments to keep you watching, right? Nobody else. I don't even know who some of these guys are. They had 3 guys roll through. I'm like, who the hell is that?
Nick Martini, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, shout out to the guy in the Equinox with the Rockies flag. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Kreckman and Lindahl, quick programming note. Eric Johnson will join us tomorrow. These things happen sometimes. Live radio, folks. People get busy.
It's all good.
Yeah. We'll talk to EJ tomorrow here on the program. Very much looking forward to it. Okay. Got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, by the way, coming up here at 5 o'clock, including a running back who's going to be making a visit to Denver. So we're very excited about that because
Denver.
They're probably drafting a running back along those lines. We discussed this first segment of the show, by the way. I want to revisit it because we've gotten a ton of terrific text messages from you, the listeners, via the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. The playoffs are here.
They're here.
That's right. Nuggets got the Clips. Avalanche got the Stars. 2 postseasons running concurrently. I said this, that I don't hear the word playoffs anymore. I feel like I even inflected in it right there. I can't hear the word without hearing Jim Mora. It's just burned into my brain. The facial expressions that he makes in that whole rant are unbelievable as well. But I can't hear it without it. Similar to with Allen Iverson and what he did to the word practice. I don't hear it the same way anymore.
We're talking about practice, man.
That's when somebody says practice, you just automatically go into it. So we started talking about examples of things that you say or hear differently because somebody said it in a weird way, in a funny way, somewhere along the line, and it just planted a worm inside our brains. We've got a lot of good ones. First off, what conference do the Colorado Buffaloes currently play their sports in?
It's the Big 12!
Yeah.
Every time.
They're back.
Every time.
Just for that man's drop.
Every time. Soon as somebody brings up the name of that conference, I just hear Dan. Similarly, along those lines, and again, this is where the drops on our show poison me, but Gus Johnson one time said the name of the sport in such a way that it's the only way that I hear it. College football, Gus Johnson.
College football!
Fox Sports!
Fox
Sports!
I swear to God, man, every Saturday morning at 9:50 when I flip it on, I'm getting ready, I yell it in my living room.
College football!
I'm so excited to watch games.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's do this thing. Spring, we've been taking texts throughout the course of the show of various examples of this very phenomenon. We'll call it the Jim Mora phenomenon for today here on the show. But what are some examples that we've got here, Spring?
Well, on a similar note with Dan Hawkins, anytime anyone brings up intramurals.
Intramurals?
Yeah. Yeah.
This one, and this applies to me for sure. Anytime someone says, or I say, can't wait.
Can't wait.
Yes.
Bart Scott.
Yeah, Bart Scott.
Nate, you brought this one up from Les Miles.
I'm preparing for Arkansas.
For Arkansas. Be Arkansas, but sure.
Arkansas.
Glad you work at a higher education institution.
I know, right? Yeah. No, that one's not permanent with me, but I do every now and then, especially if I see Les Miles on my television, I automatically go there.
That now triggers our guy with Colorado.
Oh, that's right.
Our guy. Who is our guy?
Colorado?
Brett McMurphy.
Yes.
Came on our show. He was
Colorado.
I want to say too that was early on in the interview, and this is one where I got to admit, Andy and I didn't hear a word that guy said the rest of the interview.
Because he was so southern.
We're just Spring, you got to grab that.
Yeah, whatever you're saying. Good talking to you, Brett.
This is not what the rest of our show is going to be about today. Mm-hmm.
We did a speller thing earlier, with the
Kyle Speller.
Yeah.
Tried to find audio, but someone had a really good one of Speller saying it clean. But someone said that anytime he's microwaving a burrito and there's 2 minutes left, he will just say 2 minutes remaining.
That's good.
That one, yeah, it reverberates inside around your brain for a while. You pointed out Mike Gundy earlier in the show. If anyone talks about being a man, yeah, they're 40.
Also, Chris Berman, someone pointed this one out.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
People were throwing out earlier, back.
That's another one. Mm-hmm.
That's a whole home run derby all over again.
I saw the text line before somebody said they can only say front row like Bob Uecker in the old Miller Lite commercial.
We all do, but that's our right. That's our age. Right?
Is that generational?
I think so because I don't think a lot of people have brought up the smooth deuce.
Oh,
or guy Kevin Harlan.
Does after you get off the throne in the morning, does anybody do they pronounce that a la Harlan?
What a smooth deuce right there.
How about you play to win the game? I just thought about
Herm
you
Edwards.
playing to win the game.
Yeah, that's
Hello. You play to win the game.
Ooh, Kirk Cousins. You like that?
Yeah, that's another
You
one.
like that?
Mm-hmm.
How did you not bring up holy cow? Tony just brought that up. Holy cow.
Give
me a good Harry Carey holy cow.
You know
live
what, though? This is what's weird about that is today when I say it, I don't say it like Harry. I say it like Phil Rizzuto from George Costanza's Keychain on Seinfeld. Holy cow.
See, I think more of Will Ferrell doing Harry Carey on Saturday night.
Right.
Like, hey, if the moon was made of cheese, would you eat it?
My problem is like I have like real Harry lines that are stuck in my head.
Yeah.
Sosa backwards is ASOS, things like that.
Anytime we have to show up somewhere that we're just obligated to show up to.
Hey, I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Marshawn. Mm-hmm.
What about someone brought up Dennis Green? You want to crown him, you crown him, but they are who we thought they were.
Oh, they are who we thought they were. Yeah. He was livid about that.
Oh, he was mad. I saw that live.
If you want to crown them, then crown their ass.
Mm-hmm. That was against the Bears.
Smack that podium.
Wasn't it like Urlacher had like
Yes.
a late pick six in that game?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It was a bad loss.
Nate, you brought this one up to me yesterday.
LeBron James.
That kid.
What about the Charlie Blackmon kid? Charlie Blackmon!
Oh, you're right. Yes. It's another perfect example of it. Uh-huh. Every time he'd come up to bat, I would yell that from my couch.
How about Noonan? How did you not yell Noonan?
Noonan, Denunzio, Mitchell, you're on the tee. Speaking of, and there's a lot of movie ones. Spring brought up the Brett Favre one before, but the line that always got me from that scene was when First off, Matt Dillon should have won an Academy Award for Something About Mary. Everything that he says in that movie is absolute gold. But when Favre walks in, he just goes, "What the hell is Brett Favre doing here?" Kills me every time.
That is good.
That is
good.
The hell is Brett Favre doing here? Okay, so thank you very much,
one
Jim
more.
Mora.
How
What
about
else?
Singletary at the podium? Someone brought that up. Can't win with him. Can't do it.
Oh.
Won't do it.
Yeah.
So mad.
He was
Can't
not
do it.
He was not
I
cut
love
out
it.
to be
I
a head
love it.
coach. That Mike.
And he was so angry.
So
I was
mad.
scared. And I was watching on TV.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
would not have wanted to been in the room with him.
How many times do you think a guy like maybe even Singletary? Like I remember seeing that story. Remember Mike Tice, the old Vikings coach, about coaches challenging their players to fights?
Yeah, yeah.
I could see Singletary having been one of those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real quick, Ditka with the Saints. What the hell do you care? When he was asking about is he doing all right after that game? Fine. The hell do you care? He's just yelling at everybody. He's got the weird hair flying. Like I think it was a bang that was just going left and right on him. And he's just enraged.
He traded his entire draft to go get Ricky Williams.
Yeah, that didn't work out.
No, that's not good. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up next. Hour number 3, let's go. Let's do football news right now. Mark Springer, go.
High five time. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. According to Mike Kliss of 9 News, today the Broncos are hosting Ohio State running back Travion Henderson on a pre-draft visit.
Jeff Legwold hyped up Travion Henderson quite a bit the other day. He's a guy that you would think would be available in that sort of 51 type of range for this team, and a very realistic option perhaps for Denver in the second round. So something to keep an eye on. Right now, Dane Brugler put out a 7-round mock today for The Athletic.
He really got after it.
Shout out to Dane, man. That guy's a psycho.
That is a lot.
The Beast draft guide that he writes is out, and I've been perusing this thing. It's just incredible the volume of work the guy puts in. But he's got Henderson going at 39 to Chicago in the second round. So a guy who very much is going to be in play for Denver. They could perhaps trade back from 20. We talked about this with Kosmider a little bit earlier, okay? If Pittsburgh is this hot for Shedeur, is there possibly a team that could be looking to jump them up to number 20, and could Denver be in a good situation? Look, I'm all for trading back. I really am, because the NFL draft, I think trading back is just sound draft strategy. The biggest reason why is because you cannot know everything. Injuries are always going to be a factor. Other factors are always going to be a factor. I say that vaguely, intentionally. The more cracks that you get at it, the better chance that you have. And the Broncos are one of those teams, Andy, and I was going through George Payton and Sean Payton's draft history. They just haven't had a lot of cracks in recent years because they traded all their picks away.
Yeah, and it's funny because every time we talk to Nick or Jeff or any other draft expert, I come up with about 5 positions I'd be okay with them taking.
Right.
Another pass rusher wouldn't upset me. An inside linebacker wouldn't upset me. You know, there was, I don't remember which team, but one of their big nose tackles, I think it was an Ole Miss nose tackle, came in today that I think Mike Kliss had, you know, a big 350-pound boy or whatever. All right. I wouldn't hate that. You've got young guys that you have to decide, you've got older guys you've got to decide, are you going to pay or not?
Walter Nolan, by the way, is who you're talking about.
Thank you. That's safety. Emin Worry out of South Carolina. Wouldn't be upset about him.
Nope.
You know, I could use a couple of tight ends. I could use a couple of backs. I wouldn't mind another option or two receivers. So I'm with you. If you trade back, pick up a few extra picks, I'm not going to be upset about it. Because, look, I don't know that there's somebody that you must have at 20 either.
Right.
That's the thing.
Right.
Now, look, if all of a sudden Ty Warren or Genty falls there, then hell no, don't trade the pick.
Sure. Or if there's a world, and if you've spent all this time focusing in on Ashton Genty and you're hot to trot enough, if like say we get to 13, 14 and Genty's still out there, well, now you might be able to talk me into a trade up by that point. I don't think he's still going to be available by then, but you never know. You just never know, but also a team taking a running back. Kosmider talked about it in hour number 1, a running back who has had as many carries, as many touches as Genty had throughout his college career at Boise State, then maybe teams could get a little bit scared off of him, and maybe a slight tumble could happen, in which case, are you the team that's going to pounce and go get a guy like that? Because that'd be a pretty damn good weapon. He needs a joker, okay?
I would say we need a joker.
Mm-hmm. He does.
Can
By the way,
one more. I need the Peyton every time.
I walked
trying
by,
to find a goddamn joker. Mine.
Yeah, that was me walking through the grocery store the other day. I couldn't find the display. I needed my goddamn joker, so I get hyped.
Oh, you were trying to find the energy drink.
I was.
Wow. No, you don't need to ever have another one of those again.
I'm getting hooked on Jokic energy drink.
And I didn't know who you were. You were seriously Michael Scott after the pretzel carts in that Office episode.
Yeah, no, it was like I had taken down an 8-ball. That stuff was intense.
Yeah,
Let me tell you.
I did 2 sips and I was like, ooh, that's hitting the stomach weird. That's got a lot of caffeine in it.
I kind of blacked out a little bit during that show. that guarana really takes you some places. Anyway, Travion Henderson. Go ahead, Spring.
Maybe Dan
High five.
Gamble needs a little of that.
We have an update on which quarterback the Saints might prefer if they are to draft a quarterback at number 9 or maybe later, depending on how they move in the draft. So Shedeur Sanders is still even money to get drafted by the Saints following the Derek Carr news. But just a few hours ago, Albert Breer of Monday Morning Quarterback put this video out, and he says that the Saints have done a lot of homework on Jackson Dart. Here's Albert Breer.
9, the New Orleans Saints. I know a lot of people have earmarked this for a quarterback. I'm not saying it won't be a quarterback. If it is a quarterback, again, this could be another curveball. I've heard they've done a ton of work on Jackson Dart, the Ole Miss quarterback. Again, I'm not saying that it's going to be Jackson Dart. I think maybe it's more likely that they try to get Jackson Dart later on. But that's a name to file away as somebody the Saints have done a lot of homework on. If they do stick at 9 and they do go away from the quarterback position, defensive end, and somebody who could eventually replace Cam Jordan. I don't think Jalen Walker makes it there. Mikael Williams, he looks like he was built in a lab to play defensive end. Shamar Stewart, another traits guy, a big, strong, physical defensive end. And then maybe a wild card, if you're looking for a hybrid, would be Jihad Campbell from Alabama. But I think that defensive end position is one that they could take care of there at 9th overall and maybe double back in the second round. Maybe they move up a little bit to try to get Jackson Dart.
Look, yeah, man. Cam Jordan not getting any younger. They do got to think about their pass rush, but also like if you're the Saints, okay, and if you're this, if your relationship with Derek Carr is fraying the way that it appears that it is right now, you know, the shoulder surgery thing getting brought up this late in the off season, then don't you have to, like, you owe it to yourself. Like, it shouldn't just be Jackson Dart and Shedeur Sanders. It should be Tyler Shuck and Jalen Milroe. Like, you should be looking into all of these dudes if this is the decision you're going to make, because you're Kellen Moore, and this is your first crack at being a head coach. Might be your only crack at being a head coach.
Yeah, man, here's the thing, is it, and again, I know everybody wanted to tab Shedeur there. I told you yesterday the betting markets have started to nudge towards Dart being the second quarterback taken, because I think people believe the Saints have more interest in Dart than necessarily they do Shedeur. And I was told, Mike Sanford said it the other night on the little podcast we do, the draft podcast we do, that Kellen Moore likes a mobile quarterback. That's not Shedeur. Now, I don't know much about the mobility of Jackson Dart, but I know he's got the bigger arm.
Yeah.
And I would assume maybe he runs a little more. There's a lot that could go on with Dart and the Saints. That's why if Dart ends up the surprise second QB, that's how Shedeur could make it to Pittsburgh.
I think right now my best guess going into this draft is Shedeur Sanders ends up a Pittsburgh Steeler.
If he sneaks past Pittsburgh because Aaron Rodgers said something to them, then that's where I wonder if the Giants or Browns or somebody doesn't jump back into the end of the first round.
If you're the Steelers, would you sacrifice a future?
No, I would look at how it went with the Jets.
Franchise quarterback for 1 year of weirdo Aaron Rodgers? That would be bizarre.
Well, there was a story that Aaron apparently he made a pitch to Minnesota saying, "Look, I'll mentor McCarthy.
Yeah.
Just tell him he's sitting for a year and we'll get him next year."
Yeah. Go ahead,
and the Saints or the Vikings said no thanks.
High five. Ashton Genty remains a minus 150 favorite to get drafted by the Raiders. Adam Schefter went on Max Crosby's podcast, The Rush, and
is this a podcast dedicated to Eastern Michigan NIL football?
You know, they did talk a lot about this.
Yeah, I'm sure.
They talked a lot about Eastern Michigan football, but Schefter on the podcast saying, quote, "I know a lot of people think the Raiders are going to take a running back in round 1, and they might. We'll see. But I wouldn't be surprised if they wound up going with a guy like Armand Membu, the offensive tackle from Missouri, instead of a running back."
That was the name that I brought up yesterday when we talked about this, and this is what I don't know. What the hell does a Tom Brady run NFL draft look like?
I'm with you.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Like, here's the thing. If Mark Davis had his call, he would take Ashton Genty. That's a complete Mark Davis pick, right? And I'm not saying Genty doesn't deserve to go number 6, but like if you've got Brady in the room, I mean, Mark Davis, remove yourself from the events, okay? And let Pete Carroll and Tom Brady and Spytek and everybody else that's going to be in that room call that shot. And running back in the first does not scream a Brady pick to me.
But it does scream a Carroll pick to me.
Okay.
But look, there's no point having a great running back if you can't open up holes for him.
And then again, I don't know what Brady even wants.
Yeah, well, maybe he wants Shador, and this will all be for naught. But
maybe Ashton Genty's not into nightshade vegetables. I don't know.
But, well, there you go.
Oh, wait, neither is Tom.
Listen, Membu is a guy that all of a sudden is popping up in a lot of mock drafts, and a lot of teams all of a sudden have him going to the Jets.
Yeah.
The Jets going all in with Justin Fields, apparently passing on Ty Warren, and Membu being a member of the Jets. The two, you're seeing a
Membu of the Jets, if you will.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. There it is. Serbian guy doesn't went in on that one. Yeah. You're seeing the Michigan defensive tackle all of a sudden occupy some high picks in mock drafts, and Membu's the other guy that's kind of jumped in.
Yep.
So
go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, Giants GM Joe Shane talking to the media today. He said that it's not mandatory that they take a quarterback because they now have Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. He said that they have received calls about the third overall pick. He was also asked about Travis Hunter and the idea of Travis playing both sides of the ball. Here's Joe Shane.
Travis is a unique individual. Again, Dave said it at the owners' meetings. You got to watch a lot of plays on him. So he's fun to watch. It's unique that the ball skills, the route ability, and then also the ability to go the other side and play corner. Like you just don't see that very often. A lot of times, if these guys can't catch or they can't play receiver, then they get moved to DB. But this guy can do it all. So he's also he's a great kid. So it'd be hard to keep him off the field, and he's motivated to play both ways. So again, you always worried about the length of the season. With the NFL 17 games and training camp, and you're just if he gets hurt doing something that he's not doing full time, you're going to kick yourself. But he's a unique athlete that I think will be able to do both.
Now, how does Brian Daboll feel?
It's a good question, but at the very least, like Shane is talking about Travis Hunter the way you should be talking about Travis Hunter. I don't think he gets to the Giants. I think he's a Cleveland Brown at number 2. But this is the way NFL teams need to be talking about Travis Hunter right now. So that's good to hear. Like you have to talk about a unique talent for what he is, not for however he fits whatever preconceived notion you think a guy is supposed to have.
Yeah, and just because it's been done that way in the past, give it a shot here. By the way, Abdul Carter is sneaking back into number 2. Is this the year that just shows nobody really knows what the hell is happening with any of these guys?
You think it's going to be Carter, or do you think it's going to be Hunter?
I think it's going to be Hunter, because Hunter, ever since the pro day, Spring told us last week, the minute Hunter got done with the pro day, all of a sudden he is locked down the number 2 pick.
Right.
A lot of people think that the Titans probably should go ahead and take him too, because he's going to have the more dynamic future than Cam Ward, but that doesn't appear to be how they're thinking.
I mean, I could see where Cleveland would think we're screwed at quarterback for a while.
Now you got Joe Flacco.
Who else do they have?
Kenny Pickett.
They got Kenny Pickett. That's right. Yeah.
That'll go well.
So why not just put Abdul Carter across from Myles Garrett and hope that you can have the NFL's best pass rush, and that is some way to be competitive?
Yeah, I don't know. 2019 Vic Fangio and Broncos crew. Why not do that plan and put a guy right across from Von Miller that's going to be the next great pass rusher, only to never get the 2 great pass rushers on the field together ever.
Chubb's rookie year.
Yeah, it
was good.
That was it.
And that was it.
What was that record?
And they didn't even win games.
What was that record in 2019?
Immaterial.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't even win
to the point
games.
where Joe Flacco's like, what are we even doing here? How did Joe Flacco not make our little drop thing? Or Troy Aikman and his little giggle.
Giggling.
Troy Aikman hated his life inside Empower Field that night.
We have got Game 1, Nuggets and Clippers, coming up here on Saturday. Nikola Jokic and company getting ready to take on Kawhi Leonard, James Harden, and one other dangerous player that maybe we're not talking enough about going into this series. Let's talk about a key matchup coming up next.
I do think it helps that we've been in the playoffs for 7 years. And obviously, I was a lead assistant. We won a championship, and I've been through the volatile times, the ups and downs with Coach Malone. And, I grew up in this and saw heartache and saw a lot of success from my father. So, not saying it makes me ready for it, but it sure makes me confident.
David Adelman, heard of him? Lead assistant for an NBA championship club, but now he leads this team into the postseason as the head man for the first time ever. There are additional challenges to this that he now has to deal with on a game-in, game-out basis. The game planning stuff, I'm not worried about that in the slightest bit. Part of it now is, and granted, he had a pretty good one of Michael Malone to learn from over the years, but he's got to work the officials now. And that's something that he now has to include into his game, and a part of what his sideline role is going to be. He has to think situationally. He's got to think about challenges and timeouts, and he's got a staff to be able to help him with all of these things. But the guy that calls shots on game day, it's a whole other challenge that you have to deal with.
See, it is interesting you bring that up. The last couple of games, Nicola's wanted things challenged that should not have been challenged.
Right.
And he's going to have to find a way to balance that.
Exactly.
And I get it. Nicola was so demonstrative. What was it? The last game that they played that he thought it went off the Houston player when it did not.
Yeah.
And you just got to.
And you got to make sure you save him.
Yeah.
Just because Joker's fired up in the second quarter about some call.
I always think that's part of me is to the players, bro, don't put your coach in that position.
Right.
It's too early in the game.
I know.
Do we really need this right now? You know what I mean?
They're so emotional. They're so tied up in it. They're just every possession.
It's our ball.
Exactly. Is so massive. You know what it is? It's the injustice of it all. They just want to right the wrong that has occurred to them. But it's take it easy. Okay. Generally, the crap calls even out. Largely.
Boy, that is a real interesting point you make, though, Nate, that I really haven't thought a lot about. Because, again, the Clippers have got some dudes, and Kawhi and Harden in particular, they're going to get some calls.
Sure.
How does David Adelman, you got to have, it's no different than rookie players, right? He's got to try to establish some, hey, I can't let you walk all over our team here.
Well, and one of the biggest things that they're going to have to deal with is again, it's just going to be okay, how are we saving these for good late game situations? How if we can, if somebody steps in front of Harden and draws a charge and he gets a whistle, how do you make sure in a critical fourth quarter possession that you're hanging on to that stuff? That's what they're going to have to do. But I also think that he's got a good staff behind him. That's one of the good things is it isn't like he just got parachuted into this whole thing. It's why he talks about it all the time. I've been here for 7 years, and they didn't make any other changes to the staff. And thank God they didn't. Keep it all together and let these guys go get this thing together. So that's what the Nuggets have to deal with. I mentioned another Clipper that we got to worry about.
Oh, good. Great. Fantastic.
I saw this today. Nikola Jokic this season, Andy, assisted 168 field goals that were made by Christian Brown.
Okay.
That was the second most of any duo in the NBA. Number one from the LA Clippers, James Harden to Ivica Zubac.
Okay.
Yeah. I would not have guessed that.
No, I don't feel like Harden ever passes, quite honestly.
But he's doing it. He's a 9-10 assist a game guy. He always has been. And he is. That's what's funny about it. You say that he's a great passer. And their pick and roll game and his ability to be able to work that pocket pass is one of his great gifts as an NBA player. He's very, very good. He understands floor spacing and angles and all of that. James Harden has an elite basketball mind. In some ways, he's like a short Nikola Jokic, a short, more annoying Nikola Jokic is kind of what Harden is out there. And that, what the Nuggets will have to deal with, yes, they're going to run ISO stuff for Harden. They're going to run ISO stuff for Kawhi. The Clippers actually do a lot of ISO stuff, but also like they are just going to at times they're going to attack Nikola Jokic in pick and roll situations. They're going to make him decide, do you want to hedge? Do you want to play drop? And it's going to be a challenge for these guys for Denver going up against that group. But Zubac's averaged 17 points per game this season, a career high, and not just a career high, a new career high by over 5 points per game this season. The kind of offensive explosion that he has had. Him and Harden have really worked as a combination. Yes, we're talking a lot about Harden and Kawhi for very good reason going into this series. It's two future Hall of Famers, but Zubac's offensive game has taken a big, big step forward this year. And we talked about Andy, the dude is just super strong.
Well, he is. So how much are you going to ask out of Nikola to try to – could he get Nikola in foul trouble?
Right.
I mean, you got to watch this a little bit.
Exactly.
Can't get the slappy hands.
Yeah. And, I'm really curious to see in this series because the Clippers don't really have a super viable backup big situation. So is this a series where it's not a DJ series and it's a AG is the backup 5 with the second unit type of series, or maybe do you still try and get minutes out of DJ in this series? I'm not sure.
I would lean towards get some minutes out of DJ because with Aaron's calf, I mean, you're gonna have to really stagger this quite right.
Yeah.
If you go with the small, I guess that's fine, but DJ does provide rebounding for you. And if they don't have a great backup big, then let him play a little bit. Now, look, it's going to go game by game, right? There's not going to be a blueprint for every game. But I would lean towards trying to get Aaron Gordon some rest because he's going to have his hands full with Kawhi as it is.
My best guess in this series is that Nikola Jokic, and this isn't a hot take, I think he's going to average over 40 minutes a game. Maybe even 41, 42, somewhere in there. Like, I think he'll play the whole first, the whole third, and I think we'll see him back around the 9-minute mark. I saw, like what they did in the Sacramento game last week, and let's try and wait till the 6, till the 7. I don't know if they're going to do that. And one of the biggest reasons I don't think they're going to do that is because Nikola Jokic is going to go, all right, I'm ready. Let's go. And it doesn't matter if it was Michael Malone or David Adelman or any other basketball coach on the planet. When Nikola Jokic says, I'm ready to go, you're just like, okay, cool, go. Yeah, let's get our best damn team available to us out on the floor. And, in a lot of ways, it's like the Nuggets defense is so suboptimal, we'll say.
Yeah, not their strength.
Exactly. That it's just like you need your best offensive lineup on the floor all the time, and your best offensive lineup basically is Nikola Jokic. That's it. So, he's going to have to be superhuman. That's all there is to it.
Do you try to stagger the subs differently to try to get him going with Zubac's out?
I heard this suggestion. God, who said it?
I don't know how you do it, but maybe do you actually make him come out in the first quarter to try to get him back in when Zubac's
right at the start of the second?
Rest?
Right at the start of the second. Could that be something that you try to do
to try to manage the physical toll, if nothing else? These are two big guys.
Take Nikola out with 3-4 minutes left in the first quarter.
Try to close with the first and third with a different group.
And have him play the entire second and the entire fourth. Maybe.
Or is Nikola, I wonder sometimes, is he just so programmed for what he does?
He is so programmed to his rhythm of the game that they just wouldn't mess with it. I don't know. I have no idea. There's like goofy lineup things the Nuggets could try in this series that, is there a world where Peyton Watson starts instead of Michael Porter? I don't think there is.
But there could be.
Right? Yeah.
If this is a get to the hoop kind of series, then maybe that's one where you're doing, the 3-ball. Now with Harden in there, you got to imagine the 3-ball will always be in play, and that's where you're going to need Michael shooting. Someone asked, would we see Strother if Michael Struthers struggles? Peter Struthers? Seriously, do you have any faith? Like, is Strother in the plan? I know that there's a new coach and this and that, but I mean, What did we really see from his time back after the injury that makes you believe? Do you have to find out? Like, can you not make the mistake and not finding out?
Right.
Where was his three-point shooting the best, though? See, that would be my question to that. Did he ever really get on a great streak of three-point shooting? I feel like all year Julian struggled with his three-point shot, but like Michael found other ways to get in and contribute.
Sure.
And go to the hoop and try to go get rebounds and tried to play the best defense he could. But I don't remember a space where you're like, wow, that three ball is really showing up. This is why you drafted him.
I think right now Pickett is past Strother.
Yeah, you could be right, Nate.
I
He's
really
a sturdier defender.
I think he's a sturdier defender. I think he matches up. He's a switchier defender, and that's going to be effective in this series. And also, like, he hits threes.
He does.
He's been confidently knocking down outside threes. I could see right now at the start of this series, I could see the Nuggets going with an 8-man rotation and the three off the bench being Russ, Pickett, and P. Watt. And, like, maybe there's a role for DJ in there somewhere. I don't know if Julian's a part of the plan. Now I'm saying this here on Wednesday. By Saturday at 1:30, Julian could be checking into the game with 5 minutes left in the first quarter, and I could be dead wrong. But, like, I am assuming that we are going to see a shrunken rotation in this series, and I think this is going to be a series that it's going to be dependent upon, as often as humanly possible, getting the best defenders on the floor with the second unit. I think that's – I think they're going to try and because no matter what, you're always taking a step backwards whenever Jokic is off the floor. So I'm thinking purely of the non-Jokic minutes, which I don't think there's even necessarily going to be a ton of them. But it's like, okay, when they go second unit, okay, if Batum's going to be back, we don't know if he's going to be back or not. But when they put Bogdanovich out on the floor and you have that kind of three-point shooting that's available to you off the bench, that kind of dynamic scoring that they can go to, aren't you better off matching up with the best defensive lineup you can possibly put on the floor? And then in that case, it's obviously going to be Pickett over Strother, right?
Yeah, and to your point, you've got to defend whatever lead. You've got to hold on to whatever lead. Hopefully you're starting the non-Jokic minutes with.
Yeah.
And even if it's just ugly basketball, but you at least hold serve at a 5 or 6 point advantage, fine.
Yeah. But Batum can hit shots, Bogdanovich can hit shots, and Derek Jones Jr. is going to throw down 2 sick dunks every single game. It's a big, rangy, dynamic second unit for those guys. Try and match them defense for defense.
This is really where you wish you had a KCP back. Not to even if KCP could have slid to the bench and been off the bench guy. This is where, again, you start to see the hole that Christian moving to the starting lineup has left in your bench.
Did you, by the way, real quick, did you see any of the quotes from Nico Harrison, the general manager of the Dallas Mavericks, yesterday?
Defending his decision still?
Oh, God.
Come on, bro.
Quote, when you look at this trade, we targeted AD with our philosophy of defense wins championships. We wanted a two-way player to lead our team, and that was Anthony Davis. Everybody's going to have their critics, but we got what we wanted. All right, like, seriously. What he's saying, there's validity to what he's saying, okay? We want the best defensive lineup we can possibly have. Here's what you do. Okay, this is just what I would do if I was Nico Harrison. And I don't know if there's any similar examples to this. Let me think. Oh, yeah, the Denver Nuggets, okay? Sometimes you get a superstar that is so generationally transcendent offensively that you simply say, okay, we're going to build around that, because that is something you very rarely see in the game. And Luka Doncic is one of those guys, just like Nikola Jokic is one of those guys. And then after that, you build everything else up around them. And if you believe defense wins championships, then you surround Luka Doncic with the best damn defensive lineups that you can possibly put together. That's your job as the general manager. You don't simply say, I don't know, Luka's not great on the defensive end, so we should probably unload him because defense wins championships. Could you imagine if Tim Connolly was just like, this Jokic, he's pretty good, but not a rim protector. I need Anthony Davis on my team. What the hell are you doing?
All right. How about this, though? What if he's not lying? Because it feels like he's lying. There's no way you can look over the last month or whatever it's been, 6 weeks of basketball, and said, yeah, we're still cool with what we did.
Right.
No way.
Right.
But when he said we got what we wanted, was it simply to get rid of the player we weren't going to pay?
Clearly.
Because that's the only thing you could have wanted was not to pay him the contract, so we got what we could for him. I'm not even sure you really got what you could for him. Could you imagine? Here's the other weird thing I don't get about this. What haul could you have had you actually offered him up to the league? Like, why did it have to be that one team? And I don't like to run with the conspiracy theorists that just insisted that they want him to the Lakers, but this is the weirdest. I do not understand why you would not take all offers for this guy.
Pelinka was his mentor, I guess. I don't
care.
That's what he said.
Was that the best trade you could have got?
No,
A broke down, always hurt Anthony Davis as the key piece that came back to you? Come on.
Since the trade, by the way, the Mavericks 13-20 since the deal. Now, obviously, Kyrie tore his ACL, but 13-20. Lakers are 23-13 post trade.
Do you
locked
see
up the 3 seed?
When will Kyrie be back? Right, he's not back till next year now. Right?
ACL.
Will there ever be a place where he and Davis play together and it can at least look like, I don't know. I feel like I literally feel like, not that I thought that Jay Cutler was of Luka's level, but this just feels like you're trying to make yourself feel better with broke down Kyle Orton. Yeah, we got what you needed out of that. Did you? Sure?
Are you sure? It eventually made you, I don't know.
Fire your coach?
Yeah.
Go sign the highest profile free agent ever?
Speaking of coaches from that era of Broncos football, I just want to remind everybody, and I know it was Josh and not Mike on that particular team, but tonight when you're watching the Rockies-Dodgers game, anytime that Chris Taylor is on your television, just think younger Mike Shanahan. They got the same face.
Do they?
Yeah.
All right.
Just check it out, okay? Taylor also, he always has a stubble to it, but there's some very similar facial features between Mike Shanahan and Chris Taylor. I see it every single time that I see
So
that
I got to
guy.
watch the game again.
You're watching it anyway.
No, now that you've reminded me, I might have to check out this Dallas mess.
Yeah, there's the Mavs and the Kings tonight.
I got to watch that. I have to suffer through. Although,
don't miss 9-10 action. This is one of the weirdest nights of basketball, by the way. It's like, hell yeah, we won. We still have to go and play a road game before we can be in the playoffs.
We've won nothing. Both teams are probably like, can we just go home? Haven't you ever been at like that rec tournament where you're like, I don't want to stay here the rest of the day? Show up, boys. We're in the losers bracket. Let's just call it good.
Yeah, Dallas and Sacramento. I don't want to have to go and
get on a
Oakland.
Plane again.
Go play the Thunder even if we do win this thing.
Yeah, what are you really playing for?
I'm good on this.
I got Cancun reservations. I'd like to get there.
I'm all set. I bet you Chicago wins tonight.
You think so?
That's a scrappy group there. I think they get Miami. That game, I believe, by the way, just underway. Kreckman and Lindahl, we're rolling with you here on a Wednesday afternoon on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Love that Kreckman and Lindahl podcast. Hey, Nate Kreckman here for my friends over at Apple Air. Family owned and operated, locally owned, a Colorado company that gets what you are all about. They care about your comfort. They care about your efficiency. They're going to give you a ton of value. They're not owned by private equity. The things that Apple Air provides standard, those are upcharges with other HVAC companies. Give them a call, find out the difference. 303-733-2813. They got a couple of great specials available right now. $29.99. That's right, $29.99. They will give you a full safety checkup on your furnace or They'll tune up your cooling system before the hot weather is here. $29.99. This is available to first-time customers, new customers. 303-733-2813. I had Apple Air put in my heating system. They did wonderful work. You're going to love them as well. AppleAir.com or give them a call. 303-733-2813.
Apple Air, the experts that care.
Kreckman and Lindahl show brought to you by our friends at Good Times. If you're feeling like a taste of the ocean, well, stop at a Good Times today for a Good Times fish fry sandwich. It's a light and flaky whole fish fillet. The fish fry sandwich available for a limited time at Good Times. Rockies Dodgers will wrap up the 3-game set this evening at Dodger Stadium. Herman Marquez will take the mound for Colorado against Bobby Miller of the L.A. Dodgers, straight out of Elk Grove Village, Illinois. 8:10 is your first pitch this evening. Rockies trying to avoid the winless road trip tonight. 0-5 thus far on the trip. It's been good, though, to see since getting to L.A., they are actually scoring runs. The problem is that the Dodgers are scoring more runs. Washington comes in this weekend, the Nationals and the Rockies for a cold weather series Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Plenty of good seats available. Chase Dollander will pitch on Friday night, though. He's been very good.
We'll try.
Yeah.
When's this snow coming in?
Yeah, we'll see if there's baseball or not, but we hope there is going to be.
Boy, the Rockies have got it. They're going to wonder. Any of these new guys to Colorado are going to wonder if you ever play in good weather.
Yeah, right.
They leave. We get 70, 80 degrees, almost record heat. They come back, and it's back to cold and snow.
That's a good point. You're really getting hosed with having to play for the Rockies so far this year, I guess, in basically every way possible. 3-14, Andy. 3-14 so far on the year.
All right, you had asked a little bit earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe we talked about it in the car. I can't even remember. It all runs together.
All right.
If they come back 3-15, and it seems highly likely they will.
They probably will.
Because they just don't have the bats going. Now, who knows? They found a way most series to at least get the bats going in one game, and maybe this will be it.
Except the Padres series.
Except the Padres series where they went scoreless.
And the Phillies series.
All right, never mind. No, but they had the one day against Tampa Bay, and I don't know who even came to town for opening day. I can't even remember. Was that the Brewers?
It was the A's.
The A's.
They beat them on Sunday.
And then the Brewers.
Yeah, they scored 12 runs on that Sunday.
That's right. Is Bud Black... What would firing Bud Black do at this point?
Nothing.
Seriously.
It wouldn't make a difference.
I think in a normal sports situation, some message does have to be sent. And unfortunately, for those that lose jobs, that's what happens sometimes.
Right.
But I don't know what this does. It doesn't give you a better minor league system. It doesn't remove the contract of Chris Bryant from your financial, puzzle.
Also, baseball's not like a try-hard sport.
Right.
And look, you can make the argument that when Clint Hurdle was fired and Jim Tracy was bought in 2009, that was what then elevated that club and got them going. Sure. Also, that team was good.
Yeah, you had the likes of Troy Tulowitzki and Carlos Gonzalez. And
you had stars all over the place.
Ubaldo Jimenez still right?
On that club. You sure did.
You had a bona fide closer who unfortunately...
It was a very, very good team that they had that year. That's not what they have right now. This is a rebuilding team, and it's like there has to be a vision and a plan for all of it, and I don't know what it is. Bill Schmidt, should his
I would start there.
Sure.
I would start there. That's at least behind the scenes.
Andy, this is like the ultimate defeatism thing to say about that club. I don't think it would do anything. I'm telling you, I don't think that the Rockies are in the place that they are because Bill Schmidt is a bad talent evaluator or anything else like that. I don't think he's a great talent evaluator either, but it flat out comes down to organizational structure. Are you going to bring in a bright young baseball mind and get the hell out of their way and let them build this thing up? No. It's all going to be operated through Dick Monfort's vision. That's what Bill Schmidt, that's the confines that he has to work through right now. That's what Bridich had to work through. That's what Dan O'Dowd had to work through back in the day. I think O'Dowd probably had a probably louder voice than any general manager since he has been in that seat. I mean, Bridich was a patsy. He was a fall guy for a lot of Dick Monfort's decisions. And Bill Schmidt, while I think, again, probably has a lot of good ideas, ultimately it comes down to organizational structure right now with this club.
So then what's the move? Just none to be made? You got to do something, man. You can't just keep plugging along like this.
The hope is that...
I don't know what you do. You fire a pitching coach, you fire a hitting coach. I mean, what?
Zach Veen and Michael Tolia and Ezekiel Tovar and Brenton Doyle all turn into stars.
Well, Doyle's been hurt.
Chase Dollander, he hasn't been playing. Chase Dollander wins a Cy Young Award someday and everything works out great. That's your hope.
Okay.
Adele Amador becomes a Gold Glove winning second baseman.
So then I'll ask. Is the next move to try? Can you convince Dick or whoever to trade your two starting? I don't know. Marquez has fallen off a little bit. Didn't he wear 8 the other night? Did Marquez give up 8 runs?
Yeah, but I would still you have to think about moving. You have to think about Freeland, Marquez, Senzatella, Ryan McMahon. All of these guys have to be available at the deadline. All of them are on
deadline. I'm moving them now.
Club-friendly contracts.
What are you waiting for?
Yeah, well, we also have to talk about this as though things that actually will happen.
I
with
know.
This club.
I get it.
Yeah,
but
that's one of the struggles.
It's just I don't, man.
Can I tell you what? Let's get a nice palate cleanser before we get out of here.
Quick shot of Tuwaka.
Okay.
Before we walk out. Or whatever your dessert drink is.
your what is it? A desertif or an aperitif, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Okay. I got a tennis story here for you. Spring, did you see this? This is wild, okay? I don't know how much, Andy, you've been following what's been going on in the Rouen Open, okay?
What's that again?
Rouen?
I didn't know Jonathan had it. Open.
British tennis player Harriet Dart has apologized after asking the umpire to tell her opponent, Louise Buisson, to wear deodorant after claiming, quote, she smells really bad.
I did see this.
Dart fell 6-0, 6-3 to wildcard Buisson in the last 32 of the Rouen Open on Tuesday, with courtside microphones picking up her complaint over her opponent's personal hygiene during a changeover in the second set. Dart, the British number 4, was heard to ask the umpire, quote, can you tell her to wear deodorant because the smell? Can you tell her to wear deodorant? She smells really bad, close quote. The French player Buisson was seemingly out of earshot at the back of the court at the time of the comments. WTA number 110 Dart later apologized via a story on her Instagram account. Quote, I want to apologize for what I said on the court today. It was a heat-of-the-moment comment that I truly regret. That's not how I want to carry myself, and I take full responsibility. I have a lot of respect for Louise and how she competed today. I'll learn from this and move forward, close quote.
You'll pray you don't get that draw again is what you'll do. Now I got to know. See, so many follow-up questions.
Uh-huh.
Is it wafting over to your end of the court?
Right.
I mean,
is it?
You're going to have to live with it in the crossover. But if you're catching a whiff downwind as you're trying to serve.
If she attacks the net, you're stuck on that baseline, right?
You could have the. I don't want the point.
You just keep backing up further and further.
But seriously, is this an outdoor event, Spring? Were they indoors?
It's an indoor clay court tournament, which is kind of rare to have clay on the indoors.
How big a venue we're talking, though?
Probably pretty small. The Rouen tournament is a low-level tournament.
Not good ventilation in there.
Are we talking sports bubble at the family sport?
Yeah, honestly, not far removed would be my guess.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, but there's a lot of room in there.
There's still a lot of room.
All I'm saying is, how bad does it have to be that all of a sudden it's a little fragrant in there?
Buisson, by the way, posted on her Instagram story a joke about the incident, posting an edited photo of herself holding a deodorant can during a serve and tagging the brand Dove with the comment, apparently need a collab, close quote.
I was going to say, some deodorant company.
She's trying to turn this into a marketing idea.
Well, why not? Lumi ought to jump all over it. Isn't that the full body one?
I'm the stinky tennis player.
Not anymore.
This chick stinks.
I got another question, but I'll wait till we're off air.